The we'll then go through the legislative session, day 33, the district council session, and then we're going to start the work session action item on the Ms. Barone House amendment to the master plan for historic preservation. Then we'll start, depending on timing, on the subdivision staging policy, number 15. However, and I had forgotten to mention that Rich Manalino needed to be here this afternoon as well. He can be here at 3 o'clock, and then Dr. Gales and Dr. Stoddard can be here from 3:15 to 4, and Rich, I don't think, can be any later than 4 as well. So regardless of what we're doing, at 3 o'clock, we're going to stop. We'll go to Rich Manalino and Dr. Gales and Dr. Stoddard. Then we'll resume what we're doing, and then at the end of the day, we're going to vote on the consent calendar. So I know it's a very easy thing to follow, and I apologize for all of that, but it's that kind of a day. And with that, we're going to go to the public hearing agenda number 5. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The council will receive testimony on the Forest Glen / Montgomery Hills sectional map amendment, SMA H137. This corrected SMA proposes reclassification of approximately 63.70, previous was 64.03 acres for the CRT mixed-use zone, CRN mixed-use zone, TMD zone, and confirmation of approximately 165.33, previously it was 165, acres of existing zones for the remainder of the plan area. A Fed committee work session will be scheduled at a later date. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so by the end of business day, November 13th. Each individual will have 2 minutes to speak. Individuals will be alerted as they approach their 2 minutes and may be disconnected. Also, there may be technical glitches during the public hearing that may need to be addressed by our staff. So thanks in advance for your patience. Ms. Kennedy, it is my understanding there are no speakers for this public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, then we are going to close the public hearing. And there again, a Fed committee, a Planning, Housing, and Economic Development Committee work session will be scheduled at a later date. That public hearing is now closed. The next item, item number 6, is a public hearing on zoning text amendment 20-03 townhouse living conditional use standards. This ZTA would delete or revise the requirements for townhouses as a conditional use regarding abutting bus service, handicap accessible vehicular, the distance standards from a metro station, and recreational facilities, and generally amend the provisions for townhouses as a conditional use. A Fed committee work session on this ZTA is tentatively scheduled for Monday, November 30th. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business, November the 23rd. Ms. Kennedy, it is my understanding we do have speakers for this public hearing.
We do indeed. Our first speaker for this public hearing is Dale Tibbetts. Mr. Tibbetts, you may unmute your microphone. You will have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council President Katz, Vice President Hucker, and council members. I'm Dale Tibbetts, Special Assistant to County Executive Mark Elridge. The County Executive has concerns about the proposed change, about how the proposed changes would affect the residents of future.
Dale, you're freezing.
Hello again. I'm back. Now
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay.
The county executive has concerns about how the proposed changes would affect residents of future townhouse living developments. The distance calculation for proximity to Metro has been proposed to change from 2 miles to a 2-mile radius. This does not account for how far a resident has to actually travel to get to the Metro. The same concern exists for the 1,500-foot radius proximity for recreational facilities. For example, if there was an intervening stream valley between the development and the facility, it may be much longer to get there by bike or by foot. Because this is for conditional use approval, the hearing examiner needs clear criteria in order to determine whether the development satisfies the zoning. The ZTA removes the requirement for no abutting bus service. There may be appropriate for that, but it does not provide any provision for proximity of bus service. So again, something that we'd like to look at during the work session. In consultation with the Commission for Persons with Disabilities, they recommended to us that the words handicapped accessible be changed to disability accessible. And finally, we do not have a specific recommendation on the minimum number of disability accessible parking spaces, but would note that the minimum size of a townhouse living development is 3 townhouses, and the ZTA proposes 1 for every 4 dwelling units.
Mr.
Again,
Tibbetts,
something for us to
your
look
time is
at
up.
during the work session. So thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Tibbetts. Our next speaker is Gregory Rust.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right. Thank you. For the record, Greg Rust from the Montgomery County Planning Board. The Planning Board heard this CTEA at its regular meeting on November 5th and voted unanimously to recommend approval of the ZTA with the following comments. The board is supportive of the ZTA to delete or revise the requirement for abutting bus service for townhouses as a conditional use, revise the requirement or dimensional standards for handicap accessible vehicular parking for townhouses as a conditional use, revise the distance standards from the metro station and recreational facilities, and generally revise the requirements for townhouses as conditional uses, while also recognizing the need for transit services to accommodate seniors. However, the planning board is of the opinion that in balancing transit services with the desire to provide more universally designed housing for our residents to age in place, adjacency to a public bus route is not the only means to accommodating this service. The sponsor's overall rationale for amending these provisions is to provide more opportunities where accessibility dwellings can be located in the county. Although adjacency to public bus service provides ease of access for those who might not at some point be able to drive, there are also a number of additional local and regional transportation resources available for seniors and persons with disabilities that are readily accessible. As provided in the conditional use provisions for an independent living facility for seniors or persons with disabilities and residential care facilities over 16, the council could consider adding a provision that the development provide ancillary services such as transportation. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Russ. Our next speaker is Anthony Capinetti. Mr. Capinetti, you may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Yes, some of my concerns have already been mentioned. I drove by the proposed development site today, and it already looks like they've already started building according to the new zone. I didn't go out with a measurement tape, but it does look like the townhouses are a lot closer to the road. There is concern that if this is supposed to be for like ease of use, age in place living, there is no access to public transportation. The reduction in parking for handicap spaces from 100% of the dwellings to 25% kind of just shows that this is more of a high luxury development than it is for handicap accessibility development. And I'm also concerned that being that this was originally an RE1 location and turning it into what appears to be a townhouse medium build kind of violates what's already been put into the Montgomery County zone. We're currently already fighting one other person who's bought an RE property and trying to convert into commercial use. I would think that these zones were put in place to protect the current citizens of Montgomery County and not basically give in to outside developers. Yeah, I mean, I applaud the developer for trying to make a age in place and handicap accessible townhouses, but
Mr. Capinetti,
yes.
your time is up. My apologies. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Carol Kosery.
Hello,
Hello.
I'm Dr. Carol Kosery. I'm president of the Greater Shady Grove Civic Alliance and a Durwood resident. You should also have received a report prepared by our land planner. This CTA benefits one developer, the NRP Group. They claim these changes are essential because there are no properties which meet the current criteria. Our sources, however, tell us that there are currently several hundred sites which could qualify. The NRP Group wants to remove the requirement for abutting bus service. Screw the physically disabled or aged who cannot drive. They do not need public bus service abutting their homes. Let them plan days or weeks in advance and use Metro Access, or let them use a much more expensive rideshare. The NRP Group wants to reduce the number of homes with handicapped accessible parking spaces from 100% to 25%, because eliminating the garage would let them meet level 2 standards on the ground floor of a multi-floor townhouse. Who cares that disabled family members are trapped on the ground floor and cannot join family on other floors of their home? And screw the physically challenged residents who are not one of the fortunate 25%. They can struggle into and out of their vehicles from regular parking spaces. This CTA is bad for Montgomery County residents who are disabled or want to age in place in homes not only accessible on the inside, but also robustly connected to accessible public transportation networks. It is bad for Montgomery County residents who are disabled and need handicapped accessible parking as part of their home. This is what the townhouse living conditional use is all about. I call on the County Council to withdraw the CTA and not send it to the Fed Committee, where it stands to only be influenced by the NRP Group and their lobbyist. However, if this CTA is sent to the Fed Committee, I call on this committee to also include those of us who oppose in all of their discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dean Packard. Mr. Packard, you may unmute and begin.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Dean Packard, and I'm a partner of Universal Communities, and we are the ones that are building the units on Redland Road, and we are not a part of this ZTA application. Today, we come before you to oppose ZTA 20-03 as it is currently written. We believe this proposal will dilute and diminish the heart and soul of the Design for Life standards, and we ask the council to consider our proposed enhancements. There is clear value to both the tax credits and density bonus. These are offered to incentivize builders to build new communities, incorporating accessibility features for this completely unserved market. Specifically, we object to eliminating the public bus access and reducing the handicap accessible vehicle parking from 1 for every unit to 1 for every 4 units. These are fundamentally inconsistent with the goals of the original ZTA. Rather, we propose a higher standard. To serve a larger and more diverse area, including the eastern part of the county, we would support adding the Purple Line light rail and BRT to the 2-mile metro requirement. In order to obtain the valuable density bonus, we propose a new level 3 standard. My partner, Jeff Jacobson, will address those specifics in a moment. Distinguished members of the County Council, many of you have witnessed and supported our vision firsthand. As the first Design for Life community, you trusted us to deliver a product that will set the standard for accessible housing, not only in Montgomery County, but literally across the nation. It is our opinion that the county's limited tax credit and density resources should be devoted to improvements rather than a dilution of this program, and we urge you to consider our proposed modifications. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jeff Jacobson.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Good, thank you. I'm Jeff Jacobson, and I'm the other partner in Universal Communities. Let me start by saying that we greatly appreciate the trust that the council vested in us in 2015 to be the ones to shepherd through this new program and to build the first Design for Life community. We've taken this task very seriously. We believe our project will justify the confidence that you bestowed in us. We've learned a lot building at Park Redland. We've listened to potential buyers. We've brought in universal design expertise. We've followed the wise guidance of our sales agent, Jackie Simon. As we sit here today on the cusp of opening our model unit, which, by the way, we invite all of you to visit, we want you to know that we have not only met, but we've far exceeded the standards that we set together. So here are the 6 requirements that we propose to achieve the density bonus. Number 1, we suggest a requirement for not 1, but 2 zero-step accessible entrances into the home. Number 2, we propose that the level 2 standard be increased from 32 inches to a nominal 36-inch width for all exterior entries, accessible pathways, and interior doors. And we further suggest a requirement for an accessible path to serve the entire home. Number 3, a requirement for elevators, as opposed to chairlifts or other means, in any multi-story units, with a requirement that the elevator features a minimum interior cab dimension of 32 inches wide by 48 inches deep. Number 4, all showers in the home to be configured as curbless, providing roll-in access. Number 5, a minimum of 1 ADA-compliant powder room on the accessible pathway. And finally, number 6, we propose garage doors to be 8 feet tall in order to accommodate accessible vehicles. All of these features are found in our homes. Between adopting these requirements for level 3 to achieve a density bonus and opening up more areas of the county by including 2-mile BRT and light rail access, we believe the council can chart a course to expand this program in an effective way to bring the right kind of economically viable, accessible housing to Montgomery County. Thank you so very much for consideration of our proposal.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Joshua Woolridge.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
We can.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Council, and thanks for your stewardship during these awfully unusual time. My name is Josh Woolridge. I reside at 205 Firehouse Lane in Montgomery County. I'm an urban planner and lead a residential builder, the NRP Group, whose Mid-Atlantic headquarters is located also in Montgomery County. We have both completed residential projects in the county and are currently active with new projects. As a potential builder of accessible housing and housing that could allow future residents to age in place, as allowed under the current and well-intentioned Design for Life Townhome Living Statute, I support these minor tweaks to the legislation in hopes that it may increase both the scope and frequency of such accessible or age-in-place housing projects in Montgomery County. As is the case in the rest of the Washington metro area, we have a severe lack of all housing types, but so much more so for housing specifically targeted to underrepresented populations such as the disabled community. Not to mention, the majority of our current housing stock and mix places physical constraints and barriers to residents' ability to age in place. The county's current Design for Life statute in existence for over 5 years, while well-intentioned, has only produced 19 newly constructed homes at the Park Redland project for this underserved population. Furthermore, those 19 homes are expensive, fee-simple townhomes with elevators and priced at well over $750,000 per unit. The minor tweaks contemplated in ZTA 20-03 should allow for more property owners or projects to proceed under the statute while still balancing the desire for smart growth. It is understandable to desire proximity to public transportation, but as written in the existing statute, being located along a bus route does not guarantee an accessible bus stop. Moreover, WMATA and Montgomery County also provide additional transportation options in addition to the rapid emergence of affordable on-demand and ride-sharing options. In summary, for these reasons, it is my hope that the Council will enact this legislation to provide additional opportunities to construct accessible or age-in-place dwelling units without the physical constraints currently imposed by the majority of our existing housing stock. And I do find it curious that the Park Redland may oppose this expansion of the program as they've demonstrated with the first project. Thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mary Ann Dillon. Ms. Dillon, you may begin.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Katz and members of the County Council. I am Mary Ann Dillon. I live at 10,002 Parkwood Drive in Bethesda, and I'm Executive Director of Housing Initiative Partnership, which is a nonprofit housing developer and counseling agency that provides services throughout Montgomery County. We're also known as HIP. HIP has had a very active housing counseling program and housing development program, and we've been active in Montgomery County since 2009. We've counseled over 20,000 families in our history, from homelessness prevention to home ownership. Currently, we're partners with the county in providing outreach and counseling to families seeking emergency rental assistance and assisting families finding housing that they can afford. In our roles as both a housing counselor and a housing provider, we know firsthand how challenging it is to find affordable rental housing in the county, especially larger townhome style units for families that are accessible under Design for Life standards. We now have an opportunity to partner with the NRP Group, one of the largest and most well-respected developers in the country on affordable housing. We're seeking to develop sites that can provide much-needed affordable rental housing for families in locations that are convenient to transit and to jobs. Current law permitting townhouse use in an RE zone is extremely limited, with very few sites eligible for the designation. We believe that this proposed zoning text amendment could create additional sites that are appropriate for this housing type, expanding opportunities to construct much-needed accessible family housing in prime locations. This zoning text amendment will eliminate the requirements that a public bus stop be adjacent to the site, increase allowable distance to recreation facilities from 1,000 to 1,500 feet, and loosen standards for van-accessible parking requirements, requiring the site to be within 2 miles of a metro stop. We are hoping that these changes also can create more affordable housing at a better price point. I want to thank the County Council for its consideration of this request, and I welcome any questions or comments you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. President, that wraps up the speakers for this public hearing.
Thank you very much. This public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Rice.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. President. As the crafter of the original ZTA, I have tremendous concerns, especially in the casting of the light of how this ZTA came about and the support from our disability community versus some who are looking to partner with NRP. So I certainly hope with the Fed's indulgence, I'll certainly be a part of the meetings, but would love to hold a discussion to truly understand the impetus of this change in the ZTA while we have an accessible project that's currently underway and how that might impact the accessibility for those individuals who we, when we voted for this unanimously back in 2015, said would be a link to public transit. So from that perspective, I'm just looking forward to the discussion and hope that folks from this NRP group would reach out to the original crafter of the ZTA to have a discussion about this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And please note that the Planning, Housing, and Economic Development Committee work session is tentatively, underline the word tentatively, scheduled for Monday, November 30th. The next item, agenda item number 7, is a public hearing on a resolution to amend development impact tax rates for transportation and public school improvements. Action is tentatively scheduled for November 16th, 2020. Persons wishing to submit additional material for the council's consideration should do so before the close of business today. Ms. Kennedy, it's my understanding we have no speakers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
This public hearing is now closed. Thank you very much. The next item, agenda item number 8, is a public hearing on a supplemental appropriation to Montgomery College's FY21 current fund budget in the amount of $4,497,874 for CARES Act Higher Education Emergency Relief Fund. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Ms. Kennedy, it's my understanding there are no speakers for this hearing?
Yes, that's correct.
This public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Rice, did you want to make a motion?
I do, Mr. President. I'd like to move that we approve the additional CARES funding for Montgomery College.
Is there a second? Second. There is a second by Councilmember Giwando. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. The next item that we have, agenda item number 9, is a public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, Children's Opportunity Fund, non-departmental account, NDA, in the amount of $1,800,000 for COVID-19 educational enrichment and equity hubs, an amendment to FY21 operating budget resolution 19-472, Section G, FY21, designation of entities for non-competitive contract award status, Greater Washington Community Foundation. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Ms. Kennedy, it is my understanding we do have speakers for this public hearing. Is that correct?
Yes, we have 2 speakers for this public hearing. The first will be Byron Johns. Mr. Johns, you may unmute your microphone and you have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Greetings, and thank you for the opportunity to provide comments on the educational equity hubs on behalf of the Black and Brown Coalition. As this pandemic continues to rage out of control, it has had a devastating impact on our most vulnerable students. Virtual learning has been challenging for all families and students, but for the most highly impacted students, it has put them at risk of overwhelming learning loss. While the county has made efforts to address many of the devastating impacts of this pandemic, honestly, our response and our advocacy was late out of the gate. However, with our advocacy making this issue visible, we were able to collectively and collaboratively respond in establishing educational equity hubs. With the leadership of Councilmembers Rice, Navarro, and Giwando, along with unanimous support from all of the council, since the last council meeting discussion on this topic, the number of hubs has increased and the student enrollment is now doubled to more than 500 students. In addition, the MCPS Board of Education has voted to provide funds for expansion of educational equity hubs, and we now have an aggressive goal to have 1,500 students in hubs this month. We appreciate the council's action to address this urgent issue. However, in parallel, we must start planning for beyond this semester and the eventual reopening of schools for hybrid learning. The need for equity hubs will continue well into second semester. I want to thank Councilmember Navarro for convening a working group to start this critical process. It is critical to address this question ongoing for child care providers as well as for our families. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Johns. Our next speaker is Kimberly Rusnick. Ms. Rusnick, you may begin.
Good afternoon, President Katz and fellow council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Kimberly Rusnack, Project Director of the Children's Opportunity Fund, an impact initiative housed at the Greater Washington Community Foundation. I applaud the County Council, DHHS, and MCPS for their commitment to providing childcare for school-aged children during the pandemic. Right now, our kids need us. The COVID crisis has exacerbated long-standing educational inequities in our community and the Children's Opportunity Fund has responded to meet the immediate needs of children and families. The $500,000 in private philanthropic funds that we have raised allowed us to start this project in September. With the promise of public funds and in partnership with the Black and Brown Coalition, we've quickly grown from supporting 4 sites to now over 30 sites, serving over 500 students. Enrollment in the hubs is targeting low-income Black and Brown students. The Children's Opportunity Fund has found a solution that is nimble, and we are happy to continue to work with the County Council, DHHS, and MCPS to serve our community's children in greatest need now. Word is starting to spread, and demand is increasing. The Children's Opportunity Fund is thankful for the support of the Council because many of the families that have enrolled in the Equity Hubs have not been able to access the local subsidy funds through DHHS. For example, with Kids Adventures at Wheaton Woods, a Title I high poverty school, of the 39 children enrolled by October 31st, 2 were families paying in full, 2 had previous Maryland Child Care Subsidy vouchers, and the other 35 families are all being supported by the scholarships through the Children's Opportunity Fund. We are working hard to remove the barriers to enrollment and ensuring families who need the support are now able to access it. There is still much uncertainty about the rest of the school year. We are working with other community partners and stakeholders to start planning and strategizing now so that we can respond quickly to new developments that will occur in the winter and spring months. In the long term, these hubs hold incredible potential as a model for more equitable access to childcare and after-school programs. Lessons learned from these hubs will help guide more intentional and innovative initiatives in the future for Montgomery County. This appropriation is the right thing to do for our families.
Your time is up.
And we look forward to continuing to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That wraps up the speakers for this public hearing.
Thank you very much. This public hearing is now closed. We need a motion. Councilmember Navarro, please.
So moved.
Councilmember Rice.
Second.
I had a feeling I was going to get it that way. That's what I figured. All those in all right, we can keep going. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. The next item that we have is agenda item number 10. This is a public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, Arts and Humanities Council of Montgomery County, AHCMC. It's the NDA in the amount of $406,190 for Arts COVID-19 Relief Fund. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Ms. Kennedy, I know we have some speakers for this hearing.
We have 2 speakers for this hearing. The first will be Susan Jenkins. Ms. Jenkins, you may begin.
Good afternoon, council members. It's great to see you all. We know each other, so I'll be familiar if I might, and just thank you from the bottom of my heart for all of your support. I have been in a conference this week with my colleagues, grant makers in the arts across the nation, and there are so many of my colleagues in cultural centers across America who have not had the understanding, the generosity, the ability to merge with economic development conversations we've had about workforce development in the way that we have with Montgomery County. And so I'm going over to say that I'm familiar because I know you and I know you know us. At this time, we're reporting over $45 million in losses. Nationally, the nation is reporting about $14.1 billion in losses caused by this pandemic. This existential crisis that I've mentioned before continues. And so today, I beg you to consider the additional appropriation that we're asking for. With losses of 45 million, we know it's not enough. But what you've been able to do has allowed people to rethink business models critical to rethinking how we're going to continue to partner with you from an economic development, a workforce development, and a quality of life standpoint. I could go on, but I won't. I'll just thank you very, very much for your support and tell you that this additional support will allow us more equity in the way that we've given out the 3.25 million that you've already given us and allow us to build capacity at our agency. Thank you very, very much for everything you do. I appreciate you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Ms. Jenkins. Our next speaker is Allie Oliver Kruger.
Hello and good afternoon. Thank you so much for welcoming me and giving me the opportunity to testify in support of this special appropriation for the Arts and Humanities Council, a tireless advocate for artists in Montgomery County. I'm from Interact Story Theater. Many of you know me. We're a small educational theater company based in Wheaton. We are one of many small arts organizations and independent artists who perform and present throughout the county. And like many theaters, large and small, we have been closed for 8 months with no reopening on the horizon. So this COVID relief funding is vital, especially for small organizations like ours, as we don't have the same access to funding support that large organizations with bricks and mortar venues do. We don't have access to the same levels of philanthropic support, nor are we eligible for most of the COVID relief and reopening programs in the county and state. We're not a tourism destination. We're not in heritage institutions. We can't apply for reimbursement of reopening expenses because, well, we haven't been allowed to reopen, but also because the expenses that small organizations and indie artists would have are not those that are funded by the county. So this creates a COVID relief funding gap, and small organizations and independent artists are falling through the cracks. For many artists, the question is not, will we have the funds for reopening? It's, will we make it to reopening? This special appropriation ensures that more artists can say yes. It provides vital funding to artists and organizations like mine now when we really need it. And it builds the capacity of the Arts and Humanities Council to disperse these funds quickly and efficiently. And so I encourage you and I urge you and I ask you to say yes to this special appropriation. Thank you so much for your time and for your support for artists all across our county. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. President, that wraps up the speakers for this public hearing.
Thank you. This public hearing is now closed. Councilmember Glass.
I move that we move forward with this.
Councilmember Rice. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously as well. Thank you. And last public hearing for today, not the last item for today now, but the last public hearing for today is item number 11. This is a public hearing on a special appropriation to the county government's FY21 operating budget, Office of the County Executive, in the amount of $5,050,000 for support for COVID-19 response, tourism, stabilization grant program. An amendment to the FY21 operating budget resolution 19472, Section G, designation of entities for non-competitive contract award status, Conference and Visitors Bureau. Action is scheduled immediately following this hearing. Ms. Kennedy, I know that we have several speakers. Excuse me.
We do indeed. The first speaker for this public hearing is Tina Benjamin. Ms. Benjamin, you may unmute and begin.
Thank you and good afternoon, council members. I am Tina Benjamin and I am here today testifying on behalf of County Executive Elridge in support of this appropriation, which is needed due to the severe impact of COVID-19 on Montgomery County's hospitality industry. Based on recommendations from the county's Hospitality, Culture, Recreation, and Entertainment Recovery Stabilization Work Group, the county executive is proposing the creation of the Tourism Stabilization Program, whose components will consist of a $5 million Tourism Anchor Institution Grant Program, and secondly, a $50,000 GBAC STAR Program, a cleaning, disinfection, and infectious disease prevention best practices accreditation program to be administered by our Conference and Visitors Bureau. The survival of the county's tourism anchor institutions is critical to our hospitality industry, and just as important, they're really critical to maintaining our wonderful quality of life. The proposed Tourism Anchor Institution grant program will provide needed financial support to tourist-oriented organizations with missions that focus on the arts, culture, agriculture, and recreation. It will be modeled after the Arts and Humanities COVID-19 Relief Fund in that all eligible applicants will be placed in bands according to the size of their operating budget prior to the pandemic, and grants will be made accordingly. The second component of this appropriation is a $50,000 grant to our Conference and Visitors Bureau to implement the GBAC STAR program. Given the reluctance of consumers to travel and to patronize tourist establishments, this program will help ensure that hospitality facilities are implementing the best possible health and safety precautions. On behalf of the County Executive, I respectfully request your support of this special appropriation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the Council may have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Benjamin. Our next speaker is Matthew Liber.
Councilmember Katz and members of the County Council, thank you for allowing me to speak today. At this point, I'm sure you remember who I am, but if not, I'm Matt Liber, the Executive Director of the Maryland Soccerplex. I'm here to speak in support of the Resolution 19-472, funding tourism stabilization. This pandemic has a negative effect on nearly all businesses, and the Soccerplex is no different. The Soccerplex is facing a multi-million-dollar operating loss for the year, and based on current conditions, we're forecasting additional losses through at least the second quarter of next year. The Soccerplex is not just a community asset where many of your children have and continue to play soccer, but we are also an anchor of tourism in the county. In a normal year, the Soccerplex welcomes approximately 1.1 million visitors to the facility. This equates to approximately a direct spend of economic impact of $32 million to the county. This means spending in hotels, restaurants, retail, transportation, and entertainment venues around the county. A recent report from the Sports Events and Tourism Association stated that in 2019, the youth sports tourism industry contributed $45.1 billion to the U.S. economy. As a comparison, the NFL contributes only $16 billion. Youth and amateur sports is broken down even further, that 12.5 is spent on transportation, 9.2 on lodging, 8.6 on food and beverage, 5.7 on entertainment, 5.1 on retail, and 3.9 billion on tournament operations. It's clear that venues like the Soccerplex are an important pillar of the county economy. It is in the county's best interest to ensure venues like us are supported and sustained before we can return to normal operations. It should also be noted that youth sports are typically seen as a recession-proof industry, and we did not see a drop during the financial crisis of 2018. In fact, youth and amateur sports were widely seen as a driving force in the recovery after the recession. This funding will allow us to get through the crisis and continue our dual roles, providing high-quality programming to our county residents, as well as economic driver for sports tourism in the county. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Mr. Liber. Our next speaker is Kelly Groff. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Council President and members of the County Council. I'm Kelly Groff, President and CEO of the Conference of Visitors Bureau of Montgomery County, operating under the marketing organization name Visit Montgomery. Thank you for your leadership during this very challenging time. I'm testifying today in support of Resolution 19-472. Visitors to Montgomery County spent $1.8 billion in our local economy before COVID-19. In 2019, Montgomery County welcomed 9.8 million visitors to the area, the most in Maryland. At the peak of this pandemic, unemployment in the hospitality and arts and entertainment sectors was 3 times that of any other industry sector, and this continues. The economic losses are enormous. A survey of 36 businesses in the hospitality sector showed that just within those 36 businesses, they had lost revenues of over $200 million. And over 10,000 arts and cultural events have been canceled. This program will assist some of our hallmark venues in the county. Sports and public event venues, live performance locations like concert halls and theaters are all significant drivers for visitation to the county. We're now entering the 10th month in which most of our event and performance venues have remained closed with zero revenues. These venues are of significant value to our community. We want to ensure when the time is appropriate that they will be here and be able to reopen so they can bring back their employees, welcome back local, regional, and national visitors and performers to restart a robust tourism and arts economy. I also request your support for the $50,000 appropriation for cleaning, disinfection, and infectious disease prevention best practices accreditation program that's going to help us prepare businesses for reopening to groups. This initiative will be done in partnership with the International Sanitary and Safety Association. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Monica Jeffries Hazangelis.
Good afternoon, Council President Katz and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I am Monica Jeffries Hazangelis, President and CEO of Strathmore. I'm proud to join our colleagues today in support of the special appropriation for the Tourism Anchor Institution Grant Program. We're so grateful for the Council's strong support of the arts and tourism communities. However, the challenges from the pandemic and continued closures of our venues are unprecedented and threaten the viability of some of the county's most valued institutions. For the first time in more than a decade, Strathmore ended its fiscal year 2020 with a deficit. We're projecting a 98% loss in standard ticket revenue in FY21, and we've gone from welcoming more than 250,000 visitors annually to fewer than just 200 indoors since March. With the recovery for our industry still out of view, Strathmore and many of its arts and tourism colleagues have significantly reduced staff, cut expenses, and sought emergency grants and funding. Some industry predictions anticipate it's going to be 2024 before we return to regular full capacity operations. Despite these challenges, though, we continue to fulfill our missions amid the pandemic. For its part, Strathmore has successfully mounted virtual versions of its 2nd and 5th grade student concerts and hosted thousands of residents and families during its recent month-long Monuments installation. The county's significant investments in the vibrancy of the arts and tourism sectors deserve to be protected. The arts and humanities sector in the county employs more than 4,200 residents and generates more than $76 million in local spending. It's vitally important that we receive funding support so that we can continue to serve our citizens and fuel the recovery and resiliency of Montgomery County in the months and years to come. I thank you for your leadership, your wonderful contributions, and hope that you'll support the recommended appropriation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Teresa Cameron.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's so nice to actually see some faces instead of just voices. Today, I'm here on behalf of the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra. I'm the Vice President at Strathmore, and we greatly appreciate joining with our arts and humanities and hospitality and tourism colleagues and testifying before you in support of this grant. 15 years ago, we're celebrating 15 years, we became the founding partner at the Music Center at Strathmore and is a key contributor to the cultural and economic vibrancy of Montgomery County, serving 45,000 DC Metro residents each year. While we are not currently performing to live audiences, we've had to pivot, creating new virtual opportunities available to all Maryland residents and beyond. We continue to work with MCPS to expand our outreach program, including OrcLab, which works with Title I schools to enhance the instrumental music curriculum and provides professional development to school music educators at no cost to participating schools and teachers. And for the first time, we will present our midweek concerts to all schools in Montgomery County free of charge. The arts, as you know, are economic drivers of Montgomery County and the United States. So the implications of a long-term shutdown could be very serious, as Monica's pointed out. The county's investment in its arts and tourism sectors deserves protection at this difficult time. The arts and humanities sector in the county, again, another stat I'll quote from Monica, employs more than 42 residents and generates more than $76 million in local spending. It's vitally important that the arts, humanities, hospitality, and tourism industries receive funding support at this time, allowing us to continue our work as we move through this very difficult time. And I want to thank you so much and thank the Arts and Humanities Council for all your support. It has greatly been appreciated, and Montgomery County is a model to the rest of the United States in what you're doing to help the arts, tourism, and hospitality industries. Thank you for your leadership again, and I hope you'll support this appropriation.
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. Our next speaker is Patrick O'Neill.
Good afternoon, Council President and esteemed members of the County Council.
My name is Patrick O'Neill. I'm an attorney at Lurch, Early and Brewer in Bethesda, but I'm here today in my role as president of the board for Imagination Stage. I speak on behalf of Imagination Stage and indeed theater venues everywhere that have been so tremendously afflicted by the economic fallout which has resulted from the COVID-19 pandemic. It is not hyperbole to say that Imagination Stage and our theater peers are in a battle for our very survival. At Imagination Stage, last spring we furloughed 40% of our staff. PPP and other government and private support allowed us to bring them back for just 3 short months. In this September, we had to lay off 11% of our associates, and we decimated our annual budget by 25%. To provide further numerical context, in a typical year, we offer professional theater and theater education programs to upwards of 100,000 children and family visitors from our community. From May 2019 through November 2019, just last year, Imagination Stage welcomed 12,000 visitors. For the same dates this year, we welcomed 0 visitors. It is very hard to run a business with little to no earned income. Currently, we anticipate only virtual classes through May of 2021, only virtual theater productions through May of 2021. We do not anticipate full-scale theater productions until the fall of 2021. Our doors are closed, our stages are dark, and our studios are empty. We hate the silence and miss the sounds of happy children that traditionally resonate throughout our theater arts center. We are forever grateful to the county, the state, and federal support, which have ensured that our business has survived to this point. Survival beyond the next 6 months, absent a swift reversal of the pandemic's course and a nationally available and embraced vaccine, is certainly not assured.
Mr. O'Neill, I'm sorry your time is up. Thank you so much for your testimony. Our next speaker is Stephanie Steele.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, President Katz and County Council members, for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Stephanie Steele, Vice President of Operations for the Fillmore Silver Spring and a Silver Spring resident since 2007. I opened the Fillmore on September 15, 2011 as its first general manager, and I'm speaking to you today as the only active employee of the Fillmore. I'm here to request that the Tourism Stabilization Grant Program expand eligibility requirements to allow qualified for-profit live entertainment venues access to emergency funding through this essential program. Here's why we feel the Fillmore should be eligible. The Fillmore operates from a county-owned facility and is a tenant of the Montgomery County government. In our first 9 years, the Fillmore hosted 2,200 events, attracting nearly 1.5 million visitors to the county, spending over $4 million advertising the county as a destination. In March 2020, we employed 356 people and provided the majority of workflow for many local vendors providing services such as security, catering, graphic design, instrument rentals, and so on. We are entirely self-funded from ticket sales with 0 revenue opportunity since March, and we continue to pay rent to the county government, who also requires us to remain closed. We've been ineligible for every emergency funding opportunity to date. The Fillmore is not a restaurant or a retail establishment, and all arts funding has been exclusive to nonprofit groups. This county worked very hard and invested heavily to bring the Fillmore into existence, and we reciprocate by employing hundreds of local residents, elevating local artists and organizations to a broader audience, and we contribute a lot in tax revenue along the way. The Fillmore Silver Spring is an economic engine for small businesses and a vital element in Montgomery County's arts and entertainment landscape. Support for tourism anchors in Montgomery County should not ignore one of the county's most visible and highly productive cultural investments. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. That wraps up the speakers for this public hearing.
Thank you. This public hearing is now closed. Gene Smith would like to tell us something. Where is Mr. Smith? There he is.
I'm right here, and thank you, Council President Katz. I just wanted to note, since this was
item did not go through the Fed committee, given the need for the council to look at it quickly. Council staff does note one minor technical amendment that wants to recommend one minor technical amendment to the council before approval. It won't have any impact on the funds of where they're going and on the operation and implementation of them. It just kind of deals with the oddities of appropriations and executive and council authorities. So the council can't reduce a previously approved appropriation, and the executive can't reduce funding from an appropriation without council approval. So although this appropriation implicitly implies that the executive is going to reduce spending in the Economic Development Fund, council staff recommends that an explicit statement in the action states the following: that the council approves the reduced spending of $5,050,000 in the Economic Development Fund as recommended by the executive on this appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Katz.
Thank you. Is there a motion? And I have a feeling it'll be just that way.
Yeah, well, I'd first like to move, I'd like to move with the staff recommendation of the technical amendment.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just had a question. Because this is coming to us.
Will you second it?
Oh, yes. I'll second the motion. I'm sorry, but I did just have a question about how we came about, and if somebody can just help me to understand. And look, I'm supportive of the funds. How we came about with the 40,000 visitor threshold. It just seems kind of, I don't know. It's a lot. So it certainly ties the hands of helping a lot of folks. And if it's just designed to only help big organizations, then that's perfectly fine. But I just want to understand if that's what our intent is, or if there was some reason as to why we decided to do 40,000 versus a 20,000 or 10,000 or whatever. And I don't know if Kelly can answer that, or if...
Yeah, I would suggest either Ms. Benjamin or Ms. Graf.
Kelly or Tina?
I can start. Can you hear me okay? We looked at the larger venues in the county and wanted to make sure that the ones that generate the larger number of visitors would be still on their feet when this was over. So it wasn't, it was just a number that was kind of used based on what the visitation is at most of the larger venues. Tina, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I do, Kelly. Thank you. And again, when you look at our larger institutions, I mean, they are bringing in hundreds of thousands of visitors. So we brought it down to 40,000, thinking that that would be a good threshold for some smaller organizations. But that's, that's up in the air. I mean, if we want to bring it down even further to help even smaller institutions, we can do that as well.
Well, I think because we heard, in the public hearing testimony about folks who are concerned that they're close to that threshold and then are prohibited from applying based on those recommendations. And it doesn't seem to be there's anything that's like just specific that says 40,000 is a threshold because of X. I don't know. And again, I don't want to just throw out a number because 40,000, I don't think was a number that was, based on anything in particular. But we did hear from folks saying 25 and 30 and, so I don't know. I'm just kind of, and I don't want to mess this up, but again, we are just doing this on the fly. If we had brought this to committee, I think it would have been where folks would have had a little bit more time to discuss this. So from that perspective, unfortunately, here we are. So I'm not sure if there's anything like that. And again, just being chair of Education and Culture Committee, because this does certainly impact arts and our arts community, did want to make sure that we had some flexibility that was put in like we had worked into our other fundamental programs that we stood up grant funding for organizations.
Well, I'm happy to accept as a friendly amendment if Ms. Benjamin and Ms. Graf are amenable to a number. I don't know if it's 30,000 you're recommending or 25,000 visitors. Is there a preference by the executive branch, or Ms. Benjamin, do you have a?
Yeah, I think if we're going to reduce it, we should reduce it to 25,000.
Okay, well, I'm happy to accept that as a friendly amendment, Mr. Rice.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson. Appreciate it, sir.
Right. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate you raising that. I just 2 quick points just for context that just so it's not lost on folks. This really came out of the hospitality, entertainment, recreation working group. This was really developed by them. I've been serving on all of those meetings. Councilmember Hucker has been participating in some of them as well. I know all of us are participating in different working groups that the executive branch has put together. This was one of several proposals that came before us, went to the county executive in late July. There have been repeated conversations that have been going on since then and throughout August and the fall. And this is where we landed on this particular piece. There still is an interest to look at some of the other proposals in that, which I would hope and personally would include organizations like the Fillmore, which we all recognize has a tremendous value. This was really focused on those that generate tourism and that broader value to the county and where we've invested and that are nonprofits. And that was, specifically what this particular area was, but it is not, like everything else that we've done, it doesn't cover everybody. It doesn't do everything. It's part of a broader tapestry. Obviously the clock is getting close to striking midnight. So we have a lot of work to do on repurposing some of the funds to make sure that we are doing everything that we can and we're deploying it as effectively as possible. But I just wanted to make sure that I shared that context with everybody. It wasn't lost on anybody, certainly hasn't been lost on the hospitality working group, but this really was a bottom-up proposal as opposed to a top-down proposal that came from the working group and the practitioners in the field to recognize the immediate needs here with these groups of folks, and then hopefully there'll be opportunities to do a few more to make sure that we're not leaving anybody behind.
I just had one more clarifying question for either Kelly or for Tina, which and excuse me, I should be saying Ms. Groff and Ms. Benjamin. I apologize. I know you're friendly, but we're in a formal setting. To both of you, when it comes to new organizations, like for example, a Topgolf, who certainly has the attraction for this current year, but wasn't open in those previous years, but is still financially impacted. What would you do for an organization like that?
So Councilman Rice, under the current resolution, Topgolf would not be eligible. They are a for-profit institution.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
But it raises an interesting point that if and when we do an additional effort that includes for-profits, that ought to be something that we consider. I think it's a really important and valuable point as those discussions continue.
Yeah, especially with all the new entertainment venues that we have in the county, it's going to be important for us to make sure we take a look at them as well. These are folks that have invested in areas that typically hadn't been invested in before. When I think about iFly and places like that are out there that went into areas that really weren't typically ones in which you'd see corporate investment like that, really taking a chance. And so I do think that we'll need to come back to that. But again, thank you for all the great work. Thank you for the hospitality, tourism work group and all the recommendations that they made. Many know that my background was in hospitality before coming into elected office. And so I think that it's a great job in terms of what you're doing. So thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Friedson. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. It's been moved by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Councilmember Rice. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Mr. President, I did have a comment just really quickly.
I'm sorry.
I'll
I see it. I apologize.
No, it's okay. In less than 30 seconds, just to reiterate Councilmember Rice's point, I do think we need to do something quickly for these other businesses that were not able to be covered by this particular legislation. I think we're all familiar with the impact of the Fillmore, particularly on Silver Spring, as it relates to tourism. If you look at the zip codes of the people coming to concerts there, it's very much not just Montgomery County residents. They're coming from the entire region. Topgolf is another really good example of, you've got people coming from Frederick, you've got people coming long distances for these facilities. So they every bit contribute to our overall tourism and economy as these incredible nonprofit organizations. So quickly in a phase 2, that's something I'd be very supportive of. And look forward to working with the committee, but want to thank you, Councilmember Friedson, and everybody else that worked on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to second or third that comment. Thank you to Councilmember Friedson for all his hard work on this. But we all know the virus affects nonprofits and for-profit businesses equally. They were both forced to close by the governor's executive order. And any jobs that we're able to save through these actions, the employee, I guarantee you, doesn't care whether they work for a nonprofit or a for-profit. They're going to be grateful, and it helps our whole economy. So I think we should do a second stage and open it up to for-profits. I'm grateful for the leadership on all these key anchor nonprofits, and I hope we can expand it. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion was made by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Councilmember Rice. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, because we haven't had enough changes to the agenda, I have another change to the agenda. I know you all are thankful. Dr. Gales and Dr. Stoddard, it is my understanding, are going to be here. I see Dr. Stoddard. I don't see Dr. Gales at this. Yes, I do. I see Dr. Gales. And they can be here, and we're going to have to keep people to the 5-minute rule. Not them, but us. And then Rich Manolino, who I forgot to mention earlier, is going to be here at 3. So we're going to try to jockey all this so they can be done by 4, and we can continue on. Dr. Gales, Dr. Stoddard, who would like to be the lead singer on this, please?
I don't think you want me to sing at all.
I was only kidding.
I'll just start briefly with some summary comments. Always a pleasure to be with you all. And in anticipation of tomorrow's holiday, I would like to say a happy Veterans Day to all those who have served previously and continue to serve, including my father. So happy Veterans Day, and thank you for your service. Just a couple of updates. From the conversation earlier, there are multiple jurisdictions who will be taking some action similar to what we are doing. And it has been referenced. The governor is having a press conference this afternoon at 5 o'clock. I do not know what he will be putting forward, but I know that the health officers from across the state have put in a request asking for there to be consideration for statewide guidance on closures, as well as some statewide action related to the increase in cases, similar to what a number of you all spoke about earlier this morning. When we look at the state numbers, the state totals are now, the test positivity is above 5% at 5.2. Cases are 19.8 per 100,000. 19 of the 24 jurisdictions in the state now have case rates greater than 10 per 100,000, including us at 17.3. And 7 jurisdictions actually have case rates greater than 20. Allegheny County actually has a case rate of 66 cases per 100,000 as of this morning. Our test positivity is at 4.5%. It has climbed from 2.7 earlier in the week. Our cases are 17.3 per 100,000, and our R0 is 1.48. We had previously seen some increases in our hospitalization rates and utilization. We actually had a meeting with the hospital leaders this morning, and as confirmed by our quantitative data as well as their qualitative report, hospital numbers are starting to increase, as well as the utilization of the emergency room for COVID-like illnesses. And what's also important anecdotally to report is that a number of the facilities actually mentioned that they're starting to see more young people, COVID patients come into the hospital as well. And so for those who think it's just strictly more severe for older people, that's just not completely accurate. We are continuing to work with our regional partners around all of these different issues. And just the last couple of things to highlight, I know that we talked about childcare facilities and testimonies from last week and schools. I did want to mention, we looked at our surveillance information and disease control information. We have completed, as of today,
412 investigations into childcare and school cases. Some of those were actually COVID cases, others were COVID-like illnesses, and we currently have 57 ongoing investigations in schools and childcare facilities and daycares related to COVID illnesses or COVID-like illnesses. We also have had reports in the last week of a number of concerns about outbreaks with sports activities. Over the weekend, we received word about a significant outbreak of cases involving ice hockey, youth ice hockey. Testing, we are continuing to work with our state colleagues around integrating rapid point of care testing into the county apparatus. We will continue to keep you posted on that. Since we last met, there also was a report, Pfizer released information suggesting that their vaccine candidate has 90% coverage and has had good results related to safety and side effects in their phase 3 trial. And as that moves forward, we will continue to keep you posted. And also, just the last thing I want to mention is, this is a reminder from the health perspective, public health guidance and economic diversity and revitalization are not exclusive items. We don't stand on the side and say, we put forward guidance to block economic growth and diversity. And we do work hand in hand, and we are hopeful that, yes, there will be more regional guidance, but at the end of the day, there will be state guidance and federal guidance, not only related to the public health platforms, but also around providing additional assistance to businesses and other entities who survive in this time. I will stop there and happy to answer any questions that you all may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Stoddard, please.
Yeah, I just have a few things I want to highlight. So in listening to the public hearing this morning on the executive order, Dr. Gales and I were exchanging some text, and we did hear, and I think you all recognize this after it, that there were a few opportunities that we heard this morning in the public testimony, and some that we've gotten from you all through direct communications around some youth sports and bowling and a few other things where Dr. Gales and I agree that we can do some, take a look at these through the letter of approval process, and we'll, we weren't necessarily looking to do a wholesale cancellation of an activity that maybe it was a 28-person or a 30-person activity. Those kinds of activities, we'll look at the letter of approval process and we'll try and offer some accommodations there where we think it can be done safely. And just like we've done in other settings, what we'll just do is if we say, okay, maybe it's above the 25 threshold, are there some offsets that we can include in through the planning process that will allow us to buy down that additional risk of having a few more people there? And so we will take to heart some of the thoughts that you all had about some of these opportunities that will struggle to get to that 25 threshold. And so we've already given that guidance to some of the organizations. You all certainly can help us in getting that message out there more, and we will work with our letter of approval team on that as well. I did want to touch on Dr. Gales and I will be doing so as you know, we've been meeting with the non-public schools, and we've moved that to a bi-weekly discussion that we have with them. And actually what we're going to do during what would normally be our off week this week, we're actually going to do a meeting with our business community, Dr. Gales and I specifically answering their questions about where we're at and what we're seeing. I know they've been meeting through the economic revitalization mission areas, and I know Councilmember Friedson, you've been actively involved in a lot of those conversations, as have many others. But Dr. Gales and I are making ourselves available to answer some of their questions and hear feedback from some of those various groups to make sure that we can, be providing them information, answering their questions, and just talking to them about where we're going. And so we're going to make that be a more regular thing as we have things, changes that are coming over the next several months. And we want to keep them ahead of it. We're going to try and make a more concerted effort to be meeting with them directly as opposed to just having, other county representatives meeting with them. So everything across the board continues work. We are continuing work on a few opportunities we've had to increase our stockpile of supplies. We continue to make those available. But, at this point, we feel very good about our PPE supplies and things continuing into the fall. We're continuing to work with our nursing homes and assisted living facilities to make sure that they are purchasing what they need to purchase. But as we have said consistently, we will be a backstop for those organizations. We will not allow them to operate under the austere conditions that they had to operate in the spring because no one had PPE, including us. We want them to be part of the solution, and we'll backfill what they can't get. But obviously, we are not going to allow them to operate in the manner that everyone had to operate in the spring, and so we'll be in a much better place than we were then. We're in, we're over 13 million masks at this point. I think before we started this pandemic, we were in the 30 to 40,000 range. So that just tells you how stark the difference is between where we're at today than where we were at, 8 months ago, I guess, at this point. So I'll stop there and happy to entertain any questions that you all have.
Thank you, Councilmember Rice. And we're going to go to the 5-minute rule, please.
Hopefully mine will be very quick. So Dr. Gales, Dr. Stoddard, we've seen the Eastern Shore and the outbreaks that existed to where they had to shut down schools, that they had, I think, maybe a 20% of students returning. MCPS just released their reopening plan, and I think it ginned up a lot of expectations that MCPS is on track to open schools soon. In light of what you're seeing that's happening across the state, across the nation, when it comes to spiking cases, is it realistic to expect that we will not be going back to schools based on the numbers and the trend line until next year?
Well, I think where the numbers stand currently, without even injecting any, guidance from us, the state parameters that they put out for reopening were based upon positivity rates below 5 and case rates below 15. And so just by definition of the guidance that the state put out, we would not meet that criteria. And quite frankly, the state itself doesn't meet the criteria overall in general. I suspect based upon the way our numbers are going that it's a good chance that our test positivity will be over 5% by the end of the week, based upon the current trajectory. And again, that would put us above those parameters. Now, we did have a conversation with the Department of Health yesterday to ask if they were going, would they provide closure guidelines or implement that? And we were told that it will continue to be up to the local jurisdiction. But again, based upon the data that they put out, we would not meet that criteria.
Now, how does that? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
Can I just real quickly add, because I know it's been discussed at certain points that the school system is not listening to Dr. Gales or to myself, and I want to disavow that premise. Frankly, the chart that they are utilizing in their presentation is modeled after the chart that Dr. Gales developed as guidance for them, and so they're very much taking and they have expertise that Dr. Gales and I do not have about the particular categories of schooling and what they're seeing from the results of their attempts to do remote education. And so obviously they've tweaked what was provided to them to make it make sense. But I think it's clear that if the trend line that we are currently on continues as it is, and we're hoping by the actions we took today that we're going to start to again flatten that curve. But if it were to continue in the upward trajectory that we fear it could, then I think I would be very surprised if you saw any really substantial in-school education. I do think, and I think that this is still true today, that they'll be considering particularly the special populations that they know are having really significant challenges in their education remotely, and we'll continue to look for opportunities to get them, a better experience, whether that's a combination of remote and in person or something like that. I still think they can and should be looking at those opportunities. But again, the scaling of how much you do is going to really depend on what our numbers do over the next, month or two.
Well, thank you for that. And I think that, again, it's indicative today, this council just a couple minutes ago passed additional funds for our education and equity hubs to deal with this particular situation, understanding that we may not get back to school anytime soon. Let me just ask, when it comes to our private independent parochial schools, now that we've achieved a very high risk, has there been any more guidance to them about whether or not they should remain with some of their hybrid in-person learning still, or should move towards all virtual?
Well, we had that conversation on Friday in our last session, and we basically, everything that I just mentioned in this call is what we talked about there and pointed to those other jurisdictions who did make the decision to close as points of reference in terms of that guidance. And again, similar to Dr. Stoddard mentioned, certainly I think there is going to be an effort to try to maintain programs as best as possible for those who need it the most. But again, going back to the guidance that has been put out, we have blown past those measures that were set forward to open for hybrid learning opportunities.
I'll just close with saying this. It's been very clear through the data that even though children may not actually have symptoms of COVID as severe as their adult counterparts, they have been seen to be able to spread the disease. And so therefore, from that perspective, regardless of whether students tend to be more resilient in terms of the negative effects of COVID, they are not immune to the ability to be able to spread that disease to others in their family, especially during this time in which folks are coming together. So thank you very much, Dr. Gales, Dr. Stoddard, for your continued work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Thank you. Dr. Gales, you had previously shared with us the state's vaccination distribution plan. And I think, if I understand the process, the county is supposed to provide some. Can you just talk to us about the process for distribution? What needs to happen over the next month or two?
Sure. So the first step was the CDC asked each state to submit a statewide plan, and the state had contacted the local jurisdictions to do a needs assessment and capacity assessment from everything from staffing, refrigeration, all of those kind of things. And we submitted that back to the state, who then submitted it to the CDC, who was not going to say, this is to grade the proposals, but to kind of, provide feedback and input. Now, in the meantime, because as you know, we're planning for a vaccine that we don't actually know about yet. We don't know what the specific candidate or candidates will be, particularly as it relates to how it will be administered, how it will be stored. Will it require multiple doses in order for true effectiveness? So what we're doing in the meantime is the priority distribution strategy has been put forth in terms of how groups are categorized. And so there's 4 priority groups. The first set of priority groups is dedicated to those with severe medical conditions, first line responders, healthcare workers. There's a subset of that. I think there's an age component to that too. And that spills over from 1A to 1B. And then the second phase, I believe, continues related to health conditions, frontline workers. I believe teachers are in that category. And then the third wave will be children. And then the fourth wave will be open to the general public, otherwise healthy folks. And so what we're doing in the meantime is, as we continue to find out more about the candidates, there's conversations related to, stockpiling of syringes and needles and things like that, that would be all of the ancillary support materials. We are continuing locally to look at places where we would need to store, because all the different vaccine candidates have different temperatures and types of places where they need to be stored. So we're doing that assessment. Actually, we were talking about that earlier today. And we're also looking, in addition to the local strategies, to look at venues where we could distribute that. We are talking with our colleagues across the National Capital Region to do to think about some regional distribution sites as well, to increase access points to make sure as many people as possible are covered.
Thank you.
If I may very quickly add to that, we have a lot of experience from the H1N1 process as well. I mean, it will be a bit different, but there are lessons learned that we can go back and look at our documentation for. The fortunate thing is, in the emergency preparedness world, and this is true of health emergencies or other things, we do a lot of after action planning, looking at what lessons we learned, and we record everything that we learned. And so we can go back and pull up the H1N1 experience where we had vaccination clinics across the state, across the country, to say, what lessons did we learn? And we've done that for, in preparation for what we may have to do here. And there are things that we can easily recall from H1N1 around, if you do a vaccination clinic in one area, people are going to come from all around the area to come to that site, just as they do our testing sites. And so coordinating them, as Dr. Gales has said, with our region, allow for one jurisdiction to not be disproportionately bearing the burden of the vaccination effort and taking up more doses from their local jurisdictional supply, and so there's a lot of coordination that has to go on. There are some things around supplies and equipment. There are some things around, it's not like we can take a librarian to give an injection in the same way that we can take a librarian to be helping at a testing site, right, where they can do part of the registration process. In the vaccination delivery, it really is heavily contingent upon medical personnel in a way that other testing locations or things like that have not been. And so, we learn lessons around H1N1 around using EMS providers to do vaccinations, around the kinds of contract nurses who can effectively do this kind of, vaccine delivery, as opposed to those who don't have as much experience giving injectable vaccines, things like that. And so there are a lot of lessons that we have learned from previous recent experiences that I think will help us and be in a better place. And Dr. Gale's teams are incorporating those into how we deliver this vaccine, or will deliver this vaccine.
Thank you. The Pfizer vaccine requires that super cold storage. Does the CDC provide that to us, or do we have to secure? Or can we secure our own facilities? Would that help? What's the implication of that requirement?
So a big part of it is, we're literally earlier today, the team is doing an assessment of freezer and storage space across the county, both in terms of volume and capacity, as well as the temperature settings that would be able to host it. We have been asked to not go out and purchase any additional equipment just yet until we have a little bit more specificity in terms of the vaccine candidate. But to your larger question, those types of things are being actively looked into as much as possible, again, without having a specific candidate in place.
Thank
Bottom
you.
line, people who are healthy adults, otherwise healthy adults, it's going to be a while.
It's going to be a while, yes.
It's going to be a while. Don't plan on this anytime soon. Okay.
Thank you.
Wear your mask. Wear your mask. That's
I did hear on the news this morning about the how cold it needs to be for the Pfizer product, that they're looking at dry ice as well, and how that would work. I mean, there's all sorts of interesting topics. Councilmember Albernaz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know we got a lot to get to. I'll stay under 5. Any updates on the waiver request with the states regarding childcare and the plans for the Plan B if we're not successful in the waiver request?
So no, there hasn't been any updated information from the state. However, there have been internal conversations that have been initiated, planning, an alternative plan. And so the hope is, I think that if we don't hear something by the end of the week, you should suspect that we will have engaged in future conversations.
I appreciate that. And then this is more of a trying to be on the optimistic side, right? I think all of us are just clamoring for something positive in the Pfizer news earlier this week, which I know still needs to be verified, and we still don't have a lot of details. But there's an air of depression and desperation that a lot of families are feeling right now with students in our school system. You can feel it. All of us are feeling it, especially those of us that have kids. And so we're all just we're doing the right thing in keeping everyone safe, but the long-term mental health impact of students who are being impacted by this is going to be written about for years. And there is a line, and none of us know where that line is in terms of crossing it, in terms of the other impacts of the virus. So from an optimistic standpoint, let's say Pfizer's vaccine does come through. Let's say it passes, FDA approval and all the other approvals that it needs, and we institute an aggressive plan to administer the vaccine here in Maryland. Let's say it hits the streets and is approved, best case scenario before the end of the year, and is out for mass use at the beginning of next year. Just from a medical and efficacy standpoint, Dr. Gales, what percentage of the population, generally speaking, would need to have had access to the vaccine for you to feel comfortable in providing a recommendation that students can get back to school? We can move from phase 2 to phase 1 or phase 3 to phase 2. Like, what's the window? Because there are a lot of families that are just very worried that their students aren't going to go back at all the entire year. And that's a very understandable concern, and frankly, a real one if the numbers don't go down. So, what would that threshold be if the vaccine's available before we could start to turn back and start opening again?
Well, that's an excellent question that I don't have a definitive answer to. But what I would say is this, is that, vaccines are coming. We're excited about it, and hopefully they will be here sooner than later. And I think when we do that, certainly we would love to see as great of a population as we can get covered. Particularly with the way the prioritization has been set up, is those who are most vulnerable, who we are most concerned about having an adverse or severe complicated course with COVID, would get the vaccine first. And so if we can get those folks protected, then that gives a little bit more a sense of confidence in terms of being able to protect them and keep them safe. Now, that said, us getting to a point where we can get kids back into school in some capacity and have those activities return isn't entirely dependent upon the vaccine. It also is significantly dependent upon our ability to adhere to the evidence-based guidance we have in place already in terms of face coverings, minimizing contact with folks, in some ways, probably minimizing our interactions around holidays upcoming. Because then, if we can tighten things up in that way, we can get the numbers going back down that, again, isn't reliant upon or doesn't require us to wait until the vaccine comes out. So I'm hopeful and optimistic that with restrictions such as those that we put in, potentially those that may be implemented at a state level or regional level, will allow that curve to turn the curve back around to get those numbers down so that we can move forward with some of those recommendations.
Final point. Go ahead, Dr. Stoddard.
I was going to just add to this point. The other thing that we also know that is coming that will help us a lot in having some options is rapid testing. And so we've been talking about that, and that is probably just as around the corner as some of the vaccines are. And so hopefully early in next year, we'll be able to have a combination of some vaccine and some rapid testing that may be able to give us some options that we do not currently have today in terms of opening things up, particularly in our school settings. And so in the interest of being hopeful, as you've suggested, there are some other things, other tools that are coming down the pike that will give us some additional options that potentially could allow us to open things up, particularly certain settings or key settings that we've defined as community priorities a little sooner.
Final point in my 45 seconds that are left. We're all hoping that the other corresponding jurisdictions follow our lead with what we did earlier today. But if they don't, then I think that, obviously we'll have to revisit this, strategy as a whole. But I think we should also potentially recommend that people that do go to those weddings or those other events or programs that are restricted here, that they should quarantine when they come back. Because, if we're not able to restrict what other jurisdictions are doing, New York is doing this with other states in partnership with New Jersey and Connecticut. I think we may have to explore something like that here if other parts of our region don't follow our lead. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vice President Hucker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just shifting a little bit to a related topic, very much on my mind is the challenge to the ACA before the Supreme Court today. Obviously, if they strike it down, it's disastrous for the whole country, but thousands of people in Maryland would lose their coverage, and the rest of us, we're lucky enough to have coverage, probably would have higher hospital costs and higher premiums. It was reported yesterday the state could lose $4 billion in federal funding. And germane to this, 148,000 Marylanders now have a new pre-existing condition due to COVID. So I don't expect you to have a contingency plan today, but I'm sure it's on your mind. I would just suggest, Mr. President and Mr. Chairman, we have a full council briefing sometime, in the next month or so. And I would ask, maybe we could have our central staff look into what COG and MACO and NACO and NCSL are doing on this, so we can be coordinated with our regional partners and the state as far as amicus briefs and other contingency planning. And it would be smart, I think, to make sure the Office of County Attorney and OIR are involved as well. So I'm just flagging that. I don't know if you have anything to respond, but
sorry, go ahead.
I can tell you that we've been looking at it endlessly because it directly impacts our, services for the uninsured program. So we've been looking at it for the last 6 months, recognizing that could be struck down and how we might have to tinker that program, because a lot of our energy and efforts there has been based upon getting people into programs that they're eligible for, both from a Medicaid perspective as well as a qualified health plan perspective. And so we haven't necessarily looked at it strictly related to COVID, but we have been discussing it related to the Montgomery CARES programs and all those other services.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I think this is going to take, it's going to take a massive undertaking to do the planning. I see Dr. Propel and Dr. Pauly. I don't know if he has any comments, but certainly I will say, from having monitored the traffic this morning, some of the arguments before the court today are a little bit more hopeful than I think I thought that they would be, frankly. Some of the justices have recognized the severability of the mandate potentially, which, would make it make things a bit better. And so, not to say that we should operate under a system of optimism. We have to, hope for the best, prepare for the worst. And I think that's exactly what we've been doing.
And Mr. President, we do have a committee session on the ACA before the HHS committee. And we'll make sure all of our colleagues get an invitation to that session to discuss this.
Thank you. And I was going to point out to Vice President Hucker, in 20-some days, the person you might be checking with to schedule this is a fellow by the name of Hucker. So anyhow, just mentioning. Councilmember Navarro, please.
Yes. Well, here we are. I think we've been sort of discussing that we were going to have to get to this point. So just very two brief questions. One, could you talk a little bit about what today was announced? And I know I received a push notification from the state of Maryland regarding contact tracing. And there's been a press release regarding that. And so obviously I saw it and I needed to double, triple check, because you never know when you receive these kinds of requests, but it would be good for our constituents and everybody to know what that is all about. And then secondly, I guess connected to that and to the conversation that we're having and the executive order we approved, just how are we shifting in terms of communication strategy? Again, I think that we can all agree that we are entering a different stage now, and perhaps we just kind of need to remind everyone as to why it is that we're entering into this new phase. And how are we then updating or adapting in terms of our communication strategy?
Sure. Well, the first question that you referenced, and I actually had it on my notes and didn't go, it was item number 3, and I skipped over it, it is the state contact tracing app that DC launched. It's similar to what DC launched a couple of weeks ago, and I know a number of other states. And the goal is to basically use that information to ping the system if you've come into contact with someone recently who tests positive. And so it's a lot more complicated than that, more details, but ultimately it is the contact tracing app where you can use your phone to ping and say, oh, I got a notification, Earl tested positive, and I happened to be next to Earl yesterday, and the phone information will light up and ping to say, based upon algorithms, you need to get tested and follow up with your local health department for an interview or follow-up. And what we can do is, I know that they've sent a series of press-related information out. We can share that with you all as well. I think it was sent to the PIO maybe yesterday, late afternoon. And I would imagine that given the timing, the governor will likely mention it this afternoon in his press conference. And as related to the communication strategy, I can just, Dr. Stoddard can also weigh in. I know that the PIO has been working with, I think we're set to meet with Councilmember Glass to follow up from the meeting on Thursday related to some of the comments that he had mentioned in terms of creating a daily message of sorts to remind people, as opposed to, the hearsay that numbers going up, but figuring out a succinct way that whether it's a tweet on the county site or just a blurb every day to kind of give people a point of reference in terms of how we're doing.
I would just
that would be wonderful. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt, Councilmember. I was just going to add that we're really transitioning, and this is going to sound super negative, but away from the reopening mantra, because I think we recognize that reopening is essentially paused for right now, is for better or for worse. Well, definitely for the worse, to be clear. but that we've got to transition sort of our messaging back into a greater focus on the interventions that we all can make. The Mask Up campaign, we've had a ton of multilingual posters put together. We're going to make sure that we're deploying those around the county. We're working on some additional signage for our businesses, particularly around like the contact tracing requirement that was added today for our restaurants. We're going to add that. We're going to add that to add some signage for that. And so we are definitely going to increase the communications that you see, particularly focusing in on communities that we know have been greatly adversely affected, but also shifting the message more towards not a little bit away from reopening and more towards the personal interventions that we can all make to be safer. And so we're having conversations this week about how exactly to transition and how to build it up. And so if you have feedback, certainly do share it with us. And I mean, you have shared it with us, to be clear, but if there are additional feedback on how we can proceed with the communications front, we're absolutely interested in hearing it.
I appreciate that. I think that Councilmember Glass's expertise and recommendation is on point to the extent that we can, have that kind of very targeted messaging, maybe on a daily basis. It's very helpful. Because I can tell you from experience, even as I deal with my young adult daughters, that shifting the message and making sure that everybody understands what we're entering now goes to that issue of the fatigue piece, where people kind of felt like, hey, we've done all the great things. Now we can kind of go, relax a little bit. And it's kind of like, sorry, but no, because now we're entering this new phase. Making that psychological shift, I think it's going to be really important, but at the same time, very difficult. So to the extent that our PIOs, who are the experts, can begin to craft and tailor that message, we'll be happy to amplify that as much as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
While we were not necessarily optimistic about the governor's message from last week, he at least started talking in terms that were more consistent with there being a real change in our condition, which obviously one of the biggest challenges that we face in the communication side is when there's inconsistency between the message the state is putting out and the message the county is putting out. And so at least we're starting to seeing that transition in his assessment of the situation. And so hopefully with today's press conference, as Dr. Gale said, we don't know exactly what's going to be said. We've gotten some rumors, and the rumors are actually are more like the governor from April, but we're hopeful that at least, if nothing else today, he's continues to be aggressive about the language, so that helps us in our messaging as well.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President Hucker. Did you have another item?
Just quickly, and thank you for your text, Dr. Stoddard. I mentioned the big box stores earlier. It was just confirmed, I guess I had bad information earlier, that you're allowed to issue civil citations to any retail establishment or any restaurant, right? Have we issued any for any of the large grocers or big box stores?
I'd have to go and look. I don't believe so, but I think it's really important to understand that I think what we're suffering from is the big box stores and grocers were largely viewed as essential businesses. And I know you've talked a lot about what essential means and how, if you're a business owner, your business is essential to you. And I think that definitely is true. But I think that the legacy of that experience is what's framing their action or inaction in this case. And so while you were making those comments earlier today, Dr. Gales and Ms. Kinch and I were exchanging texts and discussing how we get out messaging and or potentially more strong, or maybe a help order or something along those lines to make the more clear point that they are not exempt from the rules in the way that they felt like they were earlier on in April as an essential business. And so I can get you I don't know if Dr. Gales knows off the top of it. I don't think we've issued a citation, but I don't want to say that we haven't. And we can find out, and we're going to push that issue this week.
We had some citations early on related to safety precautions for their employees and things like that, but none, as best as I can recall, in the recent history.
I just if I can just follow up briefly, I think there's there's the perception and the reality. Perception, I've heard from a lot of, smaller restaurants, et cetera, who are willing to do their part. They're under great pressure. They're having a hard time paying their rent, et cetera. We're imposing more restrictions on them today. And they feel, right or wrong, that they don't see those kind of restrictions on large retail stores, which are all, of course, national chains and very profitable. And then two, you're right. I think they are essential. Maybe not every trip to Home Depot is for a, broken water heater or something. There's a lot of just shopping too. But they are essential. They're going to stay open. That to me doesn't mean they shouldn't be following best practices, right? Including wiping down carts and masking and distancing and the rest. And I don't see that very much at all. And I do see it at, a couple of responsible grocers that I mentioned earlier. So I think your education campaign to them, I think would go over well, both from a public health point of view and from a parity and fairness point of view.
We concur.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Reamer, was your comment on this or on some other topic?
Another topic.
Okay, I thought so, but I wanted to double check. Okay. And with that, we are going to ask Mr. Madaleno, who is back, I believe. I see his name. Rich, are you there?
I believe he had to step away from the computer for a moment to take a call.
Okay. Well, is there someone else who's going to start leading on what Mr. Madaleno was going to discuss?
So this is Raymond, Dr. Kroll. I'm here.
Raymond, how are you? We know who you are. How are you?
Good. Okay, there it is. Okay, so I can now start my video. Okay, so good afternoon. I'll step in just because it is not when it's still any of Rich's thunder, and if he comes back, I will yield the floor to him graciously. But I know that the two programs, the two resolutions and spending on the two resolutions that he wants to talk about are both HHS resolutions. So I've got with me Barbara Andrews and Jennifer Arnaz, who will talk about the details around the expenditures. But two things that we wanted to share. First was the early child care, the Early Care and Education Initiative Recovery Fund, the $10 million that Council appropriated for early child care. I've forgotten the date. It's been several months ago now. And to tell you the good news story around this is that all the funding has been fully appropriated, and an additional $260-some thousand of programs were also awarded for this program under the ECEI NDA. So I'll leave the details to Barbara on that one. And then the second one is that the more recent one is the school-age child care during distance learning initiative that was to which $7.6 million was appropriated to do a couple of things: the school-age child care subsidies to families who are looking for child care during the school days, and a grants program to providers, to child care providers to extend their services out. And I think there's some summary information that you undoubtedly have, but I will ask Barbara to take over and talk a little bit about the programs if she's on. You there,
yes,
Barbara?
I am.
Okay.
Yes, my name is not Andrew Bossi. It is Barbara Andrews. I don't know why it does that. I'm Barbara Andrews. I'm the administrator for Early Childhood Services in HHS. And we are very pleased to say that the Early Care and Education Recovery Grant was fully expended, and all of the funds went to child care programs through the grant. There were some other support services that we purchased, but we used the ECEI NDA funds for that so that all of the $10 million could go to the child care program. We did have a consultant group that reviewed all of the applications, which was very beneficial. And we had two organizations that are continuing to support the child care community. And in a moment, Jennifer Arnaz will talk about the details of that. I did want to mention that Jennifer Arnaz and team members from Early Childhood Services and HHS And Richard Nemhard and team members from the Chief's Office and Children, Youth, and Families worked tirelessly with DTS to make this grant happen and the second grant happen. It required getting the grant developed and ready and up. It required a lot of one-on-one support so that the child care programs did not have difficulty accessing the grants, and a lot of tracking and data. But most importantly, we really wanted to make sure that the grant process was straightforward and easy to access, while being sure that we got the financials that we needed to have to give out grants, and while being sure that the priorities of the appropriation and the grant process were met. They have done just above and beyond work on this. We wanted to talk about what the two organizations that we've contracted with are, what kind of support they're providing for the early childhood world. So I'll let Jennifer Arnaiz take that detail.
Thank you, Barbara. So for some reason, my video is not working, but so my name is Jennifer Arnaiz, and I'm a manager within Early Childhood Services. Okay, I think it's working now. All right. So good afternoon. Yes, our program, we work tirelessly to be able to get the two grants out to the child care community. First, with the Early Care and Education Child Care Relief Grant, we had hired nonprofit Montgomery and the Maryland Women's Business Center to provide support to our child care community in two phases. The first phase was with the application piece. Over the 3-week period that the application was released, we delivered over almost 30 different webinars and explaining how to collect the documentation, how to walk through the application process, as well as answer one-on-one questions that providers may have. We also provided over 300 hours of technical assistance to almost every applicant to apply for the grant. The second phase of that support came to the awardees. So after August, when the awards were issued to the grant recipients, both vendors were able to provide, again, one-on-one support, a lot of record keeping, business practices, and really help the small providers, the family child care providers and the small centers, with some fiscal guidance and how to collect the information, how to spend the dollars, as well as how to record how the dollars were spent. So that, at this point, over the 2 months, we have done close to 200 hours of technical assistance again, in addition to webinars to support the providers with good business practices. So we're really excited. That support will continue through the end of this fiscal year. In addition to the focus of the grant, it's also helping those programs to find ways to sustain themselves during this health pandemic. With regards to the school age grant, two different parts there again. The first supports were to the child care programs that were applying to the grant that were located in public schools. We did provide some support there. The real focus was getting out to the community and helping to spread the word about the school age subsidy voucher program for families to take advantage of to help offset full day care during virtual learning time. We presented on radio stations, we presented to the child care community, we did webinars, we presented in English and in Spanish. We did outreach into the community, putting out, again, information step by step, what families need to know to apply, what documents they needed to make it as easy as possible, and so that the provider could share the information with their families and help them through that process. In addition to that, we also did outreach to our child care providers that had families that were receiving the subsidy voucher for school age care by helping them walk through the invoicing. That for many of the smaller programs, it was a challenge to get through the invoicing process. It's different to work with a county government, and this is outside of WPA or Child Care Scholarship. So we gave them strategies, tips, really step-by-step instructions on how to apply for those, their invoicing for those funds. So I'm really excited because we're able to tap into multiple languages for both of these scholarships. We did English, Spanish, French, and Amharic. We reached out and made connections and strong relationships with partners in the community. Our providers, as I said, for the ECEI Child Care Recovery Grant was fully expended. The school age grants are on a rolling basis, and we do foresee that to be utilized.
Can I interrupt just for 1 second? And we really want the detail, but I don't know that we can get into that much detail. Rich, what kind of time frame are you under? You're on mute.
I'm so sorry. The time frame, I'm yours for as long as you want, up to 4 o'clock.
Up to 4 o'clock. Okay. So I don't know how much you want to cover here, but if we get into absolute detail, then I'm concerned. So go ahead.
Well, we've completed what we were going to update on. So you've got the detail we were going to give you today, unless you want more.
Well, we ultimately will, but not for today. Right? So please go ahead, crowd, Rich, whoever, please.
So I'll turn this back over to Rich, but before I do, just wanted to note that on the school-age child care during distance learning, I think a couple of things. One, we launched this program on October 5th, so it's been just a shade over 4 weeks. So the numbers reflect a start of the program that's relatively recent. So and we've launched it obviously in the face of growing numbers in COVID and increases in the COVID issues, levels of COVID. So there's a question about the degree to which families are comfortable bringing their children back into childcare during the school day now. That is we're trying to understand it, to assess, to see whether or not this is going to be a drag on getting more families into school-age childcare, or whether or not it's just a temporary blip, and we'll get the numbers out. So I cannot reliably tell you that we will spend all of this funding between now and the end of the year, but we will be tracking it to monitor and to see if there's some ways we can accelerate the spending on this to get the money into the hands of the families that need it.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you. I was trying to also figure out where we were on the agenda. So pardon me if I just want to make sure I know where we are. So so the presentation that we were just receiving from Mr. Nice, which was really very useful. So I assume that is the item on the school age childcare during distance learning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And so that was an appropriation of $7,687,000. I believe our packet said that $6,581,707 is what's still unspent. So I guess what I'm trying to make sure that I understand is so far, and I guess we can get a memo because we don't have a lot of time today, but I would like to know in terms of the efforts that were just described, and I heard Dr. Kroll said that, of course, this just started in October. How many providers have applied, roughly, if we have any data on the geographic location of those providers, and then also how are we connecting with some of, I'm sorry? Oh.
I'm sorry, Nancy, it was my computer.
Okay. I was like, 3:30? Okay. No, also, how are we connecting with some of the other efforts that we have in place, specifically, the equity hubs and things like that, where we're trying to also rely on childcare providers. I just, would love to know, as you are rolling this out, making sure that we're also having those, proactive conversations to take advantage as much as possible of the resources that we are putting out there, and match that with the additional relief efforts and the kinds of, opportunities we're trying to identify for a lot of our, families and our young people. So again, obviously, because it is so new, I know that you may not have a lot of information that you can share right away, but I would just like to be updated on those kinds of results. I also want to make sure that you're working with the efforts of our initiatives like Nuestra Salud y Bienestar, as well as the African American Health Program, because they're doing such amazing grassroots efforts. And so in terms of reaching the families, the same families that may be accessing whatever food or need testing, et cetera, we can then take advantage of that and make sure that they're aware of these kinds of efforts as well. So just wanted to share that, and I want to thank you for everything that you're doing, because a lot of this is in a way kind of new. We're kind of creating all of these efforts, and I know that is, it's tough to be able to kind of like stand that up. But I know everybody is just working really hard to be as creative and as nimble and as flexible as possible. So thank you.
So we will send you a memo, and thank you for the support of the team. I think they have worked incredibly hard to get this up and running, and to do this one and several other initiatives. And some of the folks that Barbara named in the background have been working across multiple of these initiatives as they come out. So they are due some acknowledgement and some rest whenever we come up for air in this.
Thank you, Councilmember Friedson.
Thank you. Appreciate the fact that we're doing these hearings. I think it's really helpful. I just wanted to ask a question about the appropriation that we have and the decisions that we had back in June. The original proposal that was before us, the idea was to have a first tranche. That first tranche has turned into the only tranche. We're now figuring out how to expense it back, largely due to the fact that the FEMA reimbursements have been so delayed. And we've talked about that a lot. I'm not going to go into further detail about it. But the original rationale behind the $80 million appropriation, at least unless I'm mistaken, 49 million of that was intended to go towards previously allocated appropriations that we had already undertaken for the initial grant programs that we had already moved forward with. The remaining funds, the balance of the funds, was intended to go towards providing the administration with flexibility to be able to respond to the crisis that we were in and provide the regular reporting. And I'm just curious, based on that and where we currently stand, specifically what of that, because there were a lot of different things that were seen as potential available resources that were going to be needed by the executive branch to have that flexibility, something that the executive branch felt very strongly about. The executive staff and council staff, actually, a suggestion that I had made, got together to figure out what would be appropriate to include in this and what should come back to the council independently. And I'm just curious, of that specifically, what do you think will be used in that additional appropriation that you have and the authority that you have aside from differential pay? So in the initial, I'm sensing from Mr. Madalena the confusion of the long lead in here. So we appropriated this funding. We provided wide flexibility for the funding to provide a lot of operational needs to meet the crisis. One of those needs was for differential pay, which at the time was intended for the first 6 pay periods. In fact, in the initial packet, it was noted that the $21 million that was expected at the point that we appropriated that, the understanding was that there was going to be a decision made what to do after the initial 6 pay periods. The balance of what was already appropriated as part of this fund was intended for a myriad of other operational needs to meet the crisis. And I'm just wondering, based on the fact that there was not a renegotiation of the differential pay, that we are now have exceeded $60 million in those expenses to date. Now, we may be reimbursed for some of them, and we hope that will cover the bulk of it. But in the absence of that, what currently has been spent out of this fund or is expected to be spent out of these funds that the council provided authority for you to do, which was supposed to be to give you the authority over the course of the summer and heading into the fall.
Yes, and on the looking in our chart, we have because of so you allocated the 80, 59. We 39 million was. Now you got, because you now have me rethinking my math all the time in my head. 29 million was shifted to other expenditures. So we backfilled where you had made immediate special appropriations using general fund reserves. We backfilled them, the biggest piece being the PHEG program. So we have backfilled some of it. So like a journal entry, we've moved it from the CRF to our bank account to cover expenditures we made. When we had that discussion in June, we were anticipating far larger expenses in testing and in contact tracing. We have been fortunate that the state has taken on the bulk of the contact tracing expenses. And then testing, of course, we know what happened with the testing program that we had up and running for several months during the summer, and were again never, as we've discussed before, have never received any bill for, any invoice for. So. We are in a situation where from that June time frame, some of what we thought would transpire during the summer and the expenses that would come up, especially due to testing and contact tracing, have not materialized. However, we are obviously over the last several weeks, we have been testing out of our own expense. So we are and will be booking those expenditures to the CRF.
Yeah, so because based on my read, $11.94 million, $11.941 million has been spent, according to your spreadsheets, out of this. That excludes the money that has already been appropriated. Right. Of that, 7.8 million is the money that's dedicated towards the local match for FEMA, based on the notes that you have in the spreadsheet that you've provided, which reflects the 25% of the $31.1 million request that's already been put in. That means that only $4.141 million of the money that we appropriated back in June has been spent for anything other than differential pay to date. Now, I understand the premise behind needing to get FEMA reimbursement first before you charge it to the CARES Act account, because once you charge it to the CARES Act account, it's gone. At least presumably that's the decision that's being made here. But it raises serious concerns to me, because we haven't had any FEMA reimbursement responses on so much of this money, that we have tens of millions of dollars that are still in question. And so when do we expect specifically to get the clarity on that, to be able to determine how all of this money is going to be spent once we net out the FEMA reimbursement, and what implications does that have on the broader budget?
We are working on the answers to that question. I'm not trying to dodge you, Councilmember Friedson. We are working on that literally later today as the next step towards being able to provide you with those answers as quickly as we can. Part of it is also going through like the next round of FEMA submissions, which from the morning, if you remember, was the discussion about the non-DGS operating expenses that we've had, the other the other purchases that we made that are FEMA eligible for the non-Department of General Services departments. There are personnel expenditures that are eligible for FEMA reimbursement that are not tied to the pay differential. And then there is, our goal is to submit the pay differential associated with the police department and the fire department as all of our next large submission. And then when we do that, we will also then book a quarter of that to the CRF.
I'll yield back. I just want to point out, until and unless we have that information, everything else that we do here is really without the context needed to make any meaningful decision on where the fiscal picture is with respect to FEMA and CARES Act funding and all of these appropriations. And so I would hope that we get that next Tuesday and that we can make the decisions immediately according to the information that we receive so that we can move forward before the December 30th deadline. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Madaleno, we have 18 minutes under your own time frame. Is there anything else or what in addition did you want to add for today, please?
No, I just wanted to point out, you have asked for the weekly updates by Thursday. Once again, we had that. We have the various breakdowns of the expenditures by the special appropriations. We've already had the conversation around FEMA, and I do have to say it's been a great effort across many departments to get this up and running and in. And we very quickly have assembled a large amount of money to ask for FEMA reimbursement. I think the best thing for me to do is to answer your questions. We are, Councilmember Katz, I believe you were the lead sponsor of the common ownership communities number, and we will be making a recommendation to all of you about the use of that money because it has not been requested as you may have anticipated through the many efforts that the department made, and the department in conjunction with its fiscal agent, the Latino Economic Development Corporation, contacting 3 notices have been sent to all eligible applicants. We opened the grant window on October 16th. It went for several weeks. Unfortunately, or fortunately, there hasn't been the demand for this money for a variety of reasons. That maybe with the anticipation when that was passed, it has not played out as we thought. Only 8 applications were received that were eligible for funding, and that amount of funding will not exceed $90,000. So we will be coming back to you with a recommendation about what to do with that remaining money.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, we're going to move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next item that we have, let me just text away here, is item number 12, which is call of bills for final reading. Bill 3520 is the Human Rights and Civil Liberties Fair Criminal Record Screening Standards Amendments. The Public Safety and HHS Committee had a joint committee, and we recommended enactment with amendments. Council Member Albornoz, did you want to comment on it from the HHS side? We'll ask Ms. Wellens to also comment on it. And of course, Councilmember Juanda was the lead sponsor. You want to lead it off?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. This was a very robust and important and productive discussion. I want to thank Councilmember Juanda for his leadership on this bill, and I know his team worked hard in conducting a lot of due diligence. I also want to thank Ms. Wellens for doing a great job shepherding us through not just obviously the committee discussion, but the proposal of the bill to begin with. The background on this is an extension and an expansion of the bill that was passed by the previous council to ban the box, to ensure that so many of our residents here in Montgomery County who may have made a mistake at some point in their life have the opportunity to turn their lives around. And we know that this is critically important from a social safety net standpoint, and something that is important and in our DNA in Montgomery County to allow people to have a second chance. There were some amendments and some additional information that we had requested through the committee process. So Ms. Wellens, in a second, I will ask you to walk us through the packet and then obviously turn it back to you, Mr. Council President, to formally go through the formalities of questions and proposals. But before I do that, Councilmember Jawando, as the lead on this bill, if you wouldn't mind saying a few words, that would be great.
Thank you, Councilmember Albornoz, and thank you to the Joint Committee for the approval. And we had a good session. I think this was one of the days I was with you guys for 2 or 3 days in a row with different bills. This is as you said, I'll be very brief. One of my heroes is Brian Stevenson, who runs the Equal Justice Initiative, and we partnered with his organization with the Reconciliation and Remembrance Commission to collect soil for those who have been lynched and other very significant and very difficult issues that have happened here in the county related to race. But, he got started doing work representing people who have been falsely accused on death row, or people who had been accused, and just trying to help them with their cases. And he has a quote that I think is at the essence of this bill, where he says, each of us is more than the worst thing we've ever done. And that's really a important statement. I think it's at the ethos of this bill, of who we are in Montgomery County. We know that was why this was passed years ago, to try to give people an opportunity. We know employment and housing and health care, all the things that are important to everyone are especially important if you're formerly incarcerated, when you're coming out in a vulnerable situation. And so this bill, Ms. Wellens will run through it. It makes sure we cover all employers. I have some amendments to make sure that we do to cover both part-time and full-time. It makes sure that one or more employees is covered. But I just think overall, and we'll go through the details, it's really important. I was at a session earlier this year, as I've described, or last year, I guess now, at our jail with a group of folks, returning citizens, folks who were incarcerated currently, and employers, just talking about how much of a challenge this is. And the biggest thing is just trying to get that job, and how much of a leg up that is when you get an opportunity, and removing those barriers. And this was raised as a significant issue of having to feel being pressured, or being asked, or having to disclose this mistake, and just then never getting that call back. And so this will push the time back to when a conditional offer is given, so you at least have a chance to put your best foot forward. And that's so important, especially now, as we deal with COVID. Our formerly incarcerated individuals were already low income, most of them making $20,000 a year or less prior to being incarcerated. But when they come out, that drops significantly. And I think it's important to note, this is particularly impactful for our Black residents and our residents of color. The unemployment rate, for example, for Black women who exit prison is 43%. Just think about that for a second. And so I think we need to do all that we can to give them a leg up. So I'm really excited. I really appreciate the support to update this, and look forward to discussing the details. But thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wellens, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Wellens.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say two things really quick. Okay. There were 3 points, and Ms. Wellens will stress them, or I asked her to stress them in her description, that there was not disagreement, but there was a need for further information. Once again, we are asking the Office of Human Rights to expand the scope of their work. And in this case, because we want to make sure that this, like so many other bills, but in particular this one, is set up for success from day one, and that we educate employers on the background of this bill and the context, so that there isn't any misinformation. And Mr. Stowe did come back to us at the Joint Committee's request with a dollar figure of approximately $75,000, which is their recommendation to enact a communication strategy to ensure that we educate our employers. And second, there was questions with regards to the exemption of second-degree assault being considered at all by employees for employment, with the explanation, understandably, that a number of cases are lumped into second-degree assault, and this would have only exempted in the cases of one offense of misdemeanor second-degree assault. But it was brought to the Joint Committee's attention that oftentimes domestic violence cases are disproportionately a percentage of second-degree misdemeanor assault because that's all that can be proven. And so we had asked for further clarification from council staff on that issue for purposes of our colleagues to be able to hear and then decide whether or not we support the exemption of second degree for consideration at all under one offense. So with that, Ms. Wellens, I'll turn it over to you to kind of walk us through the overall components of those bills, but if you could also further stress or articulate those components that I just mentioned, because those were the only points that there was some additional questions by the joint committees. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair Albornoz, and thank you, council members. Good afternoon. So this bill, as has been explained, of course, is an expansion of the county's 2014 Ban the Box in Employment law. And this bill would do three main things to kind of expand the scope of the law. One, it would change the definition of an employer who is subject to the Ban the Box requirements. As Councilmember Jawando said, it would apply to one or two employers that have one or more full-time employee. And that is a change from the current law, which says that the employer is subject to this law if they have 15 or more full-time employees. The second thing the bill would do would be to delay any inquiries regarding someone's criminal background until a conditional offer of employment has been made to that person. That is a change from the current law, which states that inquiries into criminal background could be made after the completion of a first interview of a job applicant. And lastly, the bill would identify certain types of convictions that, and also certain types of arrests that would not be inquired into by an employer and would not could not be the basis of an employer's decision. I want to mention at the outset, this doesn't apply, although I said it applies to employers of one or more full-time employee, it does not apply to certain types of employers that are just exempted from this law altogether. Perhaps most importantly, any type of employer that is doing programming or any kind of care for children or vulnerable adults. As you know, there was a robust public hearing and in addition, an extensive and thorough discussion by the Joint Committee. It might make sense for me to talk about assault first. That was as requested by Chair Albornoz, that is an issue which the committee wanted to know more about, and it also was the subject of discussion by the committee. Initially, the bill was written to prohibit any first conviction of second-degree assault. The committee recommends amending that so that it would be that an employer would not consider a first conviction of a misdemeanor second-degree assault. The distinction is important because in some cases in Maryland, a second-degree assault can be considered a felony. To give you a little bit more of a background on the differences between the first degree and the second degree of assault in Maryland, if you have an assault that involves intentionally causing or attempting to cause serious physical injury to another, that is a felony. If you have an assault that is committed with a firearm, that's automatically a felony, or if strangulation, if somebody tries to strangle someone, that is a felony. So the second degree assault is kind of the things that fall under that are kind of a little bit lesser than that. You know, in other words, there wasn't an intention of serious physical injury, or there, you know, and there was no firearm and there was no strangulation. That's kind of the, you know, the wide variety of second degree assault. And then the misdemeanor felony conviction for the second degree occurs depending upon whether the person committing the assault has reason to know that the other person that they're committing the assault against is a law enforcement officer, parole or probation agent, firefighter, or EMT. If the person committing the assault knows or should know that the person falls into one of those categories, then it can be a felony instead of a misdemeanor. As Chair Albornoz noted, there's a question of, you know, whether the council wants to prohibit inquiries into second degree assault at all. And, you know, as you know, it is the case that a lot of prosecutions for domestic violence cases involve second degree assault. I was asked about specific numbers based on a Department of Justice, a couple of Department of Justice studies that I found. Of course, these are looking more nationwide as opposed to just Maryland or Montgomery County, but stated that, yes, the majority of prosecutions for domestic violence are for misdemeanor assault. The majority of convictions, interestingly, at least based on one DOJ study I found, was convictions were more for felony assault. But, you know, clearly there are going to be a lot of domestic violence cases involving second degree assault. And I think other things that are perhaps important for the committee the council to know are, well, again, I'll just reiterate that what we're saying is under the bill as currently drafted, as recommended by the committees, would prohibit only looking at a first conviction of a misdemeanor second degree assault, not, you know, multiple convictions, not any types of felonies could still be considered. The other thing I'll just note, in case it's helpful for the council, and I realize this is a little bit anecdotal, but I have recently talked with an attorney who worked closely with domestic violence victims, you know, for over a decade in Maryland. And her view was, yeah, there are a ton of prosecutions for second degree assault. She also thought that it was very reasonable to have the ban the box for second degree assault because, in her words, you know, domestic violence victims aren't served by their abusers being out of work. I just add that, you know, based on one Maryland lawyer's, you know, observations. So I'm happy to try to answer any other questions about the assault issue, or I don't know if you want me to move on and cover all the issues and then we can come back.
Just to clarify for my colleagues, because I know it's a little confusing. We had the benefit of an ongoing discussion, and my God, our brains are so full right now of stuff that it's hard to kind of whittle our way through. We still have to get through SSP. But this is an important issue. And the bottom line is, as the bill is currently written, second degree assault, first offense, misdemeanor, the employer would not be able to consider at all whether or not to hire an employee if they've committed and been convicted of a second degree misdemeanor assault.
I actually don't know if that's correct. Is that correct, Ms. Wellens? I thought it was they wouldn't be able to ask until after a conditional offer. Was correct.
It's both that they wouldn't be asking until after a conditional offer, but also they would not be permitted to consider at any time just a first conviction of me, sorry, of misdemeanor second-degree assault.
And subsequent to our discussion, it was brought to our attention that a number of domestic violence cases involve misdemeanor second-degree assault, a disproportionate amount, because it's all that can be proven. And notwithstanding the guidance of the one attorney that Ms. Wellen spoke to, I spoke to other people in the domestic violence space that work on these issues. And of course, it's an escalating crime. And so the purveyance of it and the disproportionality of the number of convictions involving domestic violence give me pause. And that's why the inability for an employer to be able to ask that, consider it at all, is of concern to me. Because of the amount of domestic violence cases. So that was the point of discussion, as a follow-up, once we had the additional information for purposes of discussion on the floor today. So that's just to provide a little bit more background and context. I'm sure my colleagues have a ton of questions, but I just wanted to share with you my personal concern and why I had asked for additional information.
So, Ms. Bowens, would you go through it, please?
Sorry, Mr. President, move on to the next, go through the.
Well, before you do that, Councilmember Navarro, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just a very introductory comment. I want to thank the Joint Committees for taking this issue. Obviously, I'm having deja vu because this was one of those bills that I worked on closely with then Councilmember Sheree Branson and then Councilmember Elrich. I know Councilmember Reamer and Rice also were involved. And I think the overall intention still remains. There was a lot of compromise at that time because this was a groundbreaking effort. And I'm glad that, as is said often, legislators have to work in incremental ways. And, it was interesting when I looked up the press release after we passed this bill, the actual issues remain. And my comments were that this legislation is an important step towards the goal of rehabilitation and redemption for people who have served their time. Finding gainful employment is one of the most significant barriers faced by those trying to reenter society and start their lives over. As Americans, we pride ourselves on the notion of giving those who have made mistakes a second chance. And this bill is consistent with the values that we hold dear. And so it was the case then, it is the case now. And I am pleased with the fact that these particular, both the original bill and the updates and the amendments tend to update that groundbreaking work that occurred in 2014. And so I just wanted to point that out because it is always satisfying when we're able to take up and enhance particular decisions that were made by previous councils that were considered to be quite extraordinary at that time. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Rice.
So there is an emotion that's before us, and we discussed this in committee quite ad nauseum. And so I really appreciate Ms. Wellens giving us more information about what was highlighted. Let me just bring another piece of the perspective into this, and it's oftentimes lost. And so I find myself always being the one to bring this up. Oftentimes, this isn't about victims feeling that they need to punish the people who committed these crimes. What is a concern is that it may repeat itself or that it may manifest itself in the workplace. And that's a valid concern amongst some of the things that are there. Just because a person has served their time does not mean they're always rehabilitated. Let's just be very clear about that. We hope that we do a great job, and I think that at Clarksburg Correctional Facility we do, but the reality is that we have returning citizens that come from all over. They come from Jessup, and I can tell you right now, and it's and I know that we have a new director of our Maryland Correctional Facilities that came from Montgomery County, who's doing a great job in trying to correct some of the challenges that they're facing at a lot of our correctional institutions throughout the state. But let me just tell you that they are not doing the same quality job in terms of rehabilitation that we are doing here in Clarksburg. And so there is valid concern around that. And serving on the Victim Services Advisory Board, as I did before I even came into elected office for this county, I can tell you that victims are very concerned about what happens when it comes to folks who are returning citizens who may not have been rehabilitated in their ability to reoffend again, and the challenges associated with that. And so I just want to put it out there because, again, it's valid in the sense that it needs to be a part of the discussion. I agree with everything that Councilmember Navarro said, and it's the reason why I voted to support this as council president. It was a great year in which we were able to do this, and I agree with everything that she said. But I do want to make sure that folks do understand that there is some pause, and rightfully so, that folks may be nervous about people who may not have been rehabilitated and may reoffend. It does happen. Let me just be very clear. It does happen. So let's not pretend that it doesn't. And again, so this is the reason why when we're trying to identify how and what kinds of crimes we view as ones in which, well, folks should just have a heads up just to be sure that they know, versus ones where it's like, that's not really something. That's the hard part of this, right? And so I do think, again, that in all our work with our coordinating council when it comes to domestic violence and our and justice for the county, you've heard loud and clear that folks are very concerned about this one particular piece. And so I hope that we do pay some close attention to that. I do, again, as a putting on my personal privilege hat, have a family member who dealt with a person right here in Montgomery County who was an abusive partner. And so therefore, I mean, it ran the entire thing through the court system, through Family Justice Center. All of the folks that are there know my family very well through that instance. Many of you know that my wife, my aunt was killed by her husband here in Montgomery County. So again, these are kinds of things that, again, I just want to remind folks that, look, these things are out there, and we need to discuss them in the full context of what is there, understanding that we're also trying to protect and make sure that folks have an assurance that, folks are really coming in and doing and are of a positive light and are really trying to rebuild themselves and get themselves back on the right track. And I think that we've struck a good balance with some nuanced pieces that I think may be brought up a little bit later. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Joanda.
I'm sorry, Council President, Councilmember Rice. I want to make sure that it's clear that my comments were completely connected to the bill that we passed in 2014, and that I'm glad that we're revisiting some pieces, but I was not speaking to this particular issue.
No, I know.
I'm hearing the conversation, et cetera, but I just wanted to point out, because it is important, that there was a lot of groundwork that happened in 2014 that you were able to lead very ably, and that I'm pleased that now we're back to figure out what enhancements we can.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Councilmember Joanda.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know Ms. Wellens will go through the rest of the bill. I just wanted to, in trying to move us along, look, second degree assault also includes many other things. It can include a fight, and it can include other things that, some of us might have been involved in our youth, that didn't result in a conviction. And so I think that while I understand the concern, and I don't know if there's a way to, I know there wasn't a motion made, but I think we struck the right balance in that we limited it to the first offense. If there were two offenses or if there was a felony, and Ms. Wellens pointed out that the domestic violence convictions are disproportionately felonies, not second degree assault variety, that it could be asked about. And I just think it's important to step back and again, just say this is not deciding whether or not domestic violence in the second degree in assault scenario is bad or good. It's of course horribly bad. And we want to provide supports and protections and a whole range of things. This is just saying if you had a conviction of any second degree assault, that could be your conviction. And we often know domestic violence situations are extremely complex and very layered and a lot going on there, that if you had one conviction of a misdemeanor second degree assault, that you wouldn't have to disclose it, and that you could be in the marketplace and try to rehabilitate yourself. If you had 2, it's going to be disclosed. So I think the limiting factor, I understand that why Councilmember Alvarez and others were concerned. I think we struck a good balance on the committee. And I would just caution us to remember, this is not we're not talking about the merits of domestic violence in that sense. We're saying, like, we want to make sure that as part of the rehabilitative process, which continues when you exit incarceration, that we're not setting up barriers that are going to help you along the way. And we know that employment, because what we would be saying is that if you had one domestic violence offense, that's you're going to have to disclose that, and it could get in the way of your employment. So I just think we should move on. I also wanted to make a motion. I can just get it on the table right now, and then Ms. Williams can keep going. I think inadvertently didn't include the both part-time and full-time employment, the way the language currently reads, and I sent this around to you all maybe an hour or so ago. This would just strike full-time and just say one employee, and I sent the language so that it would cover both part-time and full-time employers. As I think you would know, that many people who are formerly incarcerated, and many others start with part-time employment and kind of progress to full-time employment. And I just wanted to note that there are several states, Hawaii, Connecticut, Vermont, and Washington State, that in their laws, which are some of the more progressive laws, include part-time employment as well. So I'd like to make a motion to include or to strike that reference to one FTE, so that it can just be one employee.
Mr. Council President, I second that motion. I will be making a motion after this. I was going to make a motion, but I think this one is obviously important as well. And while Councilmember Jawando had the floor, it's obviously appropriate for us to move it through. I did have a question, because this obviously came late with regards to the inclusion of part-time. And on the surface and on the merits, it's consistent with the intent of the bill, so I don't have a problem with it at all. But Ms. Wellens, are there any possible unintended consequences, with regards to labor laws or any legal aspects of including part-time that we haven't thought of?
I would respectfully suggest that maybe we ask Director Stowe this question as well, but from the legal standpoint, no, I don't believe that there are unintended consequences, as Councilmember Jawando stated. Other places with ban-the-box legislation do apply it to employers of part-time employees. I also think it's notable that our Chapter 27 of our code, which deals with the anti-discrimination laws, including the discrimination in employment law, applies to employers of part-time employees too. So I think that this would be carrying that through, and would provide a consistency in how we're dealing with anti-discrimination in employment. Thank you.
Director.
First of all, good afternoon. Standing in for the entire time, and the one time I get up, you guys until talking about this bill. But anyway, I'm back here, ready to be a part of the discussion. To that point, with what Christine said last, relative to consistency, we normally look at, again, employees as being inclusive of both part-time and also full-time employees. When looking at the laws we currently enforce, it doesn't, however, prevent people from asking the question, does this include part-time employees? So we'll still get those questions from employers trying to get clarity on this item. And the other thing that comes up too often is, what do you do about seasonal employees? Do they fit in the same category? And so those questions are going to automatically come, I suspect, regardless of how you might write it. But as I understand it today, that we would include, again, part-time employees in the overall employer definition.
Thank you.
In the spirit of moving this along, we do have an amendment on the floor. I don't know that, unless someone has a specific question of Ms. Wellens, I don't know that she needs to go through every item. We've certainly discussed this before, but if unless there's specific questions, we're going to try to go along. So right now we have a motion by council, an amendment by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Councilmember Albanaz. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Okay, with that, all those in favor of it, please raise your hand. All those opposed, that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Councilmember Albanaz.
Mr. President, I'd like to also move that we not exempt employers from being able to review second-degree assault under a first offense, again, because of the concern of the disproportionality of domestic violence cases that fall under this category.
Second.
Okay. Did you have anything else to say, Councilmember Albanaz?
No,
Once you got your second, you stop.
Help us move along.
Okay.
I do have I have a question.
Very good.
Yeah. I don't know if someone texts. Okay, I'm good. Okay, I know I didn't text you. Councilmember Albanaz, obviously, would you, if we could do this, would you be okay to just call out domestic violence, second degree assault specifically, so that it doesn't catch the fight that happens under, or other things that happen under second degree assault?
I'm open to that, but I guess, it would call into question when the review happens. And I support every other aspect of the bill, going down from 15 employees down to just 1 or 2, and, the part-time, like all the other components. But my only concern would be when a background check is done, I don't know how that would be parsed out. I'd be open to that, Councilmember Jawando, but I just don't know how practically an employer would be able to tease that out. And maybe Mr. Stowe can help us if there's a way, or Ms. Wellens, to tease it out.
Well, I think you're going to have, they can chime in, but I think you're going to have that issue with any of these that are exempted, because you're not going to, it's going to be incumbent upon the education campaign, which I support. I wanted to mention also, we need to appropriate that money at some point, that $75,000. But the employer and the employee, prospective employee, are going to have to know what the law is, because that could be an issue, whether it was second degree assault or whether it was disorderly conduct or whether it was anything. I think you'd have that challenge.
Yeah, but I guess that it's important to note this would prevent anybody from being able to even consider or ask. And so that I think, and if we can add another layer so that domestic violence would be required, just as we're including felony assault under second degree, if we can include that, then yes, I would feel comfortable with it. Mm-hmm.
Ms. Wellens, can we include it that way?
I think that the only concern would be the practical one that's been raised. Criminal background check materials that I've seen don't distinguish if an assault involved a domestic violence. So I'm not sure that they're clearly labeled, but I think I suppose what you could perhaps do is, leave in this misdemeanor assault, put in an exception for cases involving domestic violence. But then I think that the onus would be on the employer to look at the background check and say, okay, here's a misdemeanor assault, and then go to the prospective employee and say, tell me about this, because it seems like that would be the only way you would hopefully know if it was domestic violence.
And if you couldn't look before you made the offer, how would you know?
Right.
Well, remember that the offer is, again, a contingent offer. So the person is not employed at this point in time. So you're not talking about issues there. There would be the opportunity to know, and that conditional offer carries with it, by the way. And I'm so glad we are defining that. I don't know if you got to that point or not, Ms. Wellen, but it is, I think, important to note that the actual conditional offer says that in it are additional kinds of factors before one is permanently hired. And so if you wanted to discern what was actually in that additional fact finding, would it be information relative to the actual criminal record itself, that might in fact disclose any kind of issues for which the employer can ask additional questions. Just like they can right now for you and I, as far as that's concerned. And so I don't think you have a problem there. I think that may be a way to get at what I believe I'm hearing then Councilmember Jawando speak to. And as I say, then that incident of just poor judgment that did occur at some point in time in our youth, as an example, would not prevent someone from getting an opportunity to be employed again. I think that's a major factor for a lot of folks that you're going to find who are in that predicament of having done things like that are still on their actual criminal record, and they never went back to either expunge that particular record or any of those kinds of situations that may have occurred that may be very minor. That would also, again, distill out those issues, I think, that deal with domestic violence specifically, that I'm hearing in the way the discussion lean toward. And that can be asked about. And so I think what I'm hearing, again, I think in Councilmember Albanos's suggestion, might give you both of those two opportunities without having hurt the other, at least as I'm hearing it anyway. Just a thought.
It's an important one, but I'm not sure. I mean, we're doing this on the fly from the floor. You know, our colleagues who are not had the opportunity, who are not members of this committee, this is new to them. And my God, as I said, we're trying to absorb so much. Ms. Wellens, do you have enough information based on what's been proposed to be able to include language that takes into account Councilmember Jawando's point? My only concern is the potential unintended consequences of the feasibility of this. But I think in practice, it does address what I was worried about. It might just be cleaner to exempt it. And just to not include, you know, as I said in the motion, but if there's a way we can parse it out, I'm open to it.
Okay. So, Councilmember Rice.
Thank you. So, look, I want to reflect on what Councilmember Navarro said at the very beginning, because these incremental steps that we continue on, right? So we have a whole bunch of things that we're changing in terms of how it is that we're now evaluating this, and we've made some great strides. I don't think that we necessarily need to get stuck on this one. I mean, this is infinitely better than where it was before. I don't know why we just don't exempt this and move forward. So from my perspective, I feel strongly, again, just as personal council member, as one individual, that we just need to go through it the way it's been proposed by Councilmember Albornoz. And I certainly understand that some people may not support it, and that's perfectly fine. But I think that this one, it's easier. And again, we're putting more onus on employers, right? That's something I haven't mentioned before, but it is something. And I don't know if this is another burden that we want to add to the list of things that we continue to put on them. So from that perspective, I would say stick with Councilmember Albornoz's original motion as it was originally presented. Thank you.
And I'm in agreement. We're going to go to Councilmember Glass, but I'm in agreement with you. The more that we make it confusing, the worse it is, and we don't want to be that confusing. Councilmember Glass, please.
I appreciate the conversation, the thoughtfulness, and really appreciate Councilmember Navarro's framing in her comments that this is about redemption and second chances, and so that's how I look at this. But specifically, my question to Ms. Wellens, we're trying to figure out this second degree assault, and for the sake of this public conversation, can you articulate all of the different activities that are captured in a second degree assault to speak to the sponsor's point?
Yes, Councilmember Glass, I will attempt to do so. You would think it would be a little bit simpler than it is, but essentially the second degree assault would include a battery. It would include an attempted battery, or an intent to frighten under the common law. Now, if the battery or attempted battery rises to the level of causing serious physical injury or attempting to cause serious physical injury, meaning the intent is to, basically use deadly force or use some level of force that's capable of disfiguring the victim or causing a serious, prolonged injury to a limb, to a bodily limb or an organ, that would rise to the level of the first degree assault. The other things that would bump it up to first degree assault would be if a firearm is involved or if strangulation is involved.
But we're talking second degree.
So, right. So I was just distinguishing what would take it out of second degree and make it more. So,
well, so let me rephrase it. Second degree seems to be a pretty big catch-all. Is that
Yes.
fair? So can you articulate what is within second degree? You said attempted battery?
Right. A battery, an attempted battery, or an intent to frighten.
And what is
I
an
know
attempt
sounds
to
a little
frighten?
odd, but my understanding is it's more or less an attempted battery. Like if I raised my fist in your face in order to scare you, even though maybe in my heart I didn't really, I wasn't going to carry through and actually punch you. And it's a common law term, so that's why I think it sounds odd to our ears.
Well, and that's why we're working through this the best we can, and appreciate the suggestion of Councilmember Rice. Clearly, this bill is better than what's already on the books, and we are doing this from the fly to the previous point. So, okay, I yield back.
Thank you. I as much as I'd like to finish this today, I do believe this should go back to joint committee and have one last discussion on it so that we can figure out what's the best path forward. We have a lot more on the agenda today, and we're far from getting the best legislation we can get through these discussions. So,
Mr. President?
Yeah.
I strongly don't think we should do that. This is the only.
You're going to disagree. Yeah.
This is the only remaining issue. There's unanimous agreement on everything else in the bill. If people don't agree, we can take a vote. I just wanted to speak one more time and then just move forward. I don't think there's any other issues at issue here. So I think we can dispose of it. I would just point out to Councilmember Glass's questioning that, again, if you put your fist in someone's face, if you get into a small scuffle, that's all second degree assault. If people still want that included along with this, that's fine. Let's vote on it. But I'm just saying, I don't think that should be included. I think it goes against the intent. This is still going to be a step forward. We just disagree on it. So it's fine. I would just ask that we would just vote and then move the bill forward.
Okay. If there's any other discussions, though, we have a lot left on this agenda. You know it as well as I do. So go ahead.
I don't think there are any other decision points beyond this one. So if we decide, if there are further questions regarding this specific amendment, then yeah, it does need to go back to committee. But if people feel comfortable with this particular amendment, the rest of it is pretty straightforward.
Okay. So we have a motion, Councilmember Jawando and Councilmember Albornoz. No, Councilmember Albornoz's motion, and who seconded yours? Councilmember Rice. We have a motion from Councilmember Albornoz. Councilmember Reamer, go ahead.
Could I just ask council staff to try to explain this very simply for us? I could use a little bit of distillation here. What we're saying is that under the offenses that have been described, we're choosing whether an employer can even consider them versus whether the employer can ask. Under both cases, the employer can ask. The only difference is whether the employer can consider it. Is that, or maybe I go this to Gabe or whoever.
They can. Yeah, sure. Let me try just really quickly. This list is exclusions. You can never ask about these things at any point. The point of it is that they are minor things. If you look at disorderly conduct, trespass, other things, that if you have a first offense of these minor things, they can never be asked at any point in the process. Included in that is a first conviction of second degree assault, some of which could be domestic violence, some of which can be a whole range of other things. And so I'm saying that should stay on the exclusion list to never be asked because it's a first degree and we're not as bad as the one thing we've done. Councilmember Albornoz is saying it's a serious offense. It should be allowed to be asked at the end of the conclusion of a conditional offer being made.
And is it a fact that once you ask under any scenario, you cannot consider that?
No, you can ask. So you can't, if the exclusion list, you can never ask about those things. So if you ask and if you run the check and you see that, you can't ask about it. The employee doesn't have to respond to it. You know, if it was a first degree assault or a disorderly conduct, they wouldn't have to say that they did that, right? And in the other circumstances, all other offenses can be asked about after a conditional offer is made. Is that correct, Ms. Wellens? Did I state that correctly?
Yes. So, I mean, and the purpose for the distinction is that the employer is going to get information about some of these, about second degree assault, about some of these other trespass, these other items that we're saying you can't consider. When they run the background check, they are inevitably going to end up getting that information in front of them. So the point is then they can't ask the applicant about it and they can't consider it.
Okay. We're going to have to move on this. So we have an amendment before us. Councilmember Alvin has passed, made the motion. Councilmember Rice seconded it. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. That is Councilmember Albornoz, Councilmember Navarro, Councilmember Rice, Councilmember Friedson, and myself. That is 5. Those opposed to the amendment, Councilmember Jawando, Glass, and Reamer. And Councilmember Hucker. So the amendment passes 5-4. So on the overall bill, we have a committee recommendation, and that would be, Mr. Drummer's going to have to correct me if I'm wrong here, but that would be a roll call vote. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Yes, roll call
Yes.
vote. Yes.
So, Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Glass?
Yes.
Mr. Glass votes yes. Mr. Jawando?
Yes.
Mr. Jawando votes yes. Mr. Reamer? Mr. Reamer votes yes. Ms. Navarro?
Yes.
Ms. Navarro votes yes. Mr. Albornoz?
Yes.
Albornoz votes yes. Mr. Rice?
Yes.
Rice votes yes. Mr. Friedson?
Yes.
Mr. Friedson votes yes. Mr. Hooker?
Yes.
Mr. Hooker votes yes. Mr. Katz?
Yes. So that carries unanimously. All right, so now let's talk time here. It's now 4:33. We still have the district council session, which through a series of texts, some humorous and some not, I believe that can be very quickly dispensed with. So then we still have the work session action on the master plan for the historic preservation. Is Ms. Dunn, do you think that is something that will go quickly?
Yes, I do. It didn't have any negative testimony at the public hearing that was held. You only heard testimony in support. Same with the planning board. It should be very straightforward.
Okay. And then what I'm going to do is go back to consent, because we've got to do consent today. I'm going to go back to consent. We'll go through that. And there's some people that have suggested we don't even allow comment on consent. That's not going to happen. But if we could limit our comment on consent, that would be helpful. And then we'll come back and try to finish the subdivision staging policy today. I don't know how late people want to go. I'm fine to go as late as you want to go, but I don't know how everybody else is willing on that. So are we willing to go as late as we need to in order to finish the subdivision staging policy?
Why don't we just set a time and then, 6 o'clock, whatever. I don't know. I don't want to speak for people, but I'm happy to go to a defined time, get as far as we can.
Well, at 6 o'clock in an hour and a half, I don't know that we're going to get much done. I mean, that's the concern. We can try it. We can keep going until people say, Sydney, we got to stop. So let's keep doing that. I see some head shaking. So we're going to item number 13, the district council session, and that's an introduction for zoning text amendment 20-05, commercial residential zones, additional height. The lead sponsor is Councilmember Hucker. Did you have any comment, Councilmember Hucker, or are we going to move on?
Sure. I'll be very, very brief, Mr. President. I just want to add a correction that I think Councilmember Reamer is co-lead on both of these ETAs.
Okay.
Thanks for your leadership. Okay. 2005, very straightforward. We all know the need for housing near our transit. These are our properties very near metro and central business districts that are mapped with a height of 145 feet, but they are often next to or abutting or confronting properties that are 200 feet. The proposal is to allow, under certain circumstances, an approved site plan, 15% MPDUs near major public facilities. Let these properties that were left behind go to 200 feet as well. That would give us consistent housing options near transit stations. Second, 2006 affect just the use of surface parking in residential zones. It affects properties that are part of which is covered under the old code and part of which is covered under the new code. Without this ZTA, planning staff would have to review and comment on 2 separate applications for the same project in 2 zones. That doesn't make any sense. This puts the entire property under the current zoning code and expedites the planning process. They both help us achieve our economic and housing goals. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have to introduce them independently. So the first one is the introduction on 2005, the commercial residential zone, additional heights. That is now introduced. The second one is the zoning text amendment 2006, surface parking residential zone, and that is also now introduced. And both of those will have a public hearing scheduled at a later date. The next item is Ms. Dunn is work session / action, planning board draft amendment for the Mesrobian House amendment to the master plan for historic preservation. Ms. Dunn, you sort of explained it before. I don't know. You can just say ditto if that works, but go ahead.
I'm happy to say ditto, but you did have a public hearing. It is about adding a property as a historic site to the master plan for historic preservation. The property owners are in support. The heirs of the historic structure are in support. There was no negative testimony.
Okay, thank you. We're going to need a motion.
I move that we designate the property as has been explained in the council packet.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Okay. Things along. The next item is the consent calendar. We need a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
So moved by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Council Vice President Hucker. Councilmember Rice, I know you many months ago asked to speak on this. Go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. And so let's see here. I've got a couple. The first one with regards to item H, just wanted to say when it comes to our food security, this is a cleanup and adding diapers, cleanup, diapers, wipes, and formula to the list of things we've seen from our hubs that are doing a tremendous job in our community. So I want to give kudos to them who identified that this was a current need in our communities. And so thank you for them for broadcasting the message. And so we're answering the call today. One of the big ones that I'm so happy about is South Lake Elementary School. And, you know, it just brings a warmth to my heart and a smile on my face because it really is about truly honoring a promise. Back in March, when we first took up the CIP, our capital improvements program, and we said that we couldn't do this, we promised the community that we would figure out a way. And then I really want to thank both Councilmember Navarro and Councilmember Giwando on the Education and Culture Committee who rolled up their sleeves along with staff for the council. So Mr. Howard, Mr. Levchenko, Ms. Rodriguez-Hernandez, also with the executive staff. And I want to thank the county executive for his commitment, Ms. Mary Beck and her team at OMB. And then, of course, MCPS, who has always been stalwart in terms of their number one priority, which was South Lake Elementary School, and the staff over there that also helped to make this happen. This was truly a team effort. I apologize for taking a long time, being that it's late, but this is a really big deal because I hope that the community in South Lake, I hope that communities all across Montgomery County see that government and people who are in elected office can do the right thing. That people who are politicians do believe in promises. They don't send out empty lies and they make things happen for their community that they know need to happen. And so this is truly an example of how government works, making sure that we work for the people, by the people. And so, you know, I'm just incredibly pleased. And then, of course, we have a couple others with our MCPS CIP that are cleanups. These are projects to where they've had overages and they're transferring some of that money to help to go towards South Lake Elementary School. And then, of course, our medical and dental, another cleanup item there where we're actually allowing more flexibility to make sure that this money goes out to our medical and dental providers in our community so that they can get the assistance that they need. We know right now, as we're in the midst of the height of another spike of the pandemic, that we've got to have providers that are out there that are giving our folks the services that they need in this incredibly challenging time. And so I'm just really happy to see all of this going on. And so thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
Very quickly, since I know that we had a lot of conversation about the way the council actually does its work, let me just point to Southlake Elementary School as an example of what we do as a council. We help each other out. We do what is right for our communities, even if it's not in our district, because we understand that we are here to make decisions for the entire county. So I just wanted to congratulate Councilmember Rice for all the work in terms of this advocacy, but also very grateful to the rest of the council for stepping up and delivering on this promise. And again, please take note, because I know there was a lot of misinformation circling around these two ballot questions, that this is how we do our work, that we're not parochial, that we all care for each other, and that we step up and do what we need to do in order to deliver for our residents. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I'm just going to underline that about 10 times, because for Southlake Elementary, as an example, it's not in my district. It's right across the street from my district. It's in Councilmember Rice's district. But we had every council member, you can go down this list, every council member at large, in district, whatever, pledged that we were going to take care of Southlake. We didn't know exactly how we were going to do it, but we pledged we were going to do it. This is just the introduction. I don't want anybody to think that this is now a done deal, but my guess is this is going to be a unanimous vote on this, and it is going to be a done deal. We promised and we delivered. So with that, is there anybody else that wants to comment on the consent calendar? The motion was made by Councilmember Friedson, seconded by Vice President Hucker. All those in favor of approving the consent calendar, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Now, we're going to just have a fun time going back to item 15, the last item on the agenda, and that is on the subdivision staging policy. And I guess we're going to turn to who are we turning to on this? Where are we starting, Ms. Dunn? Who's starting this today? You are.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, can you do this as fast as you did? Can you do this as fast as you did the historic part?
I will do speed talking, and we'll see how fast we can get through it.
All right, just checking. I was just checking.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try. So where we're starting is with the staff report for today, associated with agenda item 15. And what this staff report really does is it gives you, it had a large chart in there that provided an overview of all the straw votes taken through all the council work sessions we've had to date. And there are a small number of things that, though, the council had not yet made a final decision on. So the way we'd like to organize this is touch base on the few things that still need to have direction, have a broader conversation about the impact on revenue, talk about the recordation tax. Before we finish today, if we feel like we're not going to get things done on time, but we know we can get through the SSP portion of this, we do need to talk about transition language or grandfathering, but that is typically done at the end, because that way you'll know that it is what references all the decisions that you've made and how you want to implement them. So with that, if there are no questions about the general overview of the straw votes, if we just want to go through then the remaining open issues for the subdivision staging policy, there were two. One I think we can get through pretty quickly, and that had to do with the school impact areas. The council was in a majority view in support of going to the regional school generation rates, which created school impact areas. But there has been given to the council colleagues a recommendation related to the impact tax and how to calculate sort of the resulting increase in the impact tax for the Greenfield area. And I don't know if you want to cover that now, because if we can dispense with that, there'll be complete agreement on the school impact areas, there being 3, and then what the tax would be, and we'll move over to the utilization premium payments and 2 issues related there.
Yes. Should I?
Go ahead, please.
Let's do what you just said, Pam. Let's start with the impact tax and I think you were leading us to the Greenfield area, right?
Would you like me to give a summary then of where you and Councilmember Rice have landed on your proposal?
Yeah, I don't want to over speak for Councilmember Rice. He and I have been in dialogue, trying to find some common ground. And planning staff has given us some approaches. And so I have shared those around. The approach, so I think we could ask Jason Sartori to kind of talk about it. I think Councilmember Rice and I and a number of council members share a view that imposing a significant increase on impact taxes in the Greenfield area, essentially adds a lot of thousands and thousands of dollars to the cost potentially of new housing. And that's a concern. So planning staff has, we looked at a couple different approaches. Planning staff has come back with a recommendation that would essentially capture this issue within a broader framework that would set a increase overall on how much impact taxes rise at any one time. So I think it would probably be most appropriate for Jason to kind of describe that. But what you'll hear now, I think, I'll really, Councilmember Rice will express his view. I think this may address the issue that council members have, many of us, not all, but many of us are concerned about, and at the same time solve a few other problems as well.
Sure. So for the record, Jason Sartori with the Planning Department. One of the concern that we've heard when we take a look at how the student generation rates in those greenfield areas fall out in terms of calculating the single-family detached impact tax for the greenfield area, it would create an impact tax of $33,809, which is more than $7,600 over what it would be today for a single family home. And so to avoid having a one-time jump that's an immediate jump as soon as this takes effect, that those rates would take effect, that to instead of applying a factor to it that might would in perpetuity, like set it to 80% of the calculated cost and only apply it to this one particular housing type in this one particular area. Instead, say, look, at any point in time, anytime we update the impact taxes, they can no one impact tax can increase by any more than 3%. And so you're capping the increase to ensure that we never see a major jump that throws the system kind of for a loop. The other option of applying a 0.8 factor would mean that in every case we'd be calculating at 100% except for this one situation. Now what we're saying is we'll always calculate at 100%, but we'll make sure that it never can increase more than 3%.
Okay, and just to put a point on it, you had said if you take 100 single-family homes in Clarksburg, there are about 75 children per 100 homes. The rest of the county, it's about 45. So families are attracted to the area. At the same time, that's a good thing. We like families to have places that they want to move to, and Montgomery County wouldn't be the same without Clarksburg. So, we're trying to. You've presented a framework that is trying to have a more refined approach to match the taxes with the student generation rates, but having a leap of $7,500 per home, it just seems like a lot. So this proposal you've presented would essentially mean that it's more or less status quo, as I understand it, with the impact tax rates. And then, 5-10 years from now, council will look again. So.
Yeah. So what it would mean is instead of jumping up the $7,600, this time when we updated, limiting the increase to 3%, it would only increase by $786. So the The impact tax for a single family home in the Greenfield area would be $26,993. Now, we are also required by the way the code is currently written on impact taxes, we're required to update these by getting new student generation rates and new school cost data from MCPS every 2 years by July 1st of every odd numbered year. So it means even though we're adopting these now, and these will take effect when we talk about the transition, on July 1st of next year, we're required to update these again. So that 3% increase would apply to this update, and then it would apply again next time when we update, but then we don't update them again until July of 2023.
Okay. So I put that forward. I'd be happy to make it as a motion, but I certainly think it would be appropriate to hear from Mr. Rice.
That's exactly what we're going to do. Yeah. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much. And thank you, Councilmember Reamer, for really trying to come up with a compromise. I really appreciate that. That seems to be the spirit of the day. And so I'm very happy and pleased to see that. Look, this is a challenge, one in which balancing the needs that we continue to have that are incredibly important when it comes to our CIP. You know, we just referenced it when we were talking about South Lake, and the needs throughout the county are great. And so when we forego revenue, it's really difficult to do so without not thinking about the ramifications that these things may have on future decisions and our ability to do some things moving forward. I've seen the communications from the county executive staff, including Ms. Beck, who are all very concerned about the revenue. And so certainly that weighs heavily on me as well, being the chair of the Education and Culture Committee, and understanding that my good partner, who's also a member of the committee, but also chairs GO, also has to deal with these fiscal realizations that are out there also. And it just creates a tremendous challenge for us if we paint ourselves into a corner without some flexibility. So all that being said, I think, and I really appreciate what Mr. Sartori has done in terms of recognizing that what we don't want to do is make it seem as though Clarksburg is a place where we don't want people to locate. And I think that by pricing things much higher, all it does is say, well, if you're affluent, you should go there. And if you're not, you shouldn't. Those are the kinds of messages that I'm very concerned about. And so, you know, we'll have this conversation around recordation tax as well. So remember what I said, because it'll be consistent. But with that being said, it really is one in which I think that for us, I think that we found a sweet spot. It's not the best. And for me, I would obviously still prefer to see Clarksburg treated as it were any other jurisdiction throughout. But I do also understand that the impacts that we're seeing by development happen there is student generation. And the numbers are the numbers. They are at a higher rate than what we're seeing in other areas of the county. That being said, we do also need to be flexible in understanding that the folks who generated students before may not have paid those same rates. And so therefore, you're still looking at that equitable treatment piece. And so that's why I think coming up with a number, and again, this is quite honestly no offense to Mr. Sartori, but we really are just kind of picking a number that seems reasonable based on the results that we get from the particular number we're choosing. I do think that overall, based on what we're seeing as far as the increases and the fact that the applicability is only for single family homes, because that's the other thing. When it comes to townhomes and multifamily, certainly those are not a part of this. And so I want to highlight that for people, for the millions that are watching at home. This does not include those which are more affordable. So some of those families who are moving into those townhomes or even into some multifamily, even though there's not a lot of that happening in Clarksburg, but there are a lot of townhomes. And so from that perspective, we won't see that there. So again, I think it's a good compromise for us. And again, at this point with SSP, it's something that we can come back to at some point. As you heard from Mr. Sartori, we're mandated to look at these things. And if we see that there are challenges, we can always make adjustments. I mean, I think that that's one of the great things about this council is that, you know, I won't be here 2 years from now, but certainly whoever sits in this seat in my place will certainly have this at the forefront of some of the things that they're concerned about and watching, and we'll certainly make recommendations to the council if we need to make adjustments. So I'm good with the recommendation, and we'll second Councilmember Reamer's motion.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. Councilmember Navarro.
Thank you, Mr. President, and for a little bit of humor, I guess, Mr. Anderson, you look like a really bad AR experience, but it's been a little distracting actually, and I hope you're okay.
I just had shoulder surgery this morning, so.
Oh no!
If I say something out of line, it's the oxycodone talking.
Yeah, I'm going to use that excuse myself. Casey.
That's a one-time get out of jail free card.
Oh, sorry.
Well, we hope you feel and look better soon.
Thank you.
Going back to this amendment. So, again, I think it was said earlier that, it's all in the spirit of compromise. And, I'm happy to compromise on this particular piece. I know that this exercise has been quite interesting as we move along. And the one issue that, of course, we will get to as well would be this notion of the recordation taxes, which the GO committee, the reason why we said, let's wait until we are further along is to understand the puts and takes. And this decision will also impact that. And I guess, again, when we get to that conversation, I'm of the mind that I would like for us to get to a point as close as breaking even when it comes to, for example, the treatment of recordation taxes. And so as we're making these decisions, I guess there would have to be, added or subtracted, whatever it is, to that running sort of formula, if you will, and our staff needs to kind of keep track of that. But again, it is all an exercise of how do we strike a balance with incentivizing and at the same time knowing that we're setting the stage and ecosystem to get the kind of growth that we hope in particular areas and also activate, right, different parts of the county, create activity centers that will yield future revenue. I mean, I think to me, that's how I've been, that's my framework for this exercise. And the fact that we can come back, and as Mr. Sartori said, that, there is this requirement to reassess again the student generation, et cetera. I think it's a good space to be. It's not like we're saying, oh, nothing at all. What we're saying is, okay, let's take into consideration the fact that it is an attractive place, but we do need to capture some of that impact, those impact taxes as well, because of issues, of course, of, infrastructure and things like that. So, in the spirit of compromise, I will support this. And I hope, again, that once we get to conversations about recordation taxes, et cetera, that we also can be very mindful of the decisions that we have made and how it is that hopefully we can get at least to a place where we break even. That would be my hope. Thank you. So
Thank you. Mr. Drummer.
Yeah, hi. I just have a question about the amendment itself. Is this something you want in the, because I haven't seen it. Is this something that you want in the impact tax in 3820 to say you're not going to raise impact taxes more than 3%? When? I mean, you can just raise it 3% for these particular dwelling units now. And limit it to that. I'm not really sure I understand putting in a restriction in the bill that you can't raise them more than 3%, which could obviously be overridden by the council. 5 council members could just raise it more than that and take that out. I don't really understand what you're doing. So I just trying to understand what the amendment is, because I'm supposed to write it. That's all.
So if I could explain, I think that for this time around, as we update the rates, we can say we're going to limit it to the 3%, right? And there was the resolution that was introduced, or there was a hearing about it earlier today with what those rates. So we'll have to update the rates accordingly as part of that. But there is a component, and I can try to pull it up in the impact tax code, that requires, I believe, that these get updated every 2 years by the Department of Finance automatically, right?
CPI. Right.
This would say that as part of that, there should be some code added to that to indicate that no one impact tax rate can increase by more than 3%. On the school side is what we were looking at, because on the transportation side, it's different. There's an application of a growth factor. On the school side, we look actually at real student generation rate and real construction costs. And so it would have to be added there that it would be limited, because if we don't do that, then we come back around in July and do what we're mandated to do, then it would suddenly jump back up to the 33,000 that we don't want it to jump up to so quickly. So it would have to be added to the code.
Could I, this is Glenn, could I ask, is this applying to all of the rates in the green, all the rates altogether, or in schools, or is it just the Greenfield area, or is it just the single family detached in the Greenfield area?
It would apply to all. So that's what we wanted to get away from, targeting one specific development type, dwelling type in one specific area. So it would apply to all. The only situations where it would actually come into play right now, actually it does come into play twice. It comes into play with single family detached, which would have increased 29% in Greenfield. So now that'll be limited to only increase 3%. And it also does come into play with townhouses in the Greenfield. They would have increased 4%. Now that'll be limited to only 3% this time around.
And the increase that happened a year and a half ago with the CPI, do you recall what the percentage increase was then?
Well, the CPI only applies to the transportation ones, and I don't know, but I don't know.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. I was simply asking about was the school one, both combination of the school impact.
I can go back and take a look. I don't know. I doubt that it was. I mean, the student generation rates don't change all that much every 2 years, and the construction costs, only change so much as well. So,
Glenn, construction costs have gone up quite significantly, at least once before. I don't know if this would preclude that.
Yeah.
Ms. Beck, I was going to call on you next. You asked to speak.
Yes. I'm sorry, but well, I was just saying I do know that construction costs have increased at least once more than that, and I'm not understanding whether we're saying we're going to ignore construction cost increases or cap them at this 3%.
It sounds like it's capping the combination of the student generation rate change and the construction cost change, so that the cumulative impact would be not more than 3%. On the school tax. Is that right, Jason?
Yes, the combination of the two. So, but I'm going to take a quick look right now and let you know what the impact tax rates, the countywide rates that we've been updating every 2 years, how much they've increased. It's going to take me a second to calculate it. So talk about other things.
Well, Ms. Beck, did you have anything else?
Sure, I do have a question, but I'll wait till Jason has done his work. But I did want to just comment that I know Gwen always talking about the practical, and I do want to make some points. I've mentioned them piecemeal before, but when you look at your chart on page 2 of the packet, and you look at the summary impact in the far right column, where it looks like there's an annual impact of about $10.8 million, a reduction compared to prior impact taxes. I just want to add some nuances here. For me, that number is actually bigger. That gap is bigger. And it's bigger for a few reasons. One is the premium payments, utilization premium payments. I think I've mentioned before, and Glenn has concurred, we do not program those until we have them in hand and know we have an eligible cost. So come January, I cannot assume I have this amount of money every year. I have to wait until I get it and wait until I know I have a project where I can use it. So to me, that takes us down about another 1.9 million a year. On the moratorium, the reality has been that projects may be delayed for a year or 2 or maybe 3 at the most. But to me, it is not correct to zero out those dollars. Maybe take a third of it though and deduct it. To me, again, you're losing about another 1.9 million. And on the MPDUs, I've heard Council President Katz say, and I think it's only fair, you are not going to change the rules midway. Yep. So you're going to give some grandfathering in, which means especially in the early years of the CIP, we will not get those increased revenues. So, you know, when I look at that and I take into account maybe a more realistic factor for credits on transportation, I feel like we're down about 19 million a year. And I hope as you're thinking about that with the recordation taxes and what you decide to do there, you take that into account, because I think that is the more likely reality. That is how I will have to program it.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Beck.
And I did have one question for Jason, because it's not here, is does he know what this change would do in terms of revenues? Because we were counting on Clarksburg high impact taxes to prop up the impact taxes. So these losses compared to current would be greater. And I just don't know if he knows what that order of magnitude is.
Okay, thank you. Jason, did you have an answer on that?
Sure. So I've got on the first thing and then the last thing I heard, I kind of missed a little bit in the middle there. But the on the first thing, I will tell you that actually this was more than I expected. So I just took a look at the rates were updated in July of 2017, and then they were updated again in July of 2019 using updated school construction costs and updated student generation rates. And these were countywide rates that we were using. The impact taxes for single-family detached actually had gone up 13.6%. Townhouses went up 13.9%. Low-rise went up 10.2%. And then the high-rise went down 10%. So they actually increased more than I had thought. So we could think about whether, yeah.
Jason, is that's the combination of the two, or is that the cost index?
Those are the actual. No, so on the school side, we don't apply a cost index. We did that back in I think 2011.
I meant the per student seat cost, because that is an amount that is affected by inflation or construction costs or whatever, and that's a value, a dollar value that changes every time these are updated. So just trying to get a handle on whether those costs are the things that are driving that rate up.
Well, that will require a little bit
methodology.
More. Right, that would require a little bit more digging to see what caused that increase in that particular case. But this is looking at the bottom line, what the impact tax is after we calculate it by multiplying student generation rate by this per student cost of a school.
So, but Jason, the only reason I ask this because we're having a conversation about a new methodology, having regional rates that are definitely setting the tone here, setting new rates, right? And we realize that these ones for the Clarksburg are then having a very big impact on housing affordability. So I guess what I was trying to get at, we have to update these in the next few months. That's the annual update. It will be updated again in 2 years. It will be pretty much in the same framework within which it's getting approved today. We don't then anticipate huge changes in the student generation rates that were going to be used at these updates, because the methodology will be close to today. So I wanted to get a distinction, because if the per cost of a student seat, which is what Ms. Beck was somewhat alluding to, is the driving factor for the rate increases, and maybe, and I'm sure that has gone up in the past, but it hasn't gone up very much more than 3% or maybe 4% or 5%, then this is probably not out of whack. You know, this is probably an okay methodology moving forward, versus looking at that combined total and saying, wow, we did 13% increases. But we don't know that that's comparable to what's going to happen in the next 2 years. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I do have the school construction costs, but their cost per pupil. And I could tell you what those went up over that same time period. So these were the numbers that went into the calculation. Let's see. So for an elementary school, the cost per pupil between 2017 and 2019 went up 19%. And apply that to middle school, went up 13%, and for high school went up 10%. So that was really what was driving. The student generation rates didn't change much between 2017 and 2019. It was the cost per pupil. Now, that might be the same thing that comes around this time through, because when we update them in July, it's going to be based on student generation today, so the current school year. And we know that school enrollments are down this year relative to past years. So I think we're going to probably see our student generation rates come down. but the cost per pupil might increase still. I haven't gotten those data from MCPS yet.
Could I just jump in here briefly? I think that it might be helpful to think about what is the problem you're trying to solve with this limitation of 3%. As I understand it, this is an effort to sort of resolve some of Councilmember Rice's concerns about an abrupt and large change as a result of the way that we're calculating the rate, especially as it applies to Clarksburg. Okay, so if that's what you're trying to do, then you could basically grandfather it and say, for the next, 2 updates, meaning this one and the one that's coming up in July, it will be no more than 3%. That way, the rate doesn't go up abruptly as a result of this SSP methodological change. It's not necessary, I don't think, in order to achieve Councilmember Rice's goals, to decide in perpetuity whether or not there should be a cap on the amount by which impact tax rates for schools can go up. It may be enough. And also, it's always useful to keep in mind that nothing is forever, particularly not in the SSP world, where it changes every 4 years, whether we need it or not, right? So I think maybe based on this conversation, the theoretical possibility that there might be a drastic increase across the board in rates is highly unlikely to materialize between now and the next, 6 to 9 months. So you could probably safely adopt this 3% limitation for the next year and a half, and then let the rates fall wherever they fall in the future, with the understanding that the future is actually a pretty short time horizon, because you all come back to this undoubtedly sooner rather than later, at most 4 years from now. Just a thought to try to help get us over the finish line.
Another thought in that same vein, if you want to limit the effect of this, just limit it to the areas that are of concern, which sounds like single family detached and attached in Clarksburg, is to only have this cap apply, even with, as Casey said, this time and next summer, only apply to single family, generally speaking, units in the Greenfield area, and not to any of the other rates all over the county. Otherwise, really all of the rates in the county will be thrown off to some degree in terms of cost per student and student generation. And you're just dealing with the issue that really is before you, which is the single family attached and detached in, I wouldn't just say Clarksburg, I'd say in the Greenfield areas.
Okay, I'm going to ask people to please ask to be called when we have people on the list.
Sorry.
Ms. Beck.
Yes, I was just going to say there was something discussed before where there was a merger of Greenfield and I think the turnover. That was something I think that the committee looked at one point, and you did not end up losing the revenues that way. I don't know, too, if there's a way to just limit it to the impact of the growth in the student generation rate and leave the construction cost change to float as it does. I do know that the enrollment question is going to be kind of tricky, because what we're seeing in enrollment changes is really mostly in the kindergarten area where they're seeing the drop, and that really is a one-time thing while COVID's going on. Those kids will come back to us. So I hope we're not making a lot of policy and money on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you. So I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball, and it seems to be going all over the place in multiple different directions. So to the question that was asked by, I think, Dr. Orland at one point, it was by Mr. Anderson, as to what we're trying to achieve. Yes, I think that, again, when we look at the huge increase that would have been lopped on to Clarksburg versus other areas, that's what we were trying to mitigate. I do think that, again, by pausing that somehow is still better than where we are currently. Look, I didn't propose in all across. That was something that Mr. Sartori had proposed. I was mainly just talking about Clarksburg, and that's where I had been consistent. So let me just say that that's where I remain focused in terms of the huge rise for Clarksburg. I'm getting comments from folks saying, why are you doing an overall cap on school impact taxes across the county now? And that's going to bankrupt us and do all this. Well, I didn't propose that. I'm trying to get at something that would make sure that from our Greenfield area that was identified in Clarksburg, that we did not make housing there more unaffordable. And I say more unaffordable because it's still unaffordable for many residents who live here and grow up here and who work here, but more unaffordable and get to a place where we can at least keep things consistent to where it still is affordable for a lot of our missing middle. And to where families who are going on to the next stage of housing can seize that opportunity. So from that perspective, that's where I remain consistent. How we achieve that without, causing disruption to all the other things that are out there, I still remain open to, including getting rid of the moniker of Greenfield. I mean, I think that still was the thing that was before us from the very beginning. And we got away from that to this 3%. And then it doesn't have the impact of capping anything else across the county. So I just want to put that out there because, again, while I was open to this, it seems as though it's causing more consternation than the good in solving the original problem. And so I'm not sure what the best way to get at that is. It doesn't seem as though there's clear consensus as to how to achieve that beyond what Mr. Anderson said, which is really just a temporary Band-Aid on the problem that still creates the issue a year and a half from now, which I don't think necessarily I want to set up a brand new council member from District 2 to have to fight and deal with. So I'd rather we really come up with a solution now instead of just kicking the can down the road a year and a half.
Thank you. Councilmember Raymer.
Thanks. Well, I think we ought to apply the 3% cap to Greenfield, not create unintended consequences elsewhere. As I recall, the issue with abolishing, there's several issues with abolishing Greenfield, but one of them was that you would end up with a reduction of impact taxes relative to the existing rate. And I think there was a concern on the other hand that wasn't necessary and, would go further from what planning is laying out, which is this way of looking at student generation and trying to match student generation and impact taxes more closely. So this approach is seeking to recognize planning's overarching framework, but limit the impact and understanding that it wouldn't be wise to cause a significant jump from update to update. But in any event, it's a political process in the end as well. So it may not be as sublime as a pure policy framework. So I would be happy to amend the motion to apply the 3% cap to Greenfield. I think that would address the specific issues, and I don't know enough. I'm frozen.
No, you're not.
Oh, okay. Well, my screen is frozen, so I don't know if. I guess my audio is continuing. I think it would allow us to, proceed without either reducing the impact tax there or increasing it significantly.
Okay. Councilmember Navarro.
So it would be great to clarify what we're doing because I get a little bit nervous when our own staff is asking very basic questions about a particular amendment that I thought they had worked through. I was very enthusiastic in my support for what I thought was something that had been, which had been floated and I had looked at, and I wanted to be a team player here and support this. But obviously, it seems like there are several things that were thrown out that were not contained in the amendment. So it would be useful if there could be a restating of the actual proposal and the implications of it. And again, I do get a little bit nervous when, for example, Dr. Worland is asking some preliminary questions as well as Mr. Drummer, because given the time of the day, I would assume that all of these details have been worked out so that when he gets to the floor, we would be able to make, informed decisions. But again, when I see that perhaps some of our staff is just hearing about this for the first time, that creates a problem. So I was very enthusiastic, and now I'm really concerned because I don't really know what it is exactly that we are entertaining here. So if that could be restated, and if that can be clear, so that I can understand and what it is that I might or may not support. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to tell you, when I first heard of this proposal, I thought it really sounded pretty good. And the more I'm hearing this, I'm just the opposite. So, Councilmember Friedson.
It's been one of those days. Okay, so I really appreciate the interest here by Councilmember Rice. As I mentioned in our previous conversation, we certainly had a long conversation there. I stated what my thoughts were, totally respect the viewpoint, appreciate Councilmember Reamer for attempting to come in and come up with a compromise. I'm not supportive of the proposal. I have real concerns about what the impact would be and the consistency with what this overarching policy was attempting to do, which was to bring down the impact tax rate from 120% to 100%, reflecting the fact that we had better data to reflect what the actual student generations were. And that comes with consequences. And in certain places, which I understand are not ideal based on certain other priorities, but in certain circumstances, because the student generations are higher, the rates go up. And it's tough for me to both enthusiastically support some of the other provisions of this change that I think are based in broad overarching policies that we have promoted and in data based on student generation impact and the different numbers, as you heard earlier, significantly different numbers with different housing types and in different parts of the county. And so I have real concerns about kind of picking and choosing where we apply it. And I also have concerns, and I think, even shared by Councilmember Rice as this was moving forward, of a broader implication, if it's not targeted, of what this could have moving forward to the fiscal realities. I mean, construction costs go up. The idea that we would be saying we're going to charge 100% cost of the student and yet cap what 100% cost of the student is. The cost of the student is the cost of the student. If we want to provide some type of incentive based on a broader public policy goal, I think we should discuss that, debate that, and decide on that. And I think that is reasonable, but it doesn't make sense to me to set a standard based on data and based on an overarching philosophy, and then when we don't like how certain aspects of it end up, put an exemption on it or put a cap on it, as opposed to just addressing that issue that we don't like or changing the overall approach that we take. And so for that reason, respectfully, while I understand where folks are going with this, I'm not supportive of the amended proposal, and I won't be voting for it.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
So, Councilmember Friedson, while you were speaking, it reminded me of Shark Tank when folks give their explanation and they say, and I'm out. So I appreciate you, Councilmember Friedson. Thank you very much. I'm talking to the rest of the other at this point. No, but let me just say this.
Is he answer to Mr. Wonderful? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Well, I won't characterize him as any of the okay. They all have their own nuances. So okay. he's his own man. But no, Mr. Sartori, what happened when we first were discussing the 0.8% factor? And why did we step away from that and go to this, which seemed to be easier and cleaner? So I just want to understand.
Well, it's certainly seeming cleaner and easier now. I agree. So the 0.8 factor, the idea behind that was, right now, impact taxes are calculated with a 1.2 factor, right? And we've said we're going to everything's going to be 100%. And my thought was, well, people seem pretty intent on making sure we're charging 100% everywhere. And so my suggestion of instead of applying a 0.8 factor to just one housing type in one area, let's go ahead and do something that is a broad policy as opposed to targeting. But it sounds like we would prefer at this point, what I'm hearing, is to target the one type of housing in the one area. And so maybe it's saying that in that area for the remainder of this SSB update, right, for the next 4 years, impact taxes there are calculated with a 0.8 factor.
That would be my proposal. And so again, this was what was floated originally when we first started talking about this. Then came about the 3%, which brings in so many other things that we've now talked about. So I hope that my colleagues remember that what that does is that just, again, limits Clarksburg to a mild increase. It's still an increase, but it's a mild increase over what they had before. So Clarksburg residents are still paying more for all housing types, right? And it goes for single family, townhouse, and multifamily. Maybe it's like a little bit, it's a little down, right?
It's down from where they are today, but it is higher than the rest of the county. Yes.
That's right. Right, exactly. So across the board, Clarksburg is still higher than the rest of the county is with this 0.8 factor. I would suggest that we go with that. It's much cleaner, it's much easier, and it lasts for the 4-year SSP. We can move on and be done with it. It still means that Clarksburg pays more. It's more revenue because Clarksburg's paying more. And so from that perspective, I would propose that instead as a substitute amendment. Would like to hear Councilmember Reamer, who was the original motion maker.
I would be fine with that. The phrase "no good deed goes unpunished" is really ringing in my head here. Thank you.
There you go.
That's a good thinking. Thank you.
Well, I have to give credit where credit is due. It was Councilmember Navarro that asked me, whatever happened to the 0.8? I was actually kind of on board with that. So I want to give credit to Councilmember Navarro. So thank you.
Okay.
We have an amended motion, I think, Mr. Council President.
Well, somebody's going to have to restate it because it's as confusing now as it can possibly be. So what is the amended motion?
Pam or Jason, can you restate the 0.8% factor, please? And it's very straightforward. So.
Okay. So that single-family detached homes in Greenfield will be calculated. Impact taxes for those would be calculated applying a 0.8 factor.
Okay. It was moved by Councilmember Reamer, seconded by Councilmember Rice. All those in favor, please raise your hand. That is Councilmember Navarro, Councilmember Albornoz, Councilmember Rice, and Councilmember Reamer. Those opposed, raise your hand. That is Councilmember Vice President Hucker, Councilmember Friedson, and Glass. That's 3. Councilmember Giwando and Councilmember Katz. So it fails 5-4. Thank you.
We find out what happens as a result of that not passing. We have the underlying proposal before us, I believe.
So yes. So
that's correct. Where Clarksburg pays a huge amount more than the rest of the county.
But I think it still pays less than what it was paying. Isn't that correct, Ms. Dunn?
Actually, no, it doesn't pay less than it was. Clarksburg is the only place where the single-family detached house rate goes up significantly. The single-family house rate goes up modestly, but it is the single-family detached house in Clarksburg goes up 29%, I believe.
Could I ask a question, Mr. President? I don't know if it'll know someone.
Please.
The amendment. So you didn't roll in the generation the way it where did it finally sit? I didn't feel like I felt like I want to understand this one point. The generate, and maybe I change my vote depending on this. The 3%, where did we land on whether how this would increase over time?
It would not put a cap on it, as the amended proposal came forward to you when we first started the meeting today. It backs off of that 3% cap. The cap wouldn't be applied to Clark or Greenfield. It wouldn't be applied anywhere in the county. The alternative is, and this is what was put forward, is only in the Greenfield area and only for single family detached homes, a 0.8 factor would be used instead of 100% of the cost of the seat, say. But let's just a 0.8 factor to the impact tax that has been calculated so that the rise in that single family detached house cost is not so great. Currently, it would be 29%.
And that would be for the life of the CIP. There's no phase in.
It would be you could write it so that it would be at this derivation of the rates, and you could continue to apply that 0.8 factor at the updates, and you can revisit this at any time. This is an impact tax. This is not the SSP. The council
and what would that do to the revenue? What would that do to the revenue picture?
It would decrease it from the current committee version where Clarksburg is paying that premium. I'll see if Mr. Sartori knows what that is.
Yeah, it wouldn't be all that different from the 3%. So if we apply the 0.8 factor, the actual impact tax would go up from what it is today, 3.2%. So it is the effect is pretty much the same as the limit. The difference is that when we recalculate these in July, it won't go up another 3%. It'll just go up whatever is applicable. Instead of at 100% of the cost, it'll be at 80% of the cost.
So we'd still be losing the revenue. That was the concern before. Okay. All right. So I'll keep my vote. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to move. Yes. Go ahead, Hans.
We had a vote, and no, we still have.
No, we voted on the amendment.
We voted against a proposal, but I think we still have to vote.
We haven't straw voted on the overall, but we voted on the amendment.
I guess that's right. I guess no, we only voted on that amendment. We didn't. We
Yes,
haven't.
that is correct.
On the actual. Okay.
We haven't straw voted on it in general.
On the planning board's recommendation.
Right.
So I think we need to have a straw vote on that.
We do. If we can stop talking about it, we'll be happy to have it. Ms. Dunn, is there anything else?
My council colleagues, Evan Glass and Will Jawando, made a lot of comments last time we talked about their concern about the rates in Clarksburg. And so I dutifully set out to find a compromise that could work for everybody. And now they're changing their votes. All right. I don't say that very often, but I'm a little frustrated right now. Thank you.
And I appreciate that. I thought, candidly, when I first heard it, I thought it made a lot of sense. The more I heard about it today, it didn't. So that's where I was. Councilmember Glass, please.
Thank you, Chair Raymer, for that. The conversation that we had was the very first conversation on the very first day the full council discussed the SSP. A lot has changed since then. We've gone through a lot here. We have reduced a lot of funds. I'm not quite sure how we pay for various infrastructure needs based on the positions that we've taken in these straw votes. And so I'm taking all of that into account in my processing here, because it's been a very long 2 or 3 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, I was going to talk about the continuation of the conversation that it sounds like now has since been discarded. So I just ready to vote on the rates as have been proposed through the process.
Okay, Councilmember Rice, thank you.
So it's disappointing. It's really disappointing when this council seems to be poised and ready to make housing more expensive in one particular part of the county for no apparent reason. While generation rates may be a little bit different, it's not that significantly different. How can you have a conversation about missing middle? How can you have a conversation around affordable housing when you're saying that you're going to put an area that actually represents all of those things and make it more expensive to do that? It's contrary to what's been said. And so I'm just very confused this evening. I know that there was a confusing conversation around caps in the 3%, but I would appeal to folks to step back and think for a moment about what we're about to do today in terms of sending a message to Clarksburg saying that you're going to pay more than everyone else does and you don't have anything. I had this conversation with you guys before last week, You don't have the same infrastructure. You don't have all those things, but we're going to make sure that we generate all of this cash that comes out, right? And then we're going to say that, okay, well, for you, we're going to still spread it around, right? Because we're not going to, and so you have the folks in Clarksburg that are paying all of this additional funds and really aren't getting anything to show for it. When I first joined the council back in 2010, we had something before us that was a Clarksburg impact tax then, and then County Executive Leggett actually vetoed that legislation to make sure, because he said, you know what, it's wrong for us to really jeopardize the continued development of Clarksburg. I don't know how you can be for economic development. I don't know how you can be for affordable housing and do what you're about to do today. It just really flies in the face of everything that we stand for when it comes to this. And so I appeal to folks and just say, look, I want you to rethink about what it is that you're about to do today, because the message that you're sending is one that's going to be very, very clear. And I hope that that's not what we're doing today, or the intention of what it is that we're doing today, by telling people that, yes, in fact, we don't want to see development happen in Clarksburg. And if it does, we want to make sure that it's more expensive and folks have to pay more for it than any other parts of the county. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
Thank you. Since I was invoked here, so I did talk quite a bit about that in committee and here in the full council last time, that we should have two areas. We should have a turnover, and we should have infill, and you spread it across, and everyone's treated fairly, and based on housing type and student generation, you pay more, or based on student generation rather, and by housing type. And so we could go back to that. I don't know if the votes are here, but I could make that motion, and we could go to, when we considered the pipeline, it was based on data. We had this whole discussion last time, and I appreciate Councilmember Reamer's effort to go and try to get a compromise. I wasn't talked to throughout that process. I got an email yesterday with a whole bunch of numbers, and so you compromised with who you thought you had to, but don't come to me today getting upset you didn't talk to me. So so I'm happy to have that conversation if we want to continue from last time, and I'm happy to propose, Councilmember Rice, if now where we are, that we would go to, I'd make a motion that we would have an infill in a turnover area similar to the proposal I made in committee. So I would move that.
Second.
It was made by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Councilmember Rice. Is that correct? Councilmember Reamer.
Okay. The reason why this is a problematic motion is that this is, first of all, a reduction of impact tax from the current applied impact tax there. So what I was seeking to do was find a solution that would not increase them significantly or decrease them. Given what we know about student generation, I think it is problematic to not, to actually reduce them. So that's what the motion does, is reduces impact taxes in greenfield areas effectively by abolishing the greenfield area and melding it into a different area. So that's why I don't support it. So I will not support that.
Thank you. Councilmember Auburn-Oz.
Thanks. So we're back to like all or nothing, it feels like. And that's a tough place to be, because, we have understandably been making decisions all the way through to shave off in areas in an effort to increase and spawn development, which we're all generally in agreement of, have some disagreements on how to do it. So Pam, if you could maybe summarize, I supported the compromise because I felt like, it wasn't all or nothing, but what are the revenue impact differences between supporting Councilmember Jawando's motion versus the motion that we just turned down? Because I don't disagree with Councilmember Glass about the decisions that we've made, but by supporting this motion, correct me if I'm wrong, but we'll actually have significantly less revenue. and have an even deeper hole that we have to fill in the end if this motion moves forward.
Okay, I will give it a try. I don't have the perfect representation of the 0.8 factor in the spreadsheet, but Mr. Sartori has said it is closely approximated to the other motion, which was the 3% cap. It just kind of come out the same, but they are different calculations. And if that's the case, the 0.8 factor only on single family homes in the Greenfield area would have a relative reduction in revenue, I think, of less than $100,000 annually, of maybe it's $50,000 to $75,000 annually. If you go from a 3-region system of impact taxes to just the 2, you have a decrease in revenue of around $380,000 per year. So it's a larger magnitude of decreased revenue to go from 3 regions to 2. Both result in less revenue because you're basically making sure that you're not charging the very high increases to certain structure types in Clarksburg.
What was the first number that you said, Pam?
I
mean the actual dollar number. I couldn't hear.
Interactive. The interactive tool, and I put in the cap amendment, which is close. The difference. I'm sorry. Oh, it's about $130,000 per year.
Okay.
From the committee proposal.
Right. Okay. Councilmember Alvarez, did you finish?
Yeah, that helped. Thanks.
Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I totally understand there's a lot of frustration here, and I respect and appreciate where folks are coming from, and obviously there's a lot at stake in this policy. I don't support this either. And, I will say, we made a significant change, and I spearheaded this effort at the committee to eliminate the moratorium in Clarksburg. And I felt very strongly that there shouldn't be one place in the county that had a moratorium and that had a completely different standard. And I think that moratorium is not an appropriate policy. It's the most significant thing that we've done in this policy, and we eliminated that. And I didn't think that for that reason, Clarksburg should be singled out. And I think we've accomplished that. I think we have gotten a lot done for that. I understand that's not as much as some would like. As a district council member, I have great appreciation for Councilmember Rice for fighting as hard as he is for his district. I get that. But I think it's not accurate to say that Clarksburg is being singled out. Clarksburg is being charged 100% the cost of a student based on the student generation rates that come from that type of housing in that area. And the overwhelming preponderance of data with which the entire basis of the planning board's recommendation demonstrated that student generation was coming particularly from certain areas, that it was not equal. It was not entirely similar. You heard it in the beginning of this conversation, 75 children per 100 homes generated versus 45 children per 100 homes. That's the basis of this policy. If we choose to not want to do that because we don't want certain places to be charged more than other places, I don't agree with that. I think this is a better policy. But the more reasonable, rational, consistent policy would be to revert back to the existing countywide standard. That would be a much more rational way to do this than whatever it is we're talking about now, which is getting people frustrated and upset and is taking us down bizarre rabbit holes, frankly, that I don't think anybody really understands where we're going. So to me, that should be the choice before us. Either we charge differently based on the student generation rates as was proposed, or we abandon that and we stick with the situation that it is. I feel that it currently is. I feel very strongly that we should follow the data that has been clearly shown to us, and based on the planning board's recommendation, based on almost endless deliberations within the joint committees to discuss this. We've spent dozens and dozens and dozens of hours talking about this. This is one of the core elements of this entire policy. I have concerns about coming at the end and dramatically changing it. But to me, that would be the real rational, consistent public policy choice. Do we adopt something that is based on the data that we have, that is based on student generation rates, based on housing types, or do we stick with the current standard, which is a countywide standard? That's the question I think that we should be asking and deciding.
Thank you. Councilmember Glass.
Thank you, Mr. President. The word of the evening after a long day is clearly frustration. And I know everyone has been working really hard on this. But, you know, I support this motion because, as I said at the very beginning a few weeks ago, as was mentioned, I come at it looking at the fairness and equity of not treating one part of the county the same as the others. And the way I see around that is by having just two categories, two classifications. To me, that's the fair thing to do. And to say that that would have a fiscal note attached to it, we've been reducing fees for the last 3 weeks, not all of which I've agreed with. And so I'm doing what I think is the right thing to do for the residents and the future residents of the county, and to make sure that they have the infrastructure that they need. And so, yeah, the moving parts of it are fluid. We're working through it. But to claim that one particular proposal has a fiscal cost when they all have fiscal costs associated, I don't think is a fair way to characterize the conversation. Because as the packet notes, I think all the straw votes are $11 million reduction from the current revenue that we have right now, and so that's how I'm approaching this. And yeah, I hope we don't have to go back to the drawing board. You know, we're not clearly, but Councilmember Friedson's comments here, I appreciate them. That I know the Fed committee and the GO committee have been working for months on this. I get that. Those of us who weren't part of those conversations are sharing our thoughts along the way. I appreciate the accommodations and the robust conversation, but to imply that there are other things at play, I don't think is helpful to the discourse, and I yield back.
Thank you. Councilmember Navarro.
So, okay, so I'm just going to restate the reasons why I supported the last proposal, and it had everything to do with the fact that I thought it was a compromise. I mean, I was not party to either side, but I heard very carefully what, the colleagues that had voted or expressed concerns about the committee recommendation, what they said about the Clarksburg area in particular. Nonetheless, I'm also very mindful of what, both Councilmember Glass and Jawando expressed, which was the fact that we need to capture revenue. I mean, this is one of the things that you said as you were voting against that compromise, was the fact that it would be foregoing revenue. And so I was also mindful of the fact that we didn't want to completely forego, and the idea of a compromise, which just reduced it some, I felt I could live with. And of course, I'm just one person, and I appreciate Councilmember Friedson, who is very methodical about, being completely aligned with what we're saying. I get that. I know that it's not pure in that way, but I thought, okay, enough of my colleagues have expressed concerns about, some kind of unequal treatment. I think that strikes the balance, because we are recognizing that that there is that point of view, while not doing away completely with the greenfield, because that would put us in a further hole. And so I just want to say that there's no doubt that everybody has, of course, the right to have their own perspective on every one of these pieces. But I also want to say that it's not like we were discussing this in the joint committee. I mean, this is something that came out of the council deliberations, and I listened very closely to my colleague, Councilmember Rice, Councilmember Jawando, and Glass, regarding your concerns, and was not willing to support that position. But again, when the proposal for this compromise was floated, and I looked at it, the 0.8 factor one, not the other one that was somehow sprung, I thought, oh wow, yeah, this strikes a balance. I did not know who had spoken to whom, because I wasn't part of that conversation either. But when I received it, it felt like this could be a nice compromise to hopefully acknowledge everybody's perspective on this particular issue. So having said that, I am not going to support this particular amendment, because in the event that what just happened, which is that, you know, the compromise went down, then I will stick to my vote that was originally taken when we discussed this in committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dunn, can you explain one more time the actual dollar numbers?
Sure. Let me get the spreadsheet up. I was looking at some other implications, but so the dollar figures from looking at the spreadsheet, like I said, I don't have the perfect spreadsheet for the 0.8 factor, but it's pretty close. Hold on.
We're not discussing the 0.8 factor, though.
So what do you, okay, so the question for the dollar amount is the difference between the 2 regions versus 3?
Yes.
Correct.
Is that the one you'd like? Sure.
Well, motion on the floor, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the motion that we're now voting on, it would not, it would not use the Greenfield rate that the planning board proposed, but it would instead use, I think it's an infill rate.
So
Turnover rate.
What's that?
sort of does is it,
Turnover rate.
Turnover, yeah.
all right, well, it recalculates the remainder of the county that's turnover, right? And what is that student generation rate and the student cost? So the turnover rate actually changes slightly just because you've now taken a different geography to look at student generation rates. They're not unique. They are what's created from any given geography. And so this case, you've...
And I appreciate that, but I'd like to know that you gave dollar figures.
Yes.
I would like to know the dollar figures, please.
So do you want me to share my screen with the interactive tool? Would that be easier?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
You could see it then. Okay. Okay. You can see my screen and I can make it bigger. What we have here are the different scenarios, and I think currently this is the committee here in this middle column.
Yeah.
And if we go to the interactive, so the alternates where we're changing things up, and we, rather than connect the committee base, so there's a slight difference here. I just want to point this out. Committee and alternate, even with the committee as a base, is slightly different. And that has to do, I think, with taking Rockville out as an opportunity zone. If we don't do that, well, the numbers are closer.
It's also the limiting to infill rate.
I'm
that
sorry?
was different. When you limited it to the infill rate for
okay.
20, that
So,
also is, yeah.
For right now, I want to get back to what's the committee. So we are completely looking at just what is the difference of the 2 areas. We go to no Greenfield, and the difference is at the bottom of the screen. Is that, Jason, you correct? You agree?
Yeah, so it's about a $500,000 difference from what the committee had recommended.
But it's in the positive, like it's a gain in revenue, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Difference is moving in the direction of...
Part of that is also because the no Greenfield scenario, that was being considered, moved the Germantown North policy area, planning area, also from infill to turnover. And so the rates there went up, and there is a significant amount of development occurring there as well.
And so is that how you got to the 29% more for Clarksburg? How did that occur?
The 25% more is simply
29%, yeah.
the basic impact tax rates.
Okay.
And if you can see the rates here, it's already messing with it. This is a lot of stuff, but if it's how we calculate the scenario tool, but if you see in the column where you have the countywide rates are here. So a single family detached house in the county is about $26,000. And without making anything except creating the 3 regions and those different student generation rates, For the green, it goes up to 33,800. The difference between the current countywide and the Greenfield single-family detached is the 29% increase.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Beck? Pam, if you could take the screen down, please.
Oh, sure.
Ms. Beck?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question. I think basically we're spreading the students out over a different geography. So in theory, the numbers should be very close because we're not losing students. We're just assigning them to a different location, right?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, methodology from planning was to look at different planning areas, give them different characteristics, and see how they got categorized. And in fashion, you can do that, and you get 3 geographies. And then when you take the geographies, that then creates the student generation rate. If you use a different method and you end up with 2 regions, you take those exact 2 regions, and then from those regions, you create generation rates. The generation rates are basically just a function of any area that you pick. You could do a generation rate for a neighborhood. It's just the rationale for whether you want the 2 or the 3. What creates the geography that you pick?
Yeah, just as a point of clarification. Sorry.
I think I'm in line.
Sorry. Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
I don't know, Mr. President, am I next? Are you finished?
You are, yes.
Okay. So thank you for that chart. That was really important to see. So so we're clear for people watching, because I'm sure we're having trouble following the motion that's on the table, and Ms. Beck, who knows more than all of us, and Ms. Dunn about this, the motion that I propose to have an infill rate and a turnover rate, and to treat Clarksburg like all other turnover areas, would actually be revenue positive as compared to the committee position. Is that correct? Ms. Dunn?
That is correct. After I changed it correctly on the spreadsheet, it looks like it comes out that way.
I just think it's an important point, because we've heard a lot that it wasn't, and it is. It actually is. It's fair and it's revenue positive. And I think so. And we're also still capturing the student generation. It won't increase prices for new families that want to move to Clarksburg, which we all want. And I think that's the point here, is that, and Ms. Beck brought this up over the last weeks, there's a balancing of, and the reason I was not in favor of the last proposal that was put forward is because if you raise them, even if it's incremental, you can have this detrimental effect on potential new revenue of people moving there, which we want. So I think this is strikes a balance. And the last thing I want to say on this is, I think we're assuming, these are all straw votes. We're assuming, and maybe it will pass, that all of the discounts that have led up to this point, and the final UPP payments and all that, and then the recordation tax, which we haven't talked about yet, which maybe we'll talk about tonight or some other time. We're assuming all that's going to be in play, but there's no guarantee on that. And so I think, we just have to remember that as well. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Friedson.
Yeah, sorry, Councilmember John, I didn't mean to interrupt you there. Just a clarification. I mean, theoretically, to Ms. Beck's point, this should be more or less revenue neutral in terms of, we would be resetting the amount based on the generation rate. So instead of parsing out an area that has a higher number in the Greenfield area, if you added in a lower number of generation over a wider area, you would smooth out the difference. I'm trying to be fair to the proposal. That's the idea, and it's seen as being fair. That would raise the price of the housing in the turnover area, just to point that out, based on what the proposal was. But smooth out over a broader number, which, is fine. That's the policy before us. I think that's a reasonable public policy question to decide on. But it also assumes, or we have to assume, I just want to make sure everybody understands what we're deciding on here, of where we think that the growth will be, because the rate will be set where it'll be modestly revenue neutral, more or less one way or the other. But if the growth doesn't continue in one place versus another, if Clarksburg continues to grow at the pace that it's been growing, and we're charging a lesser number because we've smoothed it out over more people, then it would generate much less money. I just want to be clear about that so people understand. If that's not the case and Clarksburg doesn't grow at the rate that it's been growing, which is almost double the rate of the others, 75 per 100 versus 45 per 100, then the turnover areas going slightly up, as is being proposed here, if there's more growth, then that would raise more money or less money. So these are all fiscal analyses. They're all based on prospective behavior that we don't know. We're taking our best stab and our best guess here. That's how fiscal analyses work. But I just want people to understand that's what this really means. And so it's both a question of how much we're charging for the housing, where we want that housing, what we want to be charging in those places, and then where we think it's going to be based on how much revenue it's going to generate. So I just think it's important. Again, I'm not going to support this, but regardless of whether you're going to support it or not support it, I just hope that everybody fully understands and comprehends the decision that's before us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilman, Mr. Anderson, please.
Thanks for recognizing me. I am not being allowed to start my video because the host is disabled. That's okay. Look, I just wanted to point out that throughout this process, we've heard a couple things which I don't think are consistent with changing the direction on these rates right now. The first is that the policy should be based on actual costs. We were told both at the Fed and Geo Committee work sessions and also full council that the point of this exercise was to align the cost structure more closely with the way costs are actually generated. And to turn away from that idea, I think, is just inconsistent with a number of the decisions that the council has already made. The second thing is that just the other day, there was a lot of discussion about, well, it doesn't matter if the rates are not discounted in the red areas or perhaps in opportunity zone areas because impact taxes don't affect development decisions anyway. Well, you can't have it both ways. If impact taxes are not driving development decisions, then it shouldn't matter what these rates are. It should be absorbed in the cost of doing business. I don't believe that. I think we all know that impact tax rates are not the only thing that drives where development occurs and what it costs, but they're a factor, and it's a reality. And that brings me, I guess, to the final point, which is really I view this as an important vote about smart growth. It's not about punishing Clarksburg, and I absolutely respect where Councilman Rice is coming from on this. And that's why I thought that trying to find some compromise to limit the degree of the increase was a better path, because it recognizes the principle that we're not trying to subsidize growth around the edges at the expense of growth in the core. That's the definition of smart growth. So I would urge you to think perhaps of other ways. If 3% cap doesn't work, if a 0.8% factor doesn't work, think of other ways, and I think there are a number of them that are still good options to limit the degree to which there's an increase in Clarksburg without abandoning the principle of what right now is a very progressive, very smart growth policy. And I think that's the way it will be perceived by the real estate community. I think that's how it will be perceived by advocates who are interested in smart growth and related issues. And I think that it would be, I know it's very late and I know you've been through a lot, but I would urge you to think hard before going to rolling the Clarksburg and Greenfield areas into everything else, because that effectively raises the rates everywhere else if you're going to be revenue neutral. And I don't think that's what anybody wants.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Casey Anderson said it well, actually, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Albornoz.
I'm tired just like you guys, and I guess I still think 0.8 is the best proposal because it takes the positive elements of both and the concerns of both. But I am concerned that we are so disproportionately impacting one specific community for understandable and reasonable reasons, but it just sticks out like such a sore thumb. And if it is revenue neutral, as has been proposed, acknowledging it does spread the, this to some other areas, I have a problem with Clarksburg being this far out there. And I would have a problem if this were in another district too. It's not just that it's Clarksburg. If this were occurring in Kensington, if this were occurring in another part of the county, it's just so disproportionate to the rest of it is where I ultimately land. But very reluctantly, because I still think point 8 would have addressed this issue much more effectively than what is currently on the table. So I reluctantly support the amendment, but wish that we had stuck with the compromise.
And I'm in the same spot you're in. Though I didn't support the point 8. I after listening to all sides of this, and it's basically revenue neutral. I mean, after everybody's jumping up and down, I'm going to support this. Councilmember Glaze.
Just real briefly, I think everyone is exhausted the conversation, but I will just say that I think that this proposal clearly is fair, it's equitable, and it is revenue positive. That's the numbers we were told. People are saying neutral, but the numbers that Ms. Dunn shared, they were positive. And I appreciate Chair Anderson's comments just about how this should be viewed within the growth and particularly within smart growth, the term that he used. For me, the decision about Clarksburg was made back in 1994 with the master plan and with the 2011 Clarksburg Limited Master Plan Amendment. That's when the decisions about smart growth were made. And so this is not, in my opinion, about smart growth. It's about being fair and equitable with our policies. And we continue to invest around our metro and in those corridors. And we had those lengthy conversations last week, and we clearly as a council prioritize those areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer, you were on the list. You're now off the list. Okay, you're sort of on the list. Okay. Councilmember Navarro, please.
Well, the one thing I learned to perfect in my 2 terms as council president was that I can count and I see where this is headed. And I'm also term limited, so let me say this. One of the most exciting things about this exercise was that it was getting us closer and closer to really provide the framework for what we say we want to do and what we say we would like the county to be. And not necessarily to just think about what is happening right now, given whatever other policies were made and the fact that we couldn't control that. And that is why, for me, the compromise made a lot of sense, because at the end of the day, this piece about student generation has always been a sore point for previous councils. It has always been a problem. And I felt that this particular proposal through this SSB got us closer. The philosophy of it was so aligned with a futuristic, transit-oriented, the kind of vision that we're always talking about. And so it's okay. Again, I'm term limited, I'll be gone. This is not about right now. This is about how we want to project ourselves going forward. And so I just want to state that, because we cannot have our cake and eat it too. We are going to raise the rates in the other areas. And so, so it is what it is. I mean, the vote is what it is. There'll be many other opportunities for all of you to, make other decisions. As a veteran, I can say that. But I just want to state that, because there is a philosophy that is undergirding this process. And I think for the first time in a long time, I've been really excited about this prospect. And so many people have been talking about that in terms of this particular council being very progressive in that way and in that vision. So again, I'm going to vote against it because I'm going to be consistent with the vote that I took in the committee, which had to do with this very exciting way of seeing things. And we'll see where it goes. Again, in 4 years, some of you will have the distinction and the honor of figuring out what to do next.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer, you decided you did want to vote, did want to have a statement?
Thanks. I'm not going to be supporting it. I just want to say, the planning board came up with a framework that I think was very innovative, and it targeted, the application of rates according to use, and the underlying assumption of it was to make impact taxes more fair and make housing prices more fair. So I'm afraid that this really weakens the success of that kind of policy philosophy, as Councilmember Navarro ably said. And I think that's unfortunate because it just removes one of the essential components of the vision that the planning board gave us. So in any event, here we are.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
So I too am term limited like Councilmember Navarro. And let me just say that again, for me, it's a very interesting dynamic because I recall last week asking for proposals in us trying to accommodate. And so it's interesting to hear the chair say, oh, well, we can do something else. Well, where was that last week, right? I mean, again, we had the 0.8, we had the 3%, but if there was something better, why am I just hearing about it now? Anyway, moving on. From my perspective, look, for me, it was always about Clarksburg, right? And making sure that, again, for this area that represents a huge opportunity for economic development, there's a lot of things that can happen there. It certainly can, with its connectivity, solidify the use of mass transit in the Up County. It's got the ability to solve our missing middle crisis, all of these kinds of things. And so I was fine with the compromise. I'm also fine with this one. This is where I started in saying that we didn't need to have a greenfield area. Pam Dunn knows all too well. My staff has been working with her, and I really appreciate your support in helping us to continue this. I also want to thank Mr. Sartori for trying to think of other methodologies. The votes are where the votes are, and I have to go with supporting my district, but also more than that. And I will agree that to some extent, the policy isn't exactly the way I would have preferred. But at the end of the day, that's always what we do. And it's never going to be exactly what we want. And so this is one of those cases where it ends up being a little bit skewed. I would have preferred the 0.8, but I'm very happy that we have a methodology that moves forward that doesn't make Clarksburg more expensive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Councilmember Jawando.
I'll be very brief, just lest we have a bad taste in our mouth here. The couple points. I just want to go back and reiterate. This was based on using the pipeline data. This was a methodological. I think that's a word. It has a methodology with it. 60% of Clarksburg is already built out, and so unless there's some crazy, new growth that comes, there could be new proposals. That's compared to other places in our infill areas that aren't as built out in the pipeline, right? So we did use a methodology here, and that's what gave us this thing. So, we're not changing. And then the other thing I would say, I know the planning board had a vision. Not everyone agrees with that vision. And I think Councilmember Glass's point is such an important one that the decision to build Clarksburg, would I have made that same decision and done it the same way and not built the transit and done all those? No, I wouldn't have. But it is where it is, and we have to deal with what our county is, not what we wish it to be in some sort of, dream, or, of some idealized dream. So I just think we're making the best. Policy is always sausage making. I did it at the staff level. It's never perfect, but I think on balance, this is going to be the right decision. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. We have a motion or an amendment, I guess. Councilmember Jawando, made by Councilmember Jawando, seconded by Councilmember Rice. All those in favor of it, please raise your hand. It is Councilmember Albernaz, Councilmember Rice, Councilmember Glass, Councilmember Jawando, and me. That's 5. Those opposed, please raise your hand. Councilmember Navarro, Vice President Hucker, Councilmember Friedson, and Councilmember Reamer. It passes 5-4. So where are we now? First off, it is now 6:15. I don't know how late. I mean, as I say, we can go until people want to stop, but I don't know how much more time you think we would need in order to finish this evening, Ms. Dunn. Is there any estimate on that?
So we basically spent all this time on the first issue, but it was
Right.
the most contentious issue. The next is for the council to decide the percentages to apply at each threshold for the utilization premium payment, whether that be the committee majority of 20, 40, 60, whether there's an alternative proposition to that. Councilmember Joando had put forth 50, 100, 150. And then exemptions related to the utilization premium payment should also be discussed. Are there areas of the county or types of housing that should be exempt from the utilization premium payment? Those are SSP related things. They're not in the bill. They do need to be resolved for the adoption of the SSP next week. And then finally, just related to SSP2 is transition language. The recordation tax, because it's not tied to the deadline of the November 15th, 16th, could be a discussion for later, and we could even have it this week. I'm just giving you the things that need to be done for the SSP.
Well, let me ask the council. There is a possibility that we have public safety. I have public safety on Thursday, that we wouldn't do public safety and we would have a council meeting at that time and finish this thing up so that we can get through this for November 16th. I mean, we don't want a marathon on November 16th either. So there is that possibility, which, to me, I've always said you make a different decision at 7:30 at night than you do at 11:30 at night when meetings started at 7:30. So I think we have to keep that in mind. This is important work, and you do something tired, you don't necessarily always do. You always do your best work when you're tired. So keeping that in mind, is there sentiment to do whatever we're going to do today? I mean, we can do the UPP and stop, or do you want to keep going? And if we stop, then we would come back on Thursday at 9:30 in the morning and have a council session strictly for the SSP. What is the sentiment of the council? Is anybody awake? Okay.
Just say that again.
Yeah. Is anybody awake? Now, we could do is go and finish the UPP right now, and then come back on Thursday for the rest at 9:30 in the morning and have a council session, or we can keep going and see how far we can get this evening. I think those are two options.
I have a lot of meetings on Thursday that I would have to then reschedule.
I think let's power through.
But I can figure it out.
Go ahead, Gabe.
I'm fine to keep going.
Keep going? Okay, well, let's keep going. Is that the majority? Keep going?
How many other issues other than UPP? Is it just UPP and recordation tax, or what else do we have?
Well, we would finish it all today if we keep going. Otherwise, they're going to have to come back Thursday anyhow.
Yeah, I have to do something at 7:20, but I can go for another hour. So.
All right. Well, let's try it. Let's keep
push.
Go ahead, Pam.
Okay, so the next, I want to tell you what page to turn to so we all stay together. In the staff report, I've turned to the bottom of page 3, where the council has reviewed the thresholds, and there was agreement on the thresholds at 105%, 120%, and 135%, but did not come to a council agreement on the percentages of the applicable portion of the impact tax that should apply at those levels. But I also wanted to put, thanks to Mr. Sartori, who shared this with me, a table on page 4 of the staff report showing what those percentages actually mean when we talk about them, because we talk about them as a percentage of the impact tax, but the impact tax is the cost of adding up the student seat and generation for elementary and middle and high school. But typically when we apply a UPP, we have to apply it at the school level that is inadequate. And so while it may be 60% of the impact tax, it is 60% of the impact tax, that portion of the impact tax for the level that is inadequate. And so the table tries to show that. And it would truly equal 60% or 20% of the impact tax if all 3 levels were inadequate. And so that's where we are. And again, I can share my screen. We have the interactive tool, and we can show you what different levels of a utilization premium payment would result in. And then we do need to talk about exemptions.
Okay.
Sorry, I think we're all catching our breath here. Could you point us?
Sorry. I was going to put a proposal on the floor while people are thinking about it.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I had originally proposed in committee 2040-60 as the UPP standard. That's what passed the committee. I wanted to amend my proposal. I think there's interest among colleagues just having a conversation to try to find the right landing spot for this and to make sure that we're both generating real revenue, which is one of the goals here, obviously, as we eliminate moratorium so that we can get the housing we need, but ensure that we're supporting the school infrastructure as well, but not have moratorium by another name. You know, we don't want to eliminate moratorium, but create a UPP payment that effectively just puts in moratorium because it becomes so cost prohibitive. We just had a long conversation about the fact that there is price sensitivity when it comes to housing. So I think we've proven that point, and we should be sensitive and consistent on this point. And so I wanted to put forward a new proposal of 30-60-90, which is higher than the initial proposal that I had put forward, and Chair Reamer had supported me on 2040-60 in hopes that that will thread the needle with the understandable desire of colleagues in order to generate more revenue, but to make sure that we don't place it at a point that would be a moratorium by another name. So I would put that forward 30-60-90, Mr. President.
And I appreciate that. But do you know how much more revenue it would actually generate?
Looking at it right now, just give me a second because I have to take a few things out that.
While you're doing that, I'm going to call on Councilmember Giwando.
I want to second Councilmember
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you, Councilmember Navarro. Every now and then we should get a second. I don't know why, but anyhow, Councilmember Giwando, thanks.
And if we could take the, are we looking at the screen? I mean, if we're looking at, Pam, you're looking at the numbers. That's fine if you.
Yeah.
Okay. That was going to be one of my questions, just what that would be. Obviously, I proposed the 5,100. I'm sorry, the it is
5,100 and 150.
5,100 and 150 for the UPC. Again, with the idea that the overall trend here is downward, and this is again the impact that would be paid in a progressively higher way based on connected to the school capacity, which is and the impact on the generation. I appreciate Councilmember Friedson going up from where he was, so I want to acknowledge that good faith. And so I think I do. I'm just trying to filibuster for you, Pam. I would like to know what the impact between what is proposed by Councilmember Friedson, now it's on the floor, and then what my proposal would generate and what the difference is between the two. I think we should just have that baseline. Yes.
Have that, but I don't know. Dr. Rowland, do you need to say something before?
Yeah, just
Let's have a friendly request, Councilmember Giwando, that we do what the committee was, what
yes.
this is, and what Councilmember Giwando is, just so we can look at all three together.
Right. Yeah. So
Perfect.
I'm sorry. Yeah. So under the committee, the utilization premium payment was about it's here on row 14. It was about $19 million. Councilmember Giwando's recommendation is about $48 million, and then the alternative by Councilmember Friedson is about $28.5 million.
That's the current one that he just proposed, the 30-60.
Yes, I put that in 30-60-90. And I just want to make sure you understand, so this is a snapshot in time for these utilization premium payments, and they will change every time the annual school test changes. And so they're not an amount of money that we just can think of as, if we set it at this rate, it will kind of always annually be this. It will vary greatly just based on which schools fall into which category and how many schools fall into which category.
Right. It's all based on when the
This is just relative information. These are the magnitudes.
Go ahead, Dr. Orland. You've been waving for a while. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the last point is a really important one, because unlike the impact tax where you set the rate and that's what it is unless the council changes it, which is usually not very often. The utilization payment, the point was made that you maybe if it's too high, you'd be putting the area in moratorium. Well, oftentimes what would happen in the school facility payment is that developers would wait a few months if they knew a project was ready to go, ready to be within the now 4-year period, and have to pay a lot less. And so, for example, if the Woodward and Northwood projects stay on schedule, that as of July 1st, the Blair cluster, the Einstein cluster, the Walter Johnson cluster, all of them will be out of moratorium. The percent of utilization will be much less, and the utilization payment will be much less. So the numbers that Pam just gave you are based on development. If they all sort of happen on an annual basis between now and July and June 30th, what would it be? But the numbers can change dramatically, and usually the developers, if they're close in terms of trying to decide whether to move forward a little more quickly or a little more slowly, will understandably try to hit the time that makes sense. So I would take all these numbers with really a big grain of salt in terms of that. But you're right, apples to apples, what Pam gave you is a way of looking at it. But if it's too high, developers might just wait if the project is ready to go. And that's really going to happen a lot, I believe, in the Walter Johnson, Einstein, and Blair clusters for projects that are ready to go in the next, say, 6 months. They might just wait till July 1st.
So does that get to the testing issue of when you test and all that? Is that's kind of related to the point you're bringing up as far as the waiting?
Right. I think the committee, the council, correct me if I'm wrong, Pam, I think the council's decided that whether there's a UPP or not depends upon the condition when you're approved at subdivision. So if you're approved in subdivision in March, this coming March, then the rules that are in effect is what would apply in terms of what you pay. But if it ends up being that it's approved in July or August, well, they don't meet in August, July or September, then it could be very well different depending upon the situation in that cluster at that time.
Right.
So I'm just saying it's a lot more complicated than the impact tax. Yeah. And it's not it really isn't like necessarily putting it in moratorium. It may be a self-moratorium for a few months in certain situations.
Yeah. I think that's a good point. And I was going to address that as my second point, that look, we've removed, and I voted to remove the moratorium countywide, and that is gone. So the decision, the economic decision because you have to pay a premium payment again, and we have to remember what these are for. This is when and you can correct me if I'm wrong again, Pam, we're starting at 105, right? When a school's at 105% capacity. So that's with the lower rate, the 50. And again, it's not, the other double confusing thing is it's not 50% of the total payment. It's like a portion of that. And you can explain that again, Ms. Dunn, maybe when I'm done here. But you're talking about, they kick in at 105, 120, which was the previous moratorium level, and then 135, which is getting seriously overcrowded at that point. And still, you can build it. You just have to pay this payment. And if they want to, they're going to have to make the determination to Glenn's point. But we want to make sure we have the revenue for the infrastructure. So I want to hear what my colleagues have to say, and I'll come back. But that was the rationale. And if Ms. Dunn, just before I yield the floor, if you could just explain that it's not 50, 100, and 150 or whatever it is, what that real percentage means as far as the payment. I think it sounds higher than it actually is.
Right. That's actually on page 4 of the staff report. If you look at that table in the middle of the page and you look at, say, the first one where it says UPP percentage and you went down to 100%, actually, of the impact tax, if it were inadequate at the elementary level, then you would be paying 41.7% of the impact tax, not 100%. Right. At just the middle school, it would only be 25% of that impact tax, again, because the school levels have a relative impact on the total amount of an impact tax, and that's what this is based on.
And I really appreciate you saying that, and it actually gets more favorable the higher it goes. So 100%, 50% UPP is actually in an elementary level. You're paying 20% of the tax, 12% at the middle school, 16% at the high school. If all three are inadequate, you pay, but that doesn't happen. That's very rare.
It happens occasionally, but maybe one cluster out of 25.
Right. And then if they want to build there, it's a hot market. A lot of people want to live there. There's other reasons to build there. And then when you get up to the 150%, which again, I'm proposing when there is 135% or more crowding, you're still only paying 62.5% in the elementary school of the tax, 37% in the middle school, and 50% of the high school. So I just want colleagues to understand it's not as high as it sounds, but it does recognize the growth. So I'll yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Ms. Beck.
Yes, I did want to just make it clear for people. As Glenn said, these are less stable revenue sources. And as a result, in January, when we send over the CIP, we will not be showing any revenues called UPPs, because until we have them in hand and know we have a project to put them in, we just can't program them. And that's consistent with school facility payments. And that was one reason they went to the 120% was a more stable revenue source. But just so people do understand, it when it comes in, it will be more revenue. That's true. But until we have it, I can't make assumptions that it will be there to pay for real projects.
Thank you. Dr. Warren, you're on the list, but others are going to speak. Councilmember Rice.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. So, look, this is a big deal because, again, as Ms. Beck and all of us understand that we need to ensure that we have additional revenue to be able to support paying for a lot of the projects that we have. This is going to be really important, right? And so I appreciate Councilmember Friedson upping his to the 30, 60, 90. I think that's great. I mean, when we really look at the schools test, you know, where are the payments, right? So that's one question for us. And what would typically folks be paying? I am of the ilk, of course, as the chair of the Education and Culture Committee, that, again, we would err on the side of having additional revenue coming in. However, what I don't want is also a de facto moratorium. But I have to ask the question, if in an area where we know that things are overcrowded and folks really want to move forward because they know that they have a project that can make the money and make them the profit, would they not pay it? I don't know. It's a hard one to try and forecast what it is that folks are doing. And when I look at one of the conversations we've had for a very long time when it comes to the revenue that we're getting via impact taxes for schools and what neighboring jurisdictions do, you know, they actually make them pay for actual projects. So you're talking about significantly more than what folks would be paying in this situation. I know that we've started to move in that direction when it came to Crown, which Council President knows all too well. That was a part of the discussion. So there are a lot of those puts and takes that go in there. I don't know where the right number is. I don't know if it's somewhere between, I've seen a proposal from Councilmember Juando that's larger, where we are with Councilmember Friedson. I unfortunately am one who continues to push this compromise position. It hasn't been successful today, so I don't know if it's a good place to be right now, but that's where I kind of still find myself. I'm hoping I keep pushing for that compromise position at some point. So that's kind of where I find myself. And again, look, you heard it from Ms. Beck. I mean, we don't even know what these numbers are going to be. We don't, I mean, it's kind of just picking, you know, numbers and just saying, well, I think it should be 30. I think it should be 40. I think it should be 50. There's no, Ms. Dunn, I mean, is there any guidance that you can give us in terms of what would ensure helping us to offset some of the revenue loss that we've seen would be a direction that we should go in when it comes to the UPP percentages? Sorry to put pressure on you.
Repeat. No, I hate to ask you to repeat that, but had a
sorry.
leaving the front door and I couldn't hear you.
No, that's all right. So is there a percentage that you would recommend that would help us to offset some of the losses that we've seen throughout and the decisions that we've made to get us closer to a revenue neutral position based on a UPP percentage? What would be that percentage that would get us to try and make up some of that gap that we've made with the decisions we've made so far?
So what I will say is I don't think you can make up the total gap in just making the utilization premium payments.
No, and I'm not trying to do that. Let me be very clear. Some of it. Yeah.
would actually say that the proposal before you for Councilmember Jawanda was going to give you the best shot. And I know it sounds high, but when we had a school facility payment before, it was implemented at 105%, and it was 60% of the impact tax. Again, given at that time, impact taxes were at 90% of the cost of a student seat. But you were effectively paying you're paying 150% if you were in an area that had all three levels that were insufficient. And actually back then the cluster was where we deemed something insufficient. And so it would cover the whole cluster and you would get charged 150%. And it would be 150% of the impact tax because it wasn't done by school level. Or maybe it was, it's late, I'm getting confused. But the point being that at 105, when it was 60% for the school facility payment, starting at 105 with 50% now for a UPP, at a moratorium level, making it 100, and at a really high level at 135, making it 150. And again, it's only really applicable if all three levels are there. It doesn't seem egregious, and it seems like it would get you revenue that you need for school facilities.
Well, thank you very much. That is very instructional in terms of where I will be. So thank you for that. I yield back, Mr. President.
Thank you. Dr. Orland.
I think I'll pass, actually. My point was, we passed that point. So in the interest of time, I'll pass. Thank you.
Thank you. So where are we right now? I have nobody else on the list. We have an amendment. Mr. Councilmember Friedson, did you want to repeat your amendment?
Yeah, my amendment is 306090. And since there was discussion about the test, which I do think is of considerable interest to a number of people, we had proposed changing the test if it would interest colleagues to be more interested in moving forward with the proposal that's on board at 306090. I would be happy to move that forward with changing the committee's recommendations both on the annual test and on the ups to 306090 with the current test as we conducted today, which is of considerable interest and has been raised quite a bit since that vote by members of the PTA and school advocacy community. So I think this is a significant compromise that I am trying to put forward in the spirit, harnessing the spirit of my good friend, Councilmember Rice. I am hopeful that this effort at a compromise garners a better outcome than the ones earlier today had, but no good deed goes unpunished around here. But yield to my colleagues. I think this strikes the right balance, 306090. We're not going to make up for all of the revenue that we talked about here, nor should we want to. I mean, we want to generate revenue from this, but we shouldn't be attempting to generate as much revenue as we possibly can. When we extract revenue, it is costing housing. It is literally the conversation we just talked about in Clarksburg. So the question is, how do you find the appropriate balance? We're charging 130%, 160%, and 190% of the cost of a student. And, that is what this is. These are premium payments. These are in addition to payments, recognizing that school overcrowding is a major issue and something that we need to address. So that is my proposal. I would add in the school test if that was of interest. I'll yield to colleagues based on where folks are on this. I'm hopeful that we can bring this to a vote and start to move forward.
Thank you. Councilmember Rice.
Yeah, I'm regretting the fact that I said, yeah, push on, because this is a really complicated one as well, and has huge ramifications. Look, I think that again, yes, I know my advocates are looking for schools test in the community when it comes to MCC PTA. I think that again, for us, we do want to be careful about making housing too expensive. And charging too much. I also think that, look, when we got rid of the moratorium, that certainly helped for allowing projects to move forward. And I know all too well in dealing with the moratorium issue when we had to do what we did in Blair, in the Blair cluster. So I'm sensitive to that as well. Pam, help me to understand. our current rates versus where we would be under either proposal are still higher. Is that correct?
No, I had in, find it. I had in one of the earlier packets, I don't know, it got replaced in this one. I did 2 examples where I showed if you took a project and it was in an area with, actually it was all 3 regions, but now you would have turnover and fill. And you applied like the 20% at the elementary level and you applied a 40% at the high school level. What would the impact tax bill plus UPP look like? And I think in most cases it was still below where we currently are today. And then I took the same thing and I said, well, still 20% at the elementary level is inadequate. So you're at 100, then 50% at the elementary, you're going to charge, it was inadequate. The high school was inadequate and you were charging, I think it was 100. I can find that table, but I added that in the packet to show you that even then, some of the rates, depending on area, were still below our current impact tax rates because we have made changes where we feel like the rates are more accurate to the real cost, but they're going down. Let's see if I can find it.
So while Ms. Dunn is doing that, Mr. President, so I'm just going to throw something out there. And again, I'm just, looking for that silver lining, trying to create that middle ground. If we were to do a 40, 80, 120, it's less than where Councilmember Jawando's been in terms of his proposal, but a little bit more than where Councilmember Friedson is. And the reason why I look at that top line number is because it's still at our elementary school, it's 50%. At our middle school, it's 30%. High school, 40%. It doesn't go above that 50% threshold. I think that that's a really big deal when it comes to the maximum. And again, seems to me to be quite reasonable in terms of what it is that we're asking, and still satisfies the concerns of some of my folks in the education community who still are nervous about making sure that we have the revenue that we need to, and lessens our reliance upon recordation tax and other kinds of things also, which is another part of the discussion we'll have later. So, again, I'm tipping my hand when it comes to the discussions later and trying to figure out ways in which we can try and achieve that balance. So that would be something that I would put out there. Again, it can be accepted as a friendly amendment or not, but that's kind of where I'm leaning at this point. And Ms. Dunn, I'm still waiting to hear from
Mr. Rice, while she's looking, could I friendly amendment your friendly amendment?
Well, it has to be accepted by Councilmember Friedson first.
Why don't we have some friends here?
I'll let Councilmember Jawando go first, and then I'll respond if that please.
I think we're going to be okay here. So, so I think that's a very reasonable thing. If we could just add the school test portion on it as well, and then I think maybe we can get some agreement. So the 40, 80, 120, and the additional tests that a lot of our folks wanted. Again, not going to bring all the revenue back. None of this would have, but I think that's a reason, and just trying to see compromise. That's what I would just add to what you just said. So thank you.
Well, I have to, my second has to also accept, but I will accept that in the interest of this meeting desperately needing a compromise that yields a 9-0 vote. So I will accept that both friendly amendments on the test and the 40, 80, 120 standard, assuming it pleases Councilmember Navarro.
The seconder is so appreciative of the idea of compromise as expressed before that the seconder would accept the compromise that is being proposed. Thank you.
Know that in Montgomery County you're allowed to have a 9-0 vote. I'm just saying. I'm just bringing that up. Yeah. Ms. Dunn, did you have anything? Please don't confuse us. We're about to vote all together on this. Please.
Well, I'm happy to ignore this then, but it was the examples I were talking about. The red basically shows that in a lot of cases, depending on how you add UPPs, given the reductions we've already seen in the impact taxes, this isn't it's not a huge increase that will cause people probably to have trouble developing. So I'll just leave it at that.
Okay. So just so we understand, at this point, Councilmember Friedson, it's your motion. But
the revised motion is 40, 80, 120 with the school test as it currently is constructed. It's been friendly amendment accepted by both the mover and the seconder of the motion. And hopefully we're moving forward towards a unanimous vote. Mr. Sartori, did you have a clarification?
Yeah, I just want to make sure I understand what we mean by as it's currently conducted, okay, because that's got a lot of implications there. So my understanding is that what MCCPTA was asking for was that we continue to calculate a staging ceiling. We can do that. What that means basically is for every school, we would say, okay, this school doesn't require a payment, but it is 6 students away from requiring a Tier 1 payment for up. Or it might require a Tier 1 payment, but it is 10 students away from requiring a Tier 2 payment. And so what that means then is when we get an application that comes in and we see that it generates, let's say a school is 5 students away from triggering the next level. It's currently a Tier 1, it's 5 students away from triggering a Tier 2, and this project comes in and we estimate that it's going to generate 10 students. So, or let's 11 students. So the first 5 students fall under the Tier 1, the next 6 fall under Tier 2. The problem is DPS doesn't charge based on students, they charge based on units. So they need to know, what does that mean in terms of what the rate is that we charge per unit? And so we would have to say, okay, well, 5/11ths of this are a Tier 1, 6/11ths are Tier 2. So we say you have to charge 5/11ths of a Tier 1 rate to every single unit and 6/11ths of a Tier 2 rate to every single unit. And we need to make sure that DPS is aware of that and that they know that they have to actually run that calculation before they figure out how much is owed. So that's one aspect of it. It makes it a little bit messier than simply saying, you know, this school requires a Tier 1 payment. And DPS can look up real quickly, see what the Tier 1 rate is, and apply that to all of the units. The second piece of this is whether or not when a school then goes to Tier 2 because of a particular application, does that mean that it is now Tier 2 for all future applications that come forward during that year? Or are we simply saying every application gets evaluated against the school test, and every single one, if you generate more than 5, then you'll trigger a Tier 2, but everyone starts off at Tier 1? So there are questions that are involved with this than simply just saying we'll do what we do today.
And I appreciate exactly what you just said, Mr. Sartori. However, I do believe that every development should get their own test. This is where I am. And I do believe they've invented the calculator, and the DPS can figure out what the cost should be. I think that it's not anymore for us not to do what we believe is fair is not correct. So I'm supportive of this the way it is written, and I appreciate the way that you said it, and we have to be very clear with the DPS.
And I would just point out, I mean, in the interest of no good deed goes unpunished, I offered a compromise in committee that was rejected by MCPS. I would just point out on this very issue to try to find a reasonable middle ground. This is my second, Councilmember Jawando and Councilmember Reamer will laugh because I did spend a decent amount of time trying to come up with this. This is my second attempt on this to come up with a compromise. If needed, I mean, I don't have necessarily an issue with that, but if needed, if we need to approve the SSP that says based on a school test and we have to approve the school test subsequent to that, I think that would be possible too, right? Like we don't have to decide today on the school test itself. I mean, we have Thursday, potentially we have Monday.
So I'm sorry to interrupt you. There will be a new school test that has to come out with the new SSP at the same time. You'll talk about this with transition language, but when you choose a date to implement the subdivision staging policy, there will be an equivalent new school test because you now have these geographic regions, you've changed other things, so there'll be a new school test.
Right. So this is just a transition. Okay, that was and I will point out too, you know, the test had a much more dramatic concern that the planning board was trying to resolve when we had moratorium. And the planning board's initial proposal included moratorium in Clarksburg, which we eliminated, to point that out one more time. And so, you know, the problem that the planning board was attempting to solve, which had other, you know, consequences as well, is no longer quite the problem that it was. So I just wanted to point that out for folks. So I think we have a good compromise. I think we're ready to move forward. I don't want to snatch conflict from the jaws of consensus here. So hopefully we can call the vote.
Thank you. Councilmember Reamer.
Thanks. This all sounds probably fine. The only question I have, I wanted to hone in on one issue that Jason mentioned, the question of whether a project, if there's 5 seats, does every project for the year, I think it's for the year, where's Jason?
He said for the year. Every project from there on, yeah.
Well, there's a choice. Does the first project take you over, or does every project essentially get the same footing for that year?
Right.
And I think the reason to say every project gets the same footing is that in the end, you don't actually know what's going to go forward or not. And so there's a little bit of uncertainty in all of this. But Jason could.
Right. So if a school starts off at tier 1, it's only 5 students away from tier 2, an application comes in and pushes it over. In their case, what we would do is we would say, okay, you're going to pay partial tier 1, you're going to pay partial tier 2. But now another applicant could be coming through the very next week, and they had been planning on the same thing. They were basing it off of the same exact test. They were expecting they were going to have to pay tier 1 and maybe some tier 2. But now, because the first one came through, are they now stuck at tier 2? So what I would recommend is that we say we're always going to go back to the test as it was approved on July 1, and we will apply that staging ceiling so that every applicant, as they come forward, they know exactly what they're dealing with, right? They know I only have 5 students. 5 students I'm going to pay tier 1. After that, I'm paying tier 2.
So it's an annual test, but it's a little bit refined so that it's more predictable and there isn't as much, jockeying agenda. What's that?
It's the way we do it today.
It's the way we do it.
Yeah.
There's a compromise of the compromise of the compromise.
We're doing it the way we do it today. Is that what, Ms. Wright? That's what you're saying?
Well, yes, it's different in that what we're doing today has to do with a moratorium, and what we're going to be doing is related to the premium payment, not the moratorium. But the same, I think what Jason is saying is the same premise holds, that we aren't going to be doing a running tally of every project that comes in and deducting numbers, because again, as stated, we don't know when those projects are actually going to be built.
The interest in the compromise was to maintain the existing test as it currently stands today, which is what Councilmember Jawando had suggested in committee, which I had proposed here, that we try to get to a compromise that Councilmember Rice had mentioned that we all agree on. So I just want to make sure we're all clear.
Yes.
It's not exactly what we do today. So in that today, if a project comes in and the staging ceiling to the moratorium is only 5 students and they request to go, technically it should go into moratorium. That is the way we do it today. But now, because we've got multiple tiers and there's no moratorium, the question is, when an individual project goes over that staging ceiling and triggers the next level, what I would prefer is that we say we go back to what July 1st for every single application is reviewed against the July 1st test results.
And treated the same way.
And I think that's fair. I mean, I think that's absolutely fair.
I do as well, if the sponsors want to accept that as a friendly amendment.
It's already in there, right?
As opposed to, well, I get the point. I mean, saying we can't do what we do today because we eliminated the moratorium and there's no, so it can't be exactly.
I think that's the spirit of what we're trying to do. I would accept that. I hope we all can accept that and move forward.
I agree.
We have to make it practical, but it's the spirit of it. So let's move forward.
Councilmember Navarro has a thumbs up. I'll tell you what we ought to do. We ought to vote on this. All those in favor, all those in favor of the Friedson Navarro amendment to the amendment to the amendment to the amendment, please raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, moving right along. Ms. Dunn, did you leave? What happened?
At some point, the train stops.
No, they stop my video when you vote. So then I have to get it back going. Where we are now, yay, is we can talk about transition language or the recordation tax. We need to cover both. We definitely need to cover transition language, which is at the end of your staff report. And it's pretty straightforward.
Pam?
No, we have to go back. The one thing we didn't do with the utilization premium payment was have a discussion of what is exempt from the utilization premium payment. And
Right.
the planning board had recommended that affordable units, so MPDUs and other affordable units be exempt. When we had school facility payments, properties in enterprise zones were also exempt. This time with this type of payment, the planning board hasn't extended that exemption and said only these affordable units should be exempt. So that's what's before the council, who to exempt from utilization premium payment.
Okay. Any comments?
Mr. President?
Yes, please.
I would agree, and I think that's reasonable, and that's fine with me. So I can move that as a motion that we exempt affordable units and BDUs from the UPP payment.
Okay. Councilmember Giwando has made the motion. Is there a second?
I thought that was already, I'm sorry. I just thought that.
Well, maybe you don't need a motion. You might be right, Hans. Was that the committee recommendation?
No, there was no committee recommendation on this one.
So we are going to need a motion.
I'll second it.
Councilmember Giwando, is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Councilmember Friedson. All those in favor, please raise your hand. And that carries unanimously. Okay. So Ms. Dunn, let's move along,
Okay,
please.
I will move on. The only thing I will also it's just a statement. I have very clear direction from the council that the projects that were currently in process to do the 25% MPDUs have no change in their status as a result of this set of rules. And so while they have, they're looking at exempting all those units because they're going to do 25% and they're already filing applications or have filed an application, the UPP won't apply to them either because that would be a change in their rules. And I'm just...
Right. And candidly, we've talked about fairness all day today. That would be absolutely unfair if we did it anything other than that. I mean, not even remotely fair if we changed.
Okay. So now it's the council would prefer to do transition language or the recordation tax. It's up to the council. We have
up to the council. What would be? I mean, go ahead, Hans.
Explain us the transition language again.
Yeah. The transition language starts on page 12 of the staff report, and it's really the language that is in the subdivision staging policy or growth and infrastructure policy resolution. So the names changes of formal, it will still be subdivision staging policy for a while. But it's the language in the beginning that tells everybody when is this effective. And so for the SSP, for those rules that are changing, the effective date is January 1st of 2021. And you have an addendum where we did have to add language, again, to do just what we just talked about. For those projects doing 25% MPDUs that are in process, we're allowing them to move forward with some grandfathering language here. The addendum also provides that a project that comes in, that's already filed, already complete, sitting at the planning board, who might be held up by a staging ceiling and not be able to move forward because currently the school test has a moratorium. It allows them to take use of the new school test that will come out January 1st. It will no longer have a moratorium, and they will be required to make the utilization premium payment because this is sort of a different set that is not the 25%ers. That's for your SSP. There's consistent transition language for Bill 3720, which is the one that had to do with the validity period and the retesting. That's also effective January 1st. And then at the bottom of page 12, Bill 3820 is the impact tax law. And again, this one is going to take effect February 26th. It gives people just a little more time to know those rates are changing. Given most of them are going down, most people will probably just wait to go get their building permit till after the 26th. And again, it makes sure that it doesn't change life for those projects doing 25% MPDUs.
Okay. I'm now getting some texts. You know, I have pen pals everywhere. I'm now getting some texts that is asking about whether or not we should come back on Thursday afternoon. What is the pleasure of the council? I know what the pleasure of my pen pals are. Yeah.
I say personally, I think it would be preferable to come back and not do opportunity zones and recordation taxes, or if we're going to do those, take a break and come back later tonight. I don't know about you, but we've been going pretty strong now for six hours.
I agree with that. Yeah.
And I'm pretty wiped out, and I wouldn't mind getting dinner. So the transition language seems very straightforward and simple. I don't know. I don't know if there's any issue there that involves discussion, but the opportunity zones and the recordation tax are two extensive discussions. I think they're the only extensive ones that we have left. And personally, I have a question as to whether it's necessary to do the recordation tax at this moment. I'm still not sure. I mean, we do have the option to wait a couple weeks or a month or two, whereas the other elements we need to do. So, if we also went on Thursday, we could all make that decision. At least I could consider that. I don't know if others want to consider that basic question. Opportunity zones, I'm certainly prepared. We ought to resolve that issue, sooner rather than later.
Right. So
Why did I think that we had already resolved the opportunity zone issue? But I don't know. I'm trying to follow the bouncing ball. I think we've had like two discussions, one in committee and one in full council. I'm fine with coming back on Thursday, but I think we should make a decision about whether we're going to take the recordation tax right now or whether we want to wait. I mean, I'm fine either way. I just feel like in order for me to be ready, perhaps we should just decide on whether we're going to take that later or not. And if we come back on Thursday, there is a joint committee, ECHHS, so we just have to maybe then do it after that. But again, I feel like we keep coming back to opportunity zones, even though we've.
Do we have a recommendation? Is a joint committee recommendation on opportunity zones?
Actually, no.
Just the committee.
Committee recommendation.
Yeah.
No.
It was
Yes.
joint, wasn't it?
It was a
No.
council straw vote, right?
It was 2-0, and then we had a
Right, because I had the conflict. Yeah.
And
Okay.
Mr. Katz, council president, he both times.
Right. So we should decide if we're coming back. If we're coming back, we should probably have the discussion on Thursday. If we're not coming back, then let's have the discussion. But
I'm fine with postpone. I just want to say to Councilmember Navarro's comment, I'm fine with postponing recordation tax so we can keep working on it. I think there's some issues there that we ought to keep working on a little bit. So I don't think we need to rush that one. That's just my own comment. I think it'd be fine to wait a little bit.
Councilmember Joando and then Councilmember Rice.
I'm fine coming back Thursday, assuming we can work out the scheduling with colleagues. Obviously, I know I'm on the ENC. We have a committee, important hearing. I think on the recordation tax, and I think we should stop. Let me start there. And because we're all fried.
You could have said that at 9 o'clock this morning. Go
right,
ahead.
Right. But I also would say, I think it is important, on the recordation tax, it's so connected to what we're doing with the SSP and the revenue picture. I would worry that if we disconnected it too much and didn't do the SSP with all the assumptions and then, not talk about the recordation tax 2 weeks later or 3 weeks, whatever. I'm concerned about that. So maybe we can have a discussion about it Thursday and we don't decide. But we've been kicking the discussion about it. We haven't had that, and I think we should have that. So that would be my view, but I am good with stopping.
Okay. So there's a lot of people who are good with stopping at this point, and sort of understandable. So we're going to have to figure out. Go ahead, Craig. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. President. So just very quickly, because we do have that ENC HHS meeting on Thursday, starts at 1:30. It is a very long and involved meeting, which will likely go until about 3:30, 4 o'clock. So I just want to make sure from that perspective that we do understand we've got two very big topics, one on ECEI and one it's a huge presentation from all of our education partners on diversity of the mental health professional pipeline. Very, very important. So from that perspective, I would just give guidance that we're there. But I would say this, that I think that from that 4 o'clock time frame until that gives us a lot of time to discuss this one issue around recordation tax, and we'll be able to have new numbers based on what we've seen, based on our decisions up to this point, which will help give us guidance. So I think it's beneficial to wait until Thursday to give us a bigger picture of what it is that we have before us.
And you're saying it would start at 4 o'clock. Is that what you're suggesting?
I would suggest we start the council session at 4 o'clock because that would give us enough time. I think that we can get it done in 2.5 hours.
Okay, I'm fine with that. Anybody else? Go ahead, Hans.
Well, I thought Glenn had said, wasn't there another meeting before the final meeting already? So we may actually have one more. No?
No, there isn't. There isn't. But what I was going to say, though, was that on the 16th, which is the deadline for the SSP, and really for all intents and purposes, the impact tax bill, since they're so connected, it's from 1:30, I think, to 4:30. If you finished, if all that's left is the transition language, and hopefully you can do now, it sounds like there wasn't any objection to it. But if you can do the opportunity zone sometime between now and then, whether it's sometime Thursday.
But it was 7-1 vote, a straw vote.
Yeah, that's it. There is a straw vote. There is. I mean, this is only if there's somebody else making a recommendation. I didn't.
Right,
it's news to me.
Right.
But,
I thought.
Yeah.
7-1. So why do you keep bringing up this issue that we already discussed? This will be like the third discussion on it. Again, I just don't understand what we're doing because it's so bizarre, like how we're doing these things. I just don't get it. It was a 7-1 vote. And I don't know why we have to now find time to relitigate something that we already took a straw vote.
We don't.
All I was going to say, if I finish my point, was on Monday, if you have everything finished off on the SSP and the impact tax by then, that'd be very quickly, you could approve those. And then the rest of the afternoon, you could talk about the recordation tax. So you can still do it in the same.
I'm not comfortable doing that. I believe that brings us out to the last second, though we don't have to do recordation tax with the SSP, but I do think that we should, if possible, we should do this when we can actually discuss it all and not feel like we have to finish it that day. And that's my concern. You wait to the last minute, and that causes problems. And who knows whether there's going to be electricity out that day. I mean, we run into problems when you do that.
Good point. Can I move the transition language first? Can we just do that?
Okay. Go ahead. And there was a second from Councilmember Rice. It's been moved by Councilmember Reamer, seconded by Councilmember Rice for the transition language. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
Okay.
Some people are too tired to raise their hand, but
we finished everything except for the recordation tax.
Yeah, and opportunity, but yeah.
But we already voted on that. So if someone is going,
okay. Well,
there might still be a proposal. There might still be a proposal.
So on Thursday, just so we understand now, on Thursday we'll discuss the recordation tax. That's what we're discussing, right?
Okay. So I just want to say again, I think we should really consider just coming back to that in a couple of weeks. I think Councilmember Joanna is correct about needing to keep these two together in our minds, but I also don't think we truly have to rush. And I think this issue about first-time home buyers is complicated. And I think it's worth being deliberate here. So Thursday is in 2 days. Is everybody really ready?
I think we were ready today, though. We were ready today to have the discussion. So, I mean, and again, we'll have guidance, like I said, about what we did today that shall help guide us on Thursday. And so the packet will be even more robust than it was before, and we'll be able to have those discussions. I mean, because as far as I was concerned, I was ready to have that discussion today. I kept referencing it through all of my votes today. So I was ready.
I would just suggest, Council President, that you have maybe a conversation also with staff, because we need to understand the bandwidth of our staff. We did make a lot of decisions today that I think could also have implications for the scenarios that we may want to consider regarding the recordation tax. So, I mean, again, I'm happy to come and participate in whatever it is we need to participate, but I would like to know, how the decisions we've made affect the possible scenarios, so that we can make an informed decision. And if staff is ready to do that on Thursday, then fine. But if not, then perhaps I think we should make sure that we have the information. We've all been concerned about, having to kind of process all of this sometimes in real time. So perhaps, Council President, if you could maybe take a look at that and then, just send us, poll us, and then we can
And at this point, though, there is an option to Councilmember Reamer's point. There is an option that we don't do recordation tax even on Thursday, that we wait a couple weeks. Though I think it is preferable not to do that. Candidly, I think we should try to get all this behind us as best we can. But there is that possibility, because it doesn't have to be a part of the SSP. Everything else has to be a part. Yeah.
And we discussed that from the very beginning also.
Right.
But I just want to avoid rushing.
I'm with you.
When our staff has not had the time to really run all these numbers and do all of that. So again, I would be open to just waiting if that is the pleasure of the
but just so that we don't run into someone saying that we didn't notify them. I think at this point we should say, at this moment we could cancel the meeting, but at this moment I think we should say we will come back on Thursday at 4:00 and have the discussions that we need. And if we decide that staff can't get there or for whatever reason, then we could cancel that meeting. But at least the public is on notice that we're doing it. I'm hearing from somebody. Okay, yeah, that had nothing to do with this. Okay. Councilmember Albornoz.
No, I was pointing out that Andrew had his hand up.
No, he's so shy. I didn't hear.
Yeah. I'm tend to be.
Really?
I'm fine with where we are. I agree that we need to make sure. I mean, we have a job to do on the 16th. We are required by law to finish this, and we need to make sure that we have all of our ducks in a line, and the staff is able to put together the resolutions, that everybody understands what it is, that we can share it with the public before we vote on it. I mean, there's some real work that needs to be done here. If we come back on Thursday and we are able to turn it around that quickly and discuss it, great. I would just strongly suggest that we all come to an agreement here that if there are going to be any additional proposals or anything of changing things, that we all get them in writing beforehand. Because I think it's really difficult to be in a situation where we're reviewing. We've already taken straw votes and all this stuff. We're bringing this in for a landing. And then we have additional proposals. Staff hasn't heard them. We haven't had a chance to review them. The public hasn't had a chance to weigh in and provide feedback on them. So I just wanted to put that forward. I don't have anything. I'm not suggesting anything. I'm hearing about, earlier about a proposal that might be coming forward. Everybody has a right to put forward whatever they want, but I just hope as a body, in the interest of policy making and transparency and the ability to do our jobs, the ability for staff to put this together, that we all just agree to that now, that we get it in writing before Thursday. And then after Thursday, there are no more proposals. The resolutions have to be written, and then we just have to agree on them. It would be like, unless there are any issues. So that I just wanted to throw that out there. I think it's really important. I think it would be in our best interest.
Okay, I think we're resolved at that. So at this point, and very valid points, Councilmember Friedson, at this point, though, we're going to put a pause in this, and we're going to come back on Thursday, and unless there's a change in that, but we're going to come back on Thursday at 4:00 to finish this up. Okay?
Let me just point out that's happy hour. So there you go.
Well, whenever this group is together, it's happy hour, Councilmember Albornoz. I mean, you knew that. Yeah, we don't need drinks to be that happy.
Happy hour right now. I'll tell you that much.
Happy hour right now. We're happy. We're slap happy. Is what
we're happy 9 hours, today.
Thank you all. I know this is going to be upsetting, but this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
In times of COVID-19, the most important factor to avoid the virus from spreading is cleanliness. Hundreds of Latino workers have been there to disinfect our